Okay, we're on the phone now, and we're going to download the Road Rec application for the Ombar T1 dash cam. So let's go to the store, Road Rec, and there's Road Rec. It's the one with the purple R on it. Click install, and while that's going, let's go out to the car. We'll go ahead and open Road Rec. I've not used it before. Okay, it does want me to log in. Okay, it wants me to turn on Wi-Fi on the recorder, and there is the camera there. You can see the video right in front of us. But here are some of the things you can do with the app here. You can see down below that there is actually a map there that tracks your location with the app. And then what you can do is actually export all that from the actual app. Now, you can also go into settings here and change some of the settings on the camera itself. Here's your recorder settings, your Wi-Fi settings, your memory card settings. All right, I went ahead and upgraded the firmware on the recorder, and there are a lot of different settings in here that you can do to the camera, like resolution. We're on triple recording mode now. You can mirror flip, meaning you can flip it upside down if the video is upside down. You can set the frequency, and of course we are in the UPS. The GPS setting is on mile per hour. The screensaver, I'm gonna put on always on, and you can reset your volume, your sound recording, your time zone, wants to know your car plate number, and that's all on that page. And then the next page, there is a fatigue alert setting, a G sensor setting, and a parking monitor setting. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys how you can get video off of the actual camera onto your phone. We're gonna go ahead and hit playback here. All right, there's a clip there that is 58 seconds. Let's go ahead and download it to our phone. We're gonna pause it right there and hit the download button. Let's see how long this takes over their 5G Wi-Fi. It's 180 megabytes. We're already at 10% almost. Pretty fast. Okay, we downloaded that clip in about a minute. Not bad at all. And that's how you get files off of your Ombar dash cam. We're back in the SCSR Studio B now. This is part of the Supercar Street Racing compound and all of our recording facility. And right now I want to show you guys how to get your own Ombar T1 4K 3-channel dash cam. All right, we're out here in Mexico again, scouting out a location for a high-speed pull here that I've never done. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere before we come back down. And there is a dude riding some kind of weird something on the other side. But so far, this Mexico bridge is pretty good for a short pull in Mexico. We'll see what happens once we get to the other side, but I'm looking for Mexican police officers parked on the side of the road here, and does not appear that there are any parked here, so we'll try it in Mexico. All right, we're coming over the top of the bridge now, and there should not be any reason why right here on this stretch right there we can't open it up a little bit and maybe get out by ourselves. There's a nice, probably quarter long, maybe a little bit longer than a quarter strip over here where it goes uphill a little bit, but this car doesn't take long to hit top speed, so we'll see. I've never done it, and this is a abandoned road in Mexico that it's really easy to get up to speed on, so let's see what happens. All right, guys, we are right in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid track package. I wanted to go over this with you guys because basically when you have a Model S Plaid, it is limited to 160. However, I hit before the limiter kicked in, and if you get the Model S Plaid with the track package, you can order it right here. It says right here it's $20,000. Or you can just get the carbon ceramic brake kit, and it is unclear in the writing here if you can get it with just the carbon ceramic brakes, because it says top speed 200 achievable with carbon ceramic brake kit and proper wheels and tires for those speeds. Now, if you get the carbon ceramic brake kit for the Plaid, you have to have the 20-inch and 21-inch wheels, and I believe mine would probably work because I have 21s. It does come with Supercar 3R tires if you get the wheel and tire package. However, I would just get the carbon ceramic brake kit so I could unlock the 200-mile-per-hour top speed if I wanted to go 200 at all times. So here it is, and right here on Tesla Model S Plaid, it's shoptesla.com, and you can see right here if you click carbon ceramic brake kit, it rings up at 15K there. If you drop this down, you click track package, you get the carbon ceramic brakes, and you get these nice wheels and tires with it as well, and they install them at the actual dealer. And then it says also you can monthly payment this guy. Let's see what that says on this. Yeah, they want you to use a firm. You can actually pay a super high interest rate to go ahead and get your Tesla Model S Plaid equipped with the Model S Plaid track package or just the carbon ceramic brake kit. And right there it tells you a lot about how the carbon ceramic brakes work. They feature continuous fiber technology in 3D matrix and tells you what they come with there. They're 2x4 10x40 carbon silicon carbide front rotors, 2x4 10x32 rear rotors, and then you get the calipers as well. You get the integrated caliper mounting parking brakes and brake fluid, and you get the firmware updated, which does give you the high speed as well, the 200 mile per hour. And it puts the package on at the Tesla service center, so that's kind of cool as well. All right, we're not going to want any traffic anywhere near us when we do this, so we're going to let this go by and then flip a U-turn at this light here. Okay, we have let traffic kind of go for a minute. We have a straightaway right here. I'm going to just do a roll-on pull and see right when I round this corner and see what we can get the car up to. And hopefully there's no Mexican police officers on that side. So let's roll into this now. That's full throttle. That's 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 160, 165, and that was the top speed. 165 is the speed limiter. I hit the top speed, and now we are coming off and on the brakes, which are terrible. I smell the brakes. That's the first time I've ever hit the top speed. I believe it's 165. And then this car has awful brakes, so I didn't push them too hard. And that was it, guys. That was about 30 to 165. All right, I double checked online. The top speed of this car is 162 miles per hour, and we did achieve that just now in the deep South Mexico terrain. And you can see it didn't take long to hit that top speed, and that's the first time I've ever gotten it up to that fast. So that's the fastest I have ever gone in this car, and it was kind of fun, you know, to see what this car can do. Really cool. Now let me show you guys another option for carbon ceramic brakes, but you do not get the unlock firmware, so that's the one thing you won't get. All right, the last thing I wanted to show you guys here is another option here, like from T Sportline, and they do offer this Brembo Gran Turismo kit for the Model S and X Plaid. It is $54.95. You can select different options here, and they do go up or down. That one says unavailable. The GT is unavailable. Only the GTS is available. It is $54.95 right now. That gives you another option. It does come in a bunch of different colors as well down here, as you can see. However, this will not unlock the top speed if that is what you're after. Just simply getting these big brakes from T Sportline will not give you the Model S Plaid top speed. You have to have the firmware also unlocked in order to do that, and you cannot get that done by anybody that I am aware of. I think that you can only get it from Tesla. So if you're looking to get your top speed unlocked in the Model S Plaid, you will need to get the official track pack from Tesla, and that is right here under Model S Plaid track package that we looked at a minute ago. You will spend $20,000 for the wheels, tires, and brakes, or $15,000 for just the carbon ceramic brake kit. We have another option right here for you, and that is the Unplugged Performance Model S Plaid Super Light Carbon Ceramic Front Big Brake Kit. You can see this runs up to $9,000, and this is just for the front. They do have other kits available, but that one is the performance brakes for the Model S Plaid. When you click on it right there, there are some other options. You can get larger rotors for just the front and the rear, or you can go ahead and get the full carbon brake kit, which is right here. $91.95 for this. Your options here are big brake kit or replacement brake pads. If you choose big brake kit right here, you can choose your caliper color, red or black, and then you can choose your brake pads if you want racing or street. And it looks like right here, right now, that is going to be around $8,400 is your total if you would like to go ahead and get the Unplugged Performance Big Brake Kit. Racing Brakes also makes a big brake kit for the Model S Plaid. We are on racingbrake.com showing you their options here. There is a $16,000 carbon ceramic brake kit there. There is a $7,000 one there. There is an $11,000 one there and a $13,000 one right there. And if we click on this one here, you can see that this is the front and rear kit here. And you can get it oversized. You need 20+ inch wheels to do that. And you can get your brake lines replaced also. So that is probably the best option. If you do this and you go oversized, it is $8,000 for both the front and the rear brakes. Now this also fits the OEM calipers, which is why it is cheaper. If you want everything, you're gonna have to go ahead and step up to go ahead and get the calipers and the rotors together. This one does fit OE calipers as well. But if we go to the $17,000 kit here, you can see that it has everything for $16,960. Front and rear brake kit for the Plaid. It's going to have everything you need to go ahead and get your car up to big brake standards, and it is cheaper than getting the track package, but you do not get wheels and tires with it. The Tesla option for the Plaid is $15,000. This is $16,960, but you are getting some of the best brakes made. I had these on my SL65 AMG, and they were absolutely awesome. Way cheaper than that for the AMG, but of course you're paying for two. You're paying for the front and the rear, and you're paying, of course, for the Plaid, and with all of the inflation that we've been having lately as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll be doing some more stuff like this with the Plaid, racing some things and things of that nature. So hang out and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys soon. And kind of explain about how this house is actually going to be paid for in the next 2 weeks. I am super hyped about being able to do this. I've worked really hard for this for the last few years. All right, guys, welcome to the home tour. I'm starting you guys out at the front door, and as I give the tour, I'll give you any highlights of what I think is important as far as technology or upgrades to the house. Now here out front, we do have the Wisecam stuff, but I also upgraded this light to a new light with LED bulbs in it for the front porch. And then of course we've got the Eufy Smart Touch Wi-Fi lock here that you just use your finger to come in. And now coming into the front of the house, you can see the living room and some of the highlights of what I personally did to the house. As we go, I will share with you. And this shiplap type board and batten, I forgot what it's called, is actually created by me. I did this on my table saw where I cut all these pieces individually, and then painted the wall white, and now it is what you see now, and also added these coat hooks to hang umbrellas and coats on, and that's what was done to the entryway here, the foyer, plus this nautical light right there. And of course we have guitars on the wall for a touch of entertainment looking things. This is the rest of my living room, and as far as the house goes, this was probably the least amount of work done to every room, although I won't say it was no work. It was actually a lot of work, but the least amount. To highlight some of the things that have happened in here, the floors were all carpet there. They were replaced with hardwood throughout the house. This is engineered, distressed, hand-scraped hardwood. These floors were replaced. They were slick white tile. Now they are like a stone tile we got from Lowe's. Same thing happened in the kitchen and in the bathroom in there. They were all white tile, and so all that got replaced at the same time. What else was done in here? Well, when we first bought the house, the whole entire house had popcorn ceilings and it had carpet. So we took that opportunity, instead of having to clean up the whole house after they scraped the popcorn, we let them scrape the popcorn into the carpet, and actually they removed all the carpet with all the popcorn residue in it for us, and it saved us some time, at which point we then had the floors installed. Now, of course, this whole room has been painted multiple times. It does have some issues with drywall cracking, so I have to get that looked at. At some point, I've got a crack there and a crack right there, which I've never gotten correctly fixed, because every time I get an estimate, someone wants like $500, and I think that's insane. As far as the rest of the upgrades in this room goes, or what has been changed or improved, well, this house had 0 recessed lighting when we bought it. Not one single recessed light, except maybe this one in the hallway. So I added all these recessed lights. They are dimmable LED lights, and they are connected to this dimmable Lutron dimmer here, which is a smart dimmer. I don't buy these anymore because they're not necessary. I do have a Lutron hub over there where all the equipment is for IT. You can see here we also have some nice IKEA decorations here, framed art, which there used to be guitars there. I pulled a lot of the guitars down because it was overkill. We have a wise cam up in the corner there pointing at the front door with an alert if someone comes in the front door. We have an upgraded ceiling fan, of course, but that fan has been here since we bought the house. It's approaching 10 years old now, so it's time to get that replaced soon, as the blades start sagging on these after a while. I just repainted this entire ceiling ultra white with the Lowe's ultra white flat paint. It took me all day to do this, and I did 3 or 4 coats on it. It's not easy when you have to get up on the ceiling. We also have in-home audio up here on these 2 speakers. Eventually, it might be nice to have 5.1 audio and a projector in here, but for now, I don't really watch TV in this room much, so we do have a Fire Stick up there, and we're looking at security cameras right now. So we have 2 8-inch in-ceiling connected to the whole home audio system. Nice IKEA mirror over there. Couches I've had, I got off of Craigslist for a while now. I got them right when I moved back to Jacksonville. And we have a nice rug that Susie gave me when she upgraded there, and also that one she gave me. Taking a look at the fireplace. This fireplace was reconditioned by me. Basically, I painted it with stone look-alike paint is all I did. Wasn't much to do there. And I painted all of the fireplace gear with the oil rub bronze. And that is all that was done there. And you can see here on the slider here going out to the sunroom, we have installed curtains there. There was nothing there for a while. The curtains actually was a good touch for the room. They're not blackout curtains, but they are black curtains. Stepping back this way, looking back towards, we have our dining room, which is hand painted with stencils by my ex-wife, Jenna. And I just replaced the light that was over that with a gift from Susie from her. Is this nice white fixture with the Govee LED light bulb inside of it. And here we have IKEA table and chairs, which is not sold anymore by IKEA, so I picked that up on Craigslist as well. We have an IKEA lamp, which I converted over to a RGB LED lamp. And yes, all this is hand painted stencil. If you get up close, you can see all of it's stencil. So that will need several coats or wallpaper to cover up due to the thickness of the paint there. And that is a good look at the living room in Supercar Street Racing. One thing I forgot, we do have a sub. We got the Pile subwoofer there. Is it Pile or Polk? I always forget. Polk. Yeah, Polk. I always call them Pile, but that's an insult. So we have our regular television here. We have underneath there our network equipment. We've got a switch. We've got a hub for the lighting. And behind there, I don't even want to show it because the wiring's so bad, we have our Netgear Nighthawk cable modem, which is providing internet to the entire house. And that's all for the living room. We're going to move on now to the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here, which is absolutely beautiful. And this was one of the reasons that we initially purchased the house. Although we don't have any documentation or pictures left over from that, this room was carpeted with like industrial type carpeting, and it had a drop ceiling. This room was one of the biggest improvements that we made in the house. And what we did in here, we also had these vertical blinds all the way around the room, and Jenna convinced me to remove those. I didn't want to because I wanted the darkness in here, but she did convince me to remove those, and we put up these sheer curtains, and it did come out very awesome. Moving down to the floor, this is tile. It is great because it is good for an entryway from anywhere that gets wet, because all you have to do is just mop this and it comes out awesome, and it looks exactly like wood. So we did the entire floor. We ripped up the carpeting and did the floor in this tile, and it came out really nice. The room does have an air conditioner there. When we bought the house, it had a heater / air conditioner. Instead of that, we just used a little space heater, and it still has this little AC. The goal one day is to get a split system installed in here. I don't know when that will happen, but that will happen one day. We do need to replace this futon. It is getting old. We've got this nice chair, super expensive leather chair in here. And we used to have a cat, so we have a cat door there, but we are not using it anymore, and it is sealed up and hidden by those outdoor boxes. We also have some RGB LED lamps. Alexa, turn on the sunroom lamps.
Sunroom doesn't support that.
Oh, it does. I've been having these issues lately with these lamps not responding, but we will get into that later. But these are RGB LED bulbs. I think that one actually is unplugged. Yeah, so there, that one is unplugged right now. I just need to get a splitter for the power here. So the rest of this room, this shelf is handmade by myself and my ex-wife. We literally threw the shelf together and fastened it to the wall to have something on this side. We have a TV here with a Wise security camera on top. This TV has a Fire Stick on it, and we have my Crosswalk Proform that I am on every morning at 5 a.m. and the shelf that I suction to the window to hold everything keeps falling off, so I'm still working on getting that. But this is what it looks like from this side going into the living room. And then we have a fan up here that actually needs to be replaced at some point. It doesn't go on high anymore, and I don't know if it's the wireless remote or the actual fan that is dying, but I want to get another nice fan for this area. And an artificial plant over here with old standard LED bulbs in it. And the view outside from the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. Let's talk about the Supercar Street Racing sunroom just a little bit more, because I neglected the ceiling, which was a huge part of this renovation. So what I did was I ripped the entire ceiling out, and the whole entire up part ceiling is now insulated in there. And also I added whole home audio speakers and recessed LED lighting. And you can see we added this nice blue color to simulate that of the sky, and that is the Supercar Street Racing sunroom ceiling all redone. We are in the hallway now at the Supercar Street Racing headquarters, and the important part about this hallway, there are two things we need to talk about, and one is the audio closet. So this closet has power run to it, and this is where the audio system for the house is, and it feeds the whole house with this dot right here. We also have the subharmonic synthesizer, the ultra bass, and this is the amplifier for the whole house. There is the switch box for every room, and that monitor is just connected to this receiver, so you can look at the menu if you need to. So that is the whole home audio. There is a subwoofer in here as well, but it has taken a death blow and it is gone. The other important thing about this hallway, and I'll show you the smart light. Computer, turn off the audio closet light. There goes that. So the other thing in this hallway is we do have smart lighting here up there on this recessed lighting, and we have this beautiful Venstar thermostat, which is a smart thermostat for the house. And that wraps up this part of the tour. This is the guest bathroom. It's kind of difficult to shoot. I'm on the widest angle I have. This entire bathroom was redone. You can see the floors have been redone with stone look-like tile. The walls have all been redone, and I did create this board and batten type look on the walls here, on both sides, all around. I also removed the medicine cabinet and did my own treatment here, and that's how it came out. And I added a nice light to the inside that is tied into the regular lighting here. And I have not moved this permanently in here yet, because we are going to be doing a smart mirror here and getting rid of this, a large mirror, and we're going to move that into the wall somehow. We also did the lighting in here. We did recessed lighting there and over the shower. And this entire shower has been redone. So it was resprayed and made to look white because it was brown originally. The new stainless look, not stainless, but like silver fixtures here not too long ago. So that is really a rundown of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom. It's not huge, but it's plenty. All that was brand new. I did new vanity, new faucet just recently, and a new toilet when I did this room. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing master bedroom. This is the master because the office is in use for work and studio until I build a new studio. So this is the master bedroom. This at one time was an office until my ex-wife grew out of the office and moved into the big room where I have my office now. And in here we have IKEA furnishings along with some nice Govee LED lamps. We have our Show 8. These lamps are wireless charging and they have wire charging. They are fitted with the Govee LED lights, which are set on immersive sound. Well, they should be set on immersive sound. They're actually, that part's not enabled right now, but they will follow the video on the TV as long as that is turned on. Let me get that switched on. All right, we have the immersive video on now, which we will show you here momentarily after we give a tour. So for the bedroom, like I said, we have the two IKEA side tables. We have the immersive lighting technology here from Govee, which is that camera up there is part of it. And we have some nice 8K video showing, which only 4K will show on this TV. And we have the Pioneer VSX 1021 doing 5.1 sound. And you will have to go back and refer to my project videos for this, but we have surround sound in here with the center channel there. left, right there, left, right, rear there. We don't use that rear center for anything doing surround sound. We have a couple of guitars on the wall there, and we have our second Polk audio subwoofer down there, which sounds awesome in here. Now what we'll do is lower the lighting, and you can see now how this immersive lighting works when I shut the blinds and close the blackout curtains, and we will go shut the door. But as you can see, it's already immersive in here. And if you follow the television, when this changes, it's actually not as blue as it's coming out on camera, but as the TV shifts colors, so do the lamps and the TV LEDs behind the TV. That is a 4K Omni 65-inch Amazon, and there will be links to this project video in the description. That is just an LED, sorry, not an LED, that is just a IKEA dresser is all that is. And I did everything nice up into the wall. Behind the TV here, it all ties up into the walls, and all the speakers are run through the back, down through the wall, up to the attic. And that is a tour of the Supercar Street Racing bedroom. I didn't really show the closet. It is just storage now, and it does not have a curtain rod in it, but this is where I store all my electronic boxes and guitars and things like that. It is nothing exciting except for the fact that all the closet doors, most of the closet doors in this house have been removed in favor of curtains because they look better, and that is what that came out like. We're back in the hallway here, and you can see the entrance to the house right there. Guest bathroom is on my left here, but we are going to be entering the 4K theater in the house, and as you can see here, the doors have been removed. We have a double set of curtains. I did this when I remodeled my home theater. All that stuff is on video and available on my channel. It's very interesting. I remodeled the whole home theater system and made it 4K from the original 1080p. Let's turn this light off and enter the Supercar Street Racing home theater. So here is the home theater room. I do have the lights on just for this tour, just so we can get a quick tour of it. And we have a futon here, and we have home theater seating here. We have Govee, not immersive, but just Govee LED light strips around the corner of the room, just for a little ambient light, because it is very dark in here, and that was the whole point. I do have the blinds open right now. They're not usually open, and in a minute we will turn off the light so you can see the actual performance of this Nebula Cosmos Max 4K LED projector. So there is it. I believe it's a laser projector. So there is the projector on a shelf with all the wiring run up through the walls. It comes back down and hits the receiver there, where we have our Pioneer receiver and two JBL studio monitors for our front speakers. Our center channel is an Advent. Eventually I would like to do in ceiling for these, but for now this serves the purpose just fine. We have our subharmonic synthesizer, our Advent center channel, and we have storage and some place to put everything on, and all the wiring goes up through the walls. Of course, we have our Spaceman on each speaker. And stepping back from this side, we have in-ceiling speakers in the back. They are 6-inch, 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers for surround. They are black. I painted them black. The air vent is painted black. The ceiling fan is black, and it is a low-profile ceiling fan, and we have some guitars and artwork from my favorite shows on the wall, and we have some tambourines and some maracas for those who don't play stringed instruments. We have some lamps here with regular white lights. Some important things over here. We have this Show 5 in black, and we have black switches here and black, all black receptacles. And here is a closer look at the Cosmos Max projector. And you can see on the bottom it has the star field. This is an absolutely awesome projector. And up above it, the wiring runs straight into the ceiling. And a look at the artwork here. All my favorite shows. We got some, and favorite sports. We got some boxing. We got some Aqua Teen. We got some Star Wars. And we got some Jake and Finn. And now let's turn the lights off. And that is, I don't want to turn the music on because it might be copyright, but that is 4K HDR video on the Nebula Cosmos Max. And if you could hear it, it would be digital surround sound. And the blinds are still open. That just goes to show you the performance of this. But we can easily close our blackout curtains here, and that is what you're looking at. This is a 120-inch screen on the Nebula Cosmos Max, and this is the view from sitting down in the chair. Both these recline. It's an awesome experience. I absolutely love my home theater room. I love the remodel. I painted the whole thing this dark green, and it's absolutely awesome in here. This is one of my favorite rooms. I hope you guys like this. Moving in from the living room, so that way would be outside in the back. This way is outside in the front. We can take a look at the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. This kitchen was all remodeled when we bought the house. It was a pink color with soffits up here with fluorescent lighting there and all the way over there. So what was done in this area? So first thing was the floors were all this slick white tile. My neighbor actually still has it in his house. The walls were pink. This entire area did not exist. There was a small cabinet that did this. Countertop went straight over that way. A little wedge. This was all open. So we made the decision to have these shelves built and this shelf unit built by a carpenter. And we made it so that it can support a wine fridge. This gave us so much extra space, and you can see how well that came out. Formica countertops were all removed in favor of this nice granite. The backsplash was all removed, and this is translucent glass tile on the backsplash. And I did all of the LED lighting underneath the countertops. There was no under counter lighting here, and it also extends behind the refrigerator and puts a nice glow on the refrigerator. The pantry was completely redone with a shelving unit up top, and I did recessed lighting there, and I did all this recessed lighting in the kitchen. It did not exist, and I redid this hanging light here. All of this fluorescent soffit stuff was filled in with drywall, and then the much nicer LED lights, updated technology installed. All of it is smart home with the Lutron. This is just for the dining room, or the little breakfast nook. We don't have to have a smart light on that. It does have LED. Every bulb in this house is LED. Moving to the appliances, they are all LG smart appliances. They are all connected to Wi-Fi. And you can see the Wi-Fi indicator there. And they are very nice but expensive appliances. Same with the dishwasher. It has the top controls. It is Wi-Fi enabled. At that time we got the countertops done. We got the new sink and new, of course, new faucets and everything. We have a Fire Stick here, which has switched off, that we can do anything we want. It feeds the whole home audio system if we want to do that. We have the stove, which is smart enabled with Wi-Fi, so you can remote start it. And we have this beautiful LG microwave. We got our Show 10 there as well, and a nice little air fryer. Out front there you can see the view of the neighborhood, and we just have a little breakfast nook with an IKEA table and some chairs I ordered online. So stepping back to the corner where we can get a better view of the kitchen, here is the full kitchen view. And looking up into the ceiling, we have whole home audio installed into the kitchen. And that is going to wrap up the kitchen tour. Very dirty. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel and happy Tuesday. I hope you guys had a great Memorial Day. And today we have something special that we're going to take a look at. I'm really excited about this because I don't have any of this particular product, but I love Govee. Govee is probably one of my favorite companies in the world. Their lighting is amazing. They have all kinds of different solutions for different types of LED colored lights and normal lighting. And today we are taking a look at replacing the light bulb that is in a lamp on the patio here. Now, what is on the lamp already is an old school color changing light bulb, and it uses an RF remote to change the colors. We're going to be upgrading that today to a Wi-Fi enabled smart bulb from Govee. We have it right here in the package, so let's take a look and see at what we got here. All right, so here is the unopened Govee smart LED light bulb. So what I like most about Govee is the fact that you can take these bulbs and you can basically use them all with the single Govee Home app. So I buy mostly exclusively Govee products now. Now this is an 800 lumen bulb, which is pretty bright. Says it uses $1.08 a year in energy, which is almost none. And if you run it for 3 hours a day, it'll last you 13.7 years. The model number is the H6008, and it is an E26, which is just a standard Edison bulb. It uses 9 watts of total power. Again, this works with Google, IFTTT, the Govee Home app, and of course with Alexa. So let's go ahead and take this guy out of the box and see what we got here. Traditionally, these are pretty easy to set up. Here we are on the tablet recording now. So we are going to first turn on our patio lights with our Alexa plug. Alexa will do that for us because we have a smart plug. Actually, I'm just going to flip the switch since I'm right here. So that turns on these patio lights and this guy, which is now on and warm white. So it did come on warm white. I don't know if you guys can actually see that, but let's get to our app here. So we go into the Govee Home app. My other LEDs you'll see here see. Welcome to Govee Home. No devices found. Interesting. I'm not logged in. Okay. I'll have to edit this part out, obviously. Alright, so here we are logged into the Govee Home app. And you can see here my devices. Bluetooth is off, so let's turn Bluetooth on my tablet. We are on now. To add a device, you click the plus, so I'm clicking it now. And then you have to know which light you are adding. So let's see, indoor lighting. So we have the H6008, so we pick that on the tablet. It's one without the bulb. It doesn't have a bulb symbol, it just has a G. So it's found the bulb. Here it is, H6008. So we click on it. It's connecting via Bluetooth. I love how it came up warm white. So let's call this, so we get to name it, Patio LED bulb. Or how about patio LED lamp bulb? That's good for now. We click done. Now it's looking for Wi-Fi. Now don't forget I have multiple Wi-Fi, so I'm going to join one that is closer. That's interesting. It doesn't see all my Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, there it is. So we're going to join this 2.4E. There we go. Bulb seems to be connecting to Wi-Fi now. Said the signal is strong, even though that's in the front of the house. That's interesting. And let's see if we have the ability to upgrade the firmware. There's usually a firmware light. Let's see, firmware version 1. Yeah, there's no place to... There must not need a firmware update. Usually it shows the firmware update right here next to the little bulb. But as you guys can see up here, it is white. And you can do scenes and color wheel. So if we go to scene, we can do the same ones that we have on our bulbs for our smart mirrors. And there we go. You can't see it, but it is running colors now. So that is basically it. You can also sync up multiple devices. Like you can have, that's a different color there. You guys can't see it, but it's a bluish color now. I don't know how much of that you guys can actually see. But yes, I can change it here in the app, and you're seeing that live as I do it. So then if you have like devices, you can actually pair them all. And you can make them do the same exact colors. So that is the, I thought that was falling. That is the Govee Smart Bulb. The Govee H6008 Smart Bulb, guys. I hope you enjoyed this little review and setup of this device. And I hope you guys have a good day. What's going on, everybody? It's Sunday morning and it's like super early, and I'm up and ready for Vaughn Motors Cars and Coffee. This starts at 8 o'clock. It's super fun. You get to park your car inside, which is awesome. And I got the car out in the garage running right now. You can maybe hear it in the background. Got it all waxed and ready to go. I'm bringing some other cleaning materials too, so I can do some when I get there. So maybe shoot some video on the way if I can find anything interesting going on. If not, see you at the meet, homie. Got everything loaded up in the car. It's loud as hell. Got the car running here. Looks beautiful. Just got to get the rest of this clear bra off. So look at the Accord. Car's all ready to go. About to load up, take off, go get some fuel. See you on the road. Cruising along here. About 75 miles an hour. Got Waze going. Help me with the cops. Don't need any police action this morning. Clouds look rough. Scared it's gonna rain on me already. But yeah, we're headed to Walmart first to get some sunglasses. And then to Vaughn early to get a spot. Got some kind of Civic. I think it might be SI, I'm not sure. See what he wants, but I gotta exit, unfortunately. Out here at Vaughn Motor Group, Cars and Coffee, taking a look at all the cars. Very clean ZL1. Couple of Mustang, one Mustang here, 3 or 4 more down below. It's my buddy's NSX. What's up, man? Not much.
good?
Yeah. Packed. This one was here before. Man, I love this thing. So clean. Damn, that's sick. What's up, guys? What's happening, guys? It's freaking Friday night. I got this bottle of wine right here, which I haven't touched because I saw something that inspired me and had to try it. So the other day, you guys saw me Plastidip my emblems because they're chrome, and I got some black wheels coming. I haven't revealed what yet. That's coming soon in the next video. But tonight, I'm gonna show you how to Plastidip your orange side markers and dark tint them out. Stay tuned, that's coming right now. All right, guys, what you're gonna need for this project is some blue painter's tape, some masking material. I just use like regular old newspaper or plastic or whatever you have, and just a regular old black matte Plastidip right here. You can get it at Home Depot or any auto parts store. And this is the light that we're going to be working on. See this orange side marker slash turn signal? So kind of lucky in this case, right here around this light is a tiny little crack. So I'm able to get the tape right inside that crack. If you don't have that, you're going to have to kind of mask it off, or you can try a heavy coat around it and see how it peels. It might peel on that line. Stay tuned for what mine's going to look like when I tape it off. All right, I got the side marker masked off. Notice I got a good mask all the way around it here. Now, before you ask me in the comments, yes, Plastidip does overspray. I found out when I did the emblems. Came back the next day and there was overspray all over it. So I got it all masked off. I've got my Plastidip here. I need you to do the same thing I did and preheat this can so it's nice and warm. Now if you've used this can before, it might have some Plastidip around the tip here, so just pull that off before you do anything. Then spray a sample there to kind of clear the head. Now I don't have much room here to spray. Try to get this on camera while I do it. I'm going to do one light coat first. Okay, that's all for now. Nice light coat. I'm going to let that dry for 15 minutes and then we'll be back. Okay, the timer just went off, so it is time for coat number 2. Now this coat is going to be a wet coat, and at the same time we are going to remove the tape. When you have tape, you always want to remove the tape while your coat is still wet. So we're going to put a good 3 shot on there, and then we're going to pull the tape. I'll be right back. Okay, I just got done pulling the tape and you can see I didn't do as good of a job with the taping, so I'm going to grab a rag over here from my rag collection. Let's see if this will come off easily. If it doesn't, it will come off when it dries. Yeah, it wipes right off right now. Just like that. Like I said, it will come off when it dries regardless. That's the beauty of Plastidip. If it doesn't come off like that, just use your finger. That was dried on there from the first coat. Now this is going to take 15 minutes to dry and you're done basically. 2 coats is enough for me on these. I don't want to go crazy on this part, so I'm going to show you the other side, which was actually already done before. I wanted to make sure I had it good before I did a tutorial on it, but there's how it came out. I think it looks so much better than the orange. Now ideally they would be the color of the car, and they make a whole strip for the European car that doesn't have a side marker in that color, and that's what I really want. But I think that looks better than clear side markers, honestly, with the black factory insert there and then black wheels coming. So that's how you Plastidip your side markers on your car. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Little football action going on up there, and FedEx just came over and dropped this package off for us, and this is mini bike parts. So let's take a look and see what's in here first. There's our packing list. Small parts enclosed, don't know what that is. There's our nice clutch cover. Gonna look good on there. And there's another bag of parts that I don't have any clue what they are. So I'm gonna put the phone down here and open these guys up. Okay, we have the 2 chains right here in that package. In this package, we have a new accelerator grip and a new hand grip for the other side. And we have our new black brake thingy. So yeah, that's all that came today. The rest is back ordered. The key is ordered for these sprockets. And the wheels are ordered, and I do have to order tires. I'm gonna get online and do that right now. All right, guys, I just ordered the Sun F street tires for the cart. So I don't know when they'll be here, but I did order them, and hopefully they will come in soon. And we'll run these new wheels that we're expecting up to the tire shop and get those new tires put on the new wheels. And now we're gonna take a look at some of the parts that we received and get these guys installed. And we really only have 3 things that we can install today, and one of them is this black, beautiful brake handle from Monster Scooter Parts, I believe is the company. All right, I watched the video again. So it definitely goes on like this. And this does go on with the indentation facing out according to the video. And then this guy, I believe, goes on like this. Just like that. And then the key holds everything on. So once we get the key, we can reassemble everything pretty much. Guys, welcome back to the channel again. Brad here with Supercar Street Racing, and last night we got in some parts from Monster Scooter Parts. We have our tensioner, chain tensioner here, and we have our long-awaited key for the bike. So let's go outside and see if we can start reassembling this thing. This is the current state of affairs with the bike. The chains are all on. The tension seems okay on this. It might be a little tight, not sure. I haven't tightened down this yet. I'm about to tighten down these bolts and then get it off this jack stand. I also got to put washers on the front wheels, which I didn't do last time, so I'm going to do that now. What's up everyone, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we push tech and machines to the edge. And today we're taking a first look at the Alcatel WP100 Titan. This thing is an absolute beast. It's got a rugged build and a 22,000 milliamp hour battery. It's also got a cool camera setup that punches way above its weight. I'm just giving you a little bit of a taste of this now, because in the full video coming up, we're gonna stress it, we're gonna test it, and see if it actually lives up to that Titan name. Now let's get into it. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and before we dive straight in, we want to give a shout out to Alcatel, who is a long-term sponsor of the Supercar Street Racing channel. And they just dropped one of their craziest rugged phones directly on this channel, the WP100 Titan. Now let's break down what makes this thing such a monster. Now first up, let's talk about the battery in this thing. That is the largest battery ever created for a smartphone. Now what this means for us is, when we're out there on those long days shooting on the road, like Las Vegas CES on January 6th through the 8th, we'll be there. We're gonna have the WP100 Titan with us. We won't have to worry about charging the phone for days. It's gonna be so nice to have that available. Now you would think with a phone with a battery this big, it would take forever to fill up, but this guy works very quickly and can fill up in a fraction of the time. Perfect for us when we're jumping between shoots and we don't have time to charge but more than a few minutes. This thing comes in clutch. Now, as usual with Alcatel phones, it has a rugged military build. It has IP68 ratings, IP69K ratings, and it has MIL STD810H. And in plain English, it's dust-proof, drop-proof, and it's waterproof. Now, we've had phones die on shooting days before. It's not gonna happen with this one. Now, I've got it right here in front of me, and it has a 200 megapixel camera out back, and it does actually have night vision as well. This is perfect for both regular
need a toe strap. Do I have one? Yeah, yeah. Let's go get a golf cart.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're with Dukes of Duval again, and so we're going to pick up a golf cart.
anything away from you.
I guess you know.
He's got it down to a professional. I mean, look at the
He's
whole-
looking good, man. I know, right?
Just trying to hold up my end.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna get another golf cart when you're up there? Or you don't know yet?
We're not allowed.
No.
What?
No.
Yeah.
Can you
We're
believe
not
that?
They
allowed.
got Carl. They got rules. You gonna be okay up there?
Yeah.
I could put it on the side of my house too. I think it'll go through the.
But through the gate?
Yeah, I think it'll go through that gate. Yeah, it'll go through that gate.
Up to you, man. Whatever you want. All right, we just got back to Joe's house with this club, it's a club car, right?
Yeah, no, it's easy go.
Easy Go, TXC, right?
I don't know what year it is.
Oh, there's something on the side here. It's a serial number and stuff. We'll have to look it up.
Number? I think last two.
Yeah, so this thing's in awesome
I
shape.
think it's 2001.
2001.
Yeah, it's in pretty good shape, man.
Yeah, not bad.
I think it just needs a little cleaning up and probably some batteries, man.
Maybe just put water in the batteries and see what happens.
That's the hope, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Nice acquisition. Coming back. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's
Aren't all these webcams the same? I guess not.
Hey, welcome back to the channel, everybody. I'm Brad, and if you found me, we're on Supercar Street Racing. We're actually out in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom, and it is cold in Florida. It was about 36 degrees last night, which makes it very difficult to do anything outside. But today, we interrupt this program for a special announcement. The pronunciation of the product is actually OBSBot. It is not OBS bot. I wanted to make that clear right now before we go any further in the video. Now back to the video. Did send us their new Tiny Light 3. Now I might be one of the first people to actually have this, and I'm super hyped about it and I love it. We have it right here next to me. This is the Tiny 3. They also sent me their wireless microphone here to check out. We're gonna be looking at this today. Also, we're gonna do this all on Supercar Street Racing right after this open hangout.
Aren't all these webcams the same? I guess not.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I brought you guys outside to the Supercar Street Racing sunroom because I wanted you to see this cold, cold day in Florida. But inside, it is nice and warm, and we have something special for you. And I mean really special. This is the Tiny 3, and it's one of the first ones, and I'm really hyped because I'm gonna be replacing my camera in my studio, my main camera. It's right here next to me, and they sent me a bonus. They did send me their wireless microphone as well. It is right here. Here is the Tiny 3 package that we're going to be opening up and taking a look at today. It is brand new. I don't know if anyone else has this. They might, but I'm going to be the first one to broadcast with it because I'm going to do that today. Let's go ahead and get this guy unboxed right now and see what's inside of it. All right, guys, we are back with Supercar Street Racing reviews, and today, and in front of me, we have two different things. We have the brand new Tiny 3. It's called the Tiny 3 right there. And you can see by the package, I have not opened it up yet. Now, I did cheat and opened up the mic because I was very curious about this. And this is the tiny little mic that links right up to the Tiny 3 in the software. And then it came with this cool case that had a windscreen, a charger cable, string to put around your neck if you want to hold it like that, and it also does magnets. And this is the actual wireless microphone right here, looking so fresh right there. All right, I saved this for you guys. I just opened up the box, and inside the box there is a card right here, something in it, probably the user manual, and then a nice case. Check out the case that they did give us today. Nice hard case, and there it is. There's what's inside the case. The actual, right here, Look at that thing, guys. And it is in a very nice packaging. It looks like right here we have What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I am so happy to have you guys here today. It is Football Sunday. I can't even say the word because I'll get sued into oblivion by the National Dumb League. And so if I say it, we can't make this video, but today we got something special for you right here. It is an upgrade for the bedroom surround sound system, and this is gonna take things to one more level that we need. Let's get into this today. Let's get this thing opened up. We are back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we welcome you guys, and I have something in my right hand that might be a clue to what we're doing today. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for 60,000 almost subscribers as of this morning. It's an awesome achievement. I am trying to get my video views up, and people are really starting to watch some of the older videos, which I really do appreciate. I just want you to keep in mind that back then the production quality wasn't as good as it is now. We try to make our videos very, very much better now, and also to put more emphasis on quality content and less about length of video. The old videos would just run and run forever, but now I am really trying to make the content more quality base and less about length. And today we are walking into the Supercar Street Racing awesome office, and I've got something in my hand here that might give you a clue about what we're doing today. And then also there's something laying right here on this bed that might give you another hint about what we got going on at Supercar Street Racing today. But before we get started, I just want to remind you guys to please like and subscribe. Every like and subscribe helps the channel and the algorithms focus in on what you guys do enjoy watching. And I'm gonna take this package right here and I'm gonna lay it quietly right here on this box, and that box might give you a hint of what is to come today on the channel. Now right here on top of the box you do see a set of Gear It banana plugs. This is a 3-foot long banana plug, so it can't be going very far, right? And right here it does say on the box, magnetized, do not ship this by air. I don't know why that is the case, why you cannot ship this box with air freight, but it does say it clearly right there on the package, so I'm not gonna argue with that. And while this box sits so comfortably on the bed this morning, let's go ahead and get this thing opened up. All right, now that the box is open, you have a hint as to what is inside. And there's a lot of empty space in here and not a lot of padding, which I think is kind of ridiculous, but hey, it did come at one piece, so you can see right here, there's a clue. It is a Polk Signature Series item. Let's get this thing out of this box. We don't need this where we're going. Now, before we get started on unboxing this, I just wanted to give you guys a good look at the side of the box. This is the ES35 Signature Elite center channel speaker from Polk Audio. You guys know it because we already have one in the home theater room. I bought one for the bedroom. I did notice that as I get older and my hearing gets worse, I do not enjoy the in-ceiling, very crappy old center channel that we have up there. So this is a addition to the bedroom sound, because I do enjoy watching sound in the bed and watching movies. Let's go ahead and get this thing completely out of the box now and see what's inside. I'm assuming it is exactly like what we did have in the home theater room, which is the same exact model number and ordered from the same exact link. Let's get this thing opened up now on the channel. Got one owner's manual in here. I now have two of the same ones. Just go ahead and dump this out. The easiest way to open it, and I guess we don't need that either where we're going. And it is surrounded by some protective styrofoam condoms, and I was finally smarter than that. Do not eat these, even if you're hungry. And then it's also further protected by a nice little protective foam thing, and this is the Signature Series by Polk. This is the front grille. They are magnetized. This is a close-up look at the center channel. This is the ES35 Signature Series center channel from Polk Audio. And you can see right here 6 drivers on the outside for low frequency, mid-range, and one single tweeter right in the center for your high frequencies. It is very compact. It has great sound, great reviews, and on the back it just does have a connector for either speaker wire or banana plug. We are going to be using our Gear It. There'll be a link in the description for these. We have a short run, so we don't need anything long. So this is going to sit right on top of the Marantz Cinema 70S in the bedroom and look so flying fresh. This thing does have 6 3-inch balanced dynamic reinforced polypropylene. That's the correct pronunciation, and it does have one high resolution tweeter. Now this tweeter is crossed over at 2.7 kilohertz. Everything 2.7 and below will go down to these 3-inch woofers. There are 6 of them. This does have an option for you to be able to wall mount it. So you do have that capability on the back. There is a bracket back here, and on the other side there is one of those plus brackets for you to be able to wall mount. Now these can also be used for left and right if you wish. If you mount them up and down in a vertical nature, these can be your left and right speakers mounted to the wall right next to your television. Or they could probably sit on a bookshelf too. It looks like they would probably balance on the ground. Now this guy will handle anywhere from 20 to 150 watts, and its overall frequency response is 66 hertz to 40 kilohertz. So you will want a sub if you're using these for your left and right channels, obviously. Small woofers are not going to handle very low frequencies below the rated capability of this speaker. These are 89 dB sensitivity as well, if you're wondering how sensitive they are. And this has single gold plated 5-way binding posts. Now the dimensions on this are 4 high, so it's 4 that way, that's what they're calling height. They are 24 inches wide, so that would be 24 this way, so they are 2 feet like this if you're trying to figure out if they will fit somewhere. And they are 6.1 on the depth up here, 6.1 inches, due to this power port right here that is for the base. This guy right here weighs in at 14 pounds. If you were wondering the weight, this is 14 pounds, pretty heavy. It shows that there's probably some good size magnets inside with some good quality. All right, let's get this ES35 into the forum, which is the bedroom in the back, and let's get this guy connected up. What do you guys think? But first, let's put this awesome magnetic grill directly on, and it does fall right into place. No issue whatsoever with that coming out. You can see it has little feet that go inside of holes, so when it sits, there is absolutely no way that this thing is going to come off at all. Let's get this thing into the bedroom. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing Garage at the SCSR compound with a new sponsor today. Newtick is so generous to have sponsored the channel, and they provided us with this extension cord outlet cover that is pretty dang cool. There are a lot of cool uses for this. One example I would say would be your refrigerator, but this thing is great. All you have to do is just put it on top of a regular outlet cover and it will basically create an extension cord. I went ahead and plugged it in right here. Plugging it in is simple. There is no trick to it. It literally just slides right over an existing outlet just like that. And when it comes off, you can see It's just a single plug like that. And what that does create for you is a nice 3 extension cord with a nice power light as well. So this is great. It allows you to add power basically anywhere that you can't have something poking out. Just like that. That's how you install it. And notice right now, it does have a nice green light on, letting us know that it is powered up right there. NUC, thank you so much for sponsoring Supercar Street Racing on the big game day that we can't say the name or we go directly to jail. Check out the description. We'll have a link to this. Go ahead and buy this product from the description and support Supercar Street Racing and NUC for the generous sponsorship today. Enjoy the game. We're in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom and we're in front of the Cinema 70S, the 7.1 surround sound Marantz receiver. And when I did this install, you guys can watch it on the channel. I did go ahead and label everything nicely with my label maker. And so that makes it easy to go ahead and find the center channel. Center is right here. So we are going to be taking out this is really a 5 1/4 when you look at it. It is called a 6 1/2, but all these speakers, the inner ring is like way less than what it's rated on the size. You can see right there. So yeah, I'm gonna be going ahead and taking out the center channel right here, and we're gonna be plugging in our brand new Gear It banana plugs right to there and connect up this nice Polk Audio ES35 center channel speaker. These have good reviews on Amazon, so I went ahead and got them. Let's get these Gear Its out. Now here's a look at the Gear It. They are nice and braided. They cost a little bit more for higher quality. And you can see right here, they have nice sleeving on them. So all we have to do right here and right now is remove. There is no banana plug on the center channel. So I did just remove positive and negative. And this will just gracefully fall somewhere back here. We're not using it anymore. Here's a good look at the banana plugs that don't fit. Notice they don't go in all the way. They don't seat properly. Let's see if the Gear Its do seat properly. First, we're gonna close these terminals so that they don't rattle. Let's see if this is a proper. Now the Gear It is marked right here. This one is positive, this one is negative. Let's go ahead and go for the negative first. And they did seat all the way, which is something I was curious about would happen. Yep, those go in all the way. As you guys can see, look at the ones next to them that don't seat right here. And then look at the Gear Its, they seat perfectly. Okay, we can go ahead and push our receiver back towards the wall now, very gently, so no wires get messed up or kinked up. The Gear Its are especially thick, like overly thick, so I think this is perfect. And we do have to worry about our Wi-Fi antenna. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate it down and to the side so it doesn't get smoked by the center channel. And we got our center channel speaker, and it does fit nicely under the TV as well. There's one thing you have to know about these Polk audio speakers. When you buy them, they do have caps over the banana plug section, so you have to pop those out, and it is not exactly easy. Okay, it did pop out, but it's not easy. They are in there. That one popped right out. Now you can see you can get the banana plug in there now, and we'll go ahead and move this without damaging the Marantz. Okay, this is the way the Polk ES35 looks on top of the Marantz. It sits nicely right on top of it and underneath the TV, and it can actually go back some more if we wanted it to, like that. Unassuming, just sits nicely there, and we are no longer using that junky old 6.5 or 5 1/4 or whatever it actually is. Now the next step is to go ahead and run the Odyssey setup again so that it can measure with the new center channel speaker. Let's go ahead and grab the Odyssey mic and get that going. Mic is already connected. Next, sub is plugged in. We're gonna go 6 measurements. We gotta put the microphone at ear height. So let's put it back here in the bed, right up here on the pillows. All right, that's fine. These LED lights are causing a hum. And when we hit next, it is going to start calibrating. Okay, I did go ahead and run the Odyssey setup for all of the positions that are in the bed. Sorry about the hum on the video. It's these LED lights that are interfering with this camera and I cannot figure out how to get it to stop. But anyway, I did go ahead and run Odyssey setup from the 2 positions there. This thing is ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and put a movie on now and check it out, but you guys can't listen to the audio because it will be copyrighted.
Things before you're coming. This world is beyond cruelty.
All right, guys, we successfully installed the Polk ES35 signature center channel speaker right here in the forum, the bedroom, the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, with the lights humming like crazy on the video. But hey, it sounds awesome. I went ahead and watched a little bit of Dune 2 with Dolby Atmos, and it sounds really good, just like in the home theater room over there. We accomplished our goal of putting this speaker in and getting a little sample. We aligned it with Odyssey, so we put Odyssey on, or Odyssey, however you like to pronounce it. We did run Odyssey and go ahead and make sure that all the levels were correct, and then watched a little bit of Dolby Atmos, and it sounds pretty freaking cool. Now let's go ahead and go back over to the SCSR Studio B and take a look at this on Amazon and let you guys check it out and see if you like it. And it woke up for that. All right, we're back in Studio B in the Supercar Street Racing office. This is our second editing studio. We have the studio outside, and then we have Studio B right here in front of me. And we're gonna take a look at the Polk Signature Series, the ES35 center channel speaker on Amazon, so you guys can see how you can get your own. All right, guys, you can see right here, we have Amazon up in front of us, and we have purchased this item a total of 2 times, and you can see the ES35 chilling right there on the screen at a 4.8 star review. Think about that, high level review. I'll put a screenshot up right now of the 4.8 on the Polk Elite ES35 Slim center channel speaker. It has a 1-inch tweeter, 6 3-inch woofers and power ports, and it is in black, and they do make a white version as well. There's a good look at the actual speaker, which you did see in the bedroom, and there is a video here that we will play for you guys.
When it comes to experiencing the full impact of music and movies, deep, powerful bass is essential. To improve bass output, speaker enclosures often incorporate a port, which lets air flow freely in and out of the box. This puts the sound inside the cabinet to work, helping to deliver louder, clearer bass. When a lot of air flows quickly through the port, that airflow can abruptly change, causing chuffing sounds and other distortion. And when a port is noisy, the energy used to produce that noise is no longer producing the intended sound. Bass. Polk's patented PowerPort technology solves these issues in a few ways. Our original PowerPort reduces air turbulence by guiding airflow into the listening space using flares and a diffuser. This promotes a more streamlined flow, which creates less port noise, letting the speaker deliver cleaner bass. The tube-shaped port can also behave like an organ pipe, creating resonances that can mask mid-range sounds. Export has a set of closed-pipe resonators called eigentone filters, which are tuned to absorb unwanted port and cabinet resonances. When the open end of these tubes is placed in the center of the port, the resonances of the port and the filters are in opposite polarity, so they cancel each other out. Because there's less port resonance, bass output is cleaner. Folk's PowerPort 2.0 combines our PowerPort technologies for the best of both worlds. PowerPort's carefully engineered port design reduces the flow of air as it exits the cabinet, and Export eliminates cabinet and port resonances. Together, PowerPort technologies deliver cleaner, tighter bass and a more detailed mid-range. But no matter which version of PowerPort your Polk speaker has, you'll hear louder, cleaner bass that brings deeper thrills to your favorite music and movie.
And like I said, I gave you most of the specs already. This handles 150 watts. As it has really good bass, I agree it does pretty good considering only 3-inch woofers and the power port. Looks really good also. Does have that Polk magnetic grill on the front as well. And in the theater room, I do have the full set with the tower speakers and the ES35. And I want to thank you guys once again for over 50,000 subscribers. We are at 55,730. We just passed 55,000, and we have been featured on a lot of different main channels. So I think that that has something to do with the fact that the subscriber count is going up. The video counts are going up, especially for the older videos as well. People are actually tuning in and checking out the older videos. Now there will be a link in the description to this Polk audio speaker. Make sure you go ahead and buy that or anything you want from Amazon by clicking through any of our product links. If you do that, it gives us a couple of dollars and helps keep the channel relevant and making content. But guys, that's going to do it from the Supercar Street Racing office. We're going to go ahead and call it a day because it is Football Sunday. We can't say the word or we get arrested and hauled out of here. So we're just going to call it Football Sunday. But again, buy from our affiliate links and go ahead and like and subscribe if you are not a returning watcher. And we will see you guys on the next one. We have to get out of here and go get breakfast and prep for the big game. Let's do this. That smart clock peel satisfaction is so good in your life and you love it. That's why I'm here for you, to give you that peel sat for you. You love it. That peel satisfaction is real.
That's solid as rock. I mean, we could put another one in there if we really felt like we needed to, but like,
You don't need it.
no, it ain't going nowhere. Beautiful.
Yeah, get ready to hook up some electronics. So on this one, I put the little extended one there because you have that big fuse block.
Yep. Okay, and then this one.
Yep, that one. And there should be one more with that. So we need to run your charger
Can be.
control cable.
We send it.
Wait,
It goes, it goes. Nope, it does not. This side.
what?
Can try now. There we go.
Boom! Clean.
Okay, so this goes on the back, which is will be the fun part. Trying to get this to go on here.
Fat fingered it.
I don't know.
How the hell do you tighten it? Needle nose?
I guess. Otherwise, it's gonna vibrate off.
Can you get this in there?
Maybe you could get a socket like this. No? Let me get the sockets. Because I feel like if you was long enough.
great.
Guys, welcome back to the channel today. We're out in beautiful Studio A with something exciting for you. Right here in my hand, we have the Alcatel WP58 Pro. Now, this is a rugged smartphone designed to push boundaries. Whether you're gonna go climb mountains, work tough jobs, or just need a phone that won't give up on you, the WP58 Pro might just be the phone for you. This thing is made to survive while also keeping you in top speed. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna open this thing right up and test it and let you guys know what we think. Let's get it done.
Great. All this gear, and I still can't call for a ride.
We're back in beautiful Studio A at Supercar Street Racing. This is our main editing studio, and if you haven't seen the videos on how we made this, it's a really cool thing. Go check it out. But today, Alcatel reached out to us about the WP58 Pro. I have one in my hand right here. Now, the WP58 Pro is IP68 and IP69K certified. It also qualifies for MIL STD 810H protection. That means it's waterproof, dustproof, and shock resistant enough to handle drops. Now, right on the front of the WP58 Pro, the first thing you notice here is its large 6.7-inch display. Check it out. It is a full HD plus display with crisp colors, vibrant detail, and it's perfect for outdoor viewing also. It'll work great even in bright sunlight. Now inside, this guy runs on a very capable octa-core processor, and all this happens while it stays cool in the process. And then of course there's the battery, which is one of the best things about the phone. This guy right here has a 10,000 milliamp battery, 33 watt fast charging, and reverse charging. This thing can charge one of your other phones right out of the USB-C port. How cool is that? It's got a 64 megapixel triple camera system. You can see it right there on the back. And check that out. It's got camping lights too, 2 of them, right on the back of the phone. That is so useful when you go outside. Now, it runs on Android 15, which means you get the latest operating system available. And that's great for security. It also has customizable buttons, NFC for payments, face unlock, fingerprint security, and of course, that's what you need in a modern, rugged smartphone. So whether you're an adventurer, a first responder, or just tired of fragile phones, this phone might be what you're looking for. Now, we'll be testing the battery and of course the actual operating system and the waterproofness of this phone. So let's go ahead and take a look at this phone in a little bit closer way, and we'll start looking at some of the features.
Great. All this gear, and I still can't call for a ride.
Let's go ahead and get that guy opened right up. And inside it looks just like a normal phone. It's got a overlay on the top that we need to peel off, and it looks like volume buttons on the side here, and then a power button right there as well. And on this side, I do see a SIM tray right there, and this supposedly is your smart button, and it has instructions right here for putting in your SIM card. Also in the box, there is a user manual right here, and then underneath that, a warranty certificate. Then you have a nice orange USB cable, and also a power brick right here to go ahead and charge it up. It is USB Type-C all the way through. There's the front camera right there you can see, and on the back you can clearly see the lights here, and then the triple camera setup, and it looks like kind of a carbon fiber type back right here. And that's all there is to the unboxing of the WP58 Pro from Alcatel. Let's get this guy charged up and see what it can actually do. Okay, we're right in front of the WP58 Pro going through its setup right here, and then we're gonna do the almighty waterproof test on this guy. Now, unlike the other phone, this phone does not have a case on it. You can see the back of it here is just the camping light on both top and bottom, the triple camera system there, and it still says getting your phone ready. We're not gonna copy any apps and data because we're only using this phone 1 or 2 times. I'm gonna go ahead and sign in with this. All right, I went ahead and add Supercar Street Racing to the phone here. It's getting my account info. I have to go ahead and set a PIN, and I told it not to unlock with my face or a fingerprint. I told it not to back up my data and not to share myself with anybody nearby. This phone is just for testing. There we have it. We are at the top screen of the phone. We're going to need to add a few apps to this for testing later. Now this guy has an octa-core processor, a 64 megapixel camera, dual camping lights, and runs Android 15. We want to be on video though, so let's go to video, go to settings. It's on 1080p, I put it on 4K. Now let's go ahead and start recording. All right, let's see if this guy is actually waterproof. Let's go for it. It's underwater. You guys should be able to see me on the camera now. That's underneath the water. Okay, the screen went into timeout, but it did record. Phone is still on. We had some great video here of underwater. We're going to run some of the tests that we talked about. Okay, we're in the kitchen and we are going to subject this awesome phone, the WP58 Pro, to the drop test. It's going to fall directly off of the counter. Let's see what happens. Did not break anything. One more drop test. We always do two. Perfectly fine. I don't see any issues at all with this phone on the drop test. All right, let's go ahead and open 3D Mark and run a compatible benchmark. Let's go ahead and run Wildlife. It's installing. All right, here's our score from 3D Mark Wildlife. 1085 with a 6.50 frame rate. You can compare that to other devices online if you want to. That's all for your information to take on from the review. All right, we just tested the durability and put this WP58 Pro through its paces. Now that you've seen the durability and what this guy is capable of, let's throw it into Studio B with Brad and see how you can get your own from Amazon or directly from the Ocatel site. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to beautiful Studio B at Supercar Street Racing. And today we have the Ocatel WP58 Pro right in front of you right here. Awesome phone with a great battery. It only used 7% battery life in 90 minutes of YouTube video playing. It's got that awesome camping light on the back. It does everything great and it's waterproof, dustproof, and shockproof. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. And thank you guys for a 1 million view video and also 250,000 subscribers. We couldn't do it without you. We're gonna show you some actual footage from the WP58 Pro now, right after this segment, but we gotta get out of here. We have to go to lunch. All right, this is a view of night vision on the WP58 Pro. We know already that the Insta360 does not handle low light very well, but here you go. Here's what this looks like directly on the WP58 Pro of my messy bedroom. And here's some foggy outdoor video. It is very foggy outside at SCSR today. This is on the 64 megapixel camera with the fog at the Supercar Street Racing compound. Okay, we are in a completely dark, almost dark room, and I want to show you guys the camping light on this guy. You can see on the back it has two lights, pretty bright. That's just one of the two lights as well. That's what, 1/2, that's at 1/4. Hey guys, I just wanted to clarify a few things about the WP58 Pro and the light. It has two different lights here. It has a regular camping light, which is right here. Then it has a warm light as well. So you can do either one. They're very bright, but I just wanted to clarify the two different lights. One of them is an ambient light and the other one is a camping light. So you can see the difference here in the two light modes. It is very bright. It's lighting up this whole entire room. This is on white light, but then if you put it on warm light, the other light comes on, the ambient light, and that's how that looks in a completely dark room. My new mailbox, man. Sure. Yeah. Some drunk dude run over my mailbox. Oh, flattened it. That's my new mailbox. It's just I had it all on like 4 video cameras. No lights on, nothing. Just ran right over it. So it's my new mailbox. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night. We're back here in the SCSR compound, and as you guys just saw, the FedEx guy saved my life and delivered this lovely package to us so we can get a new mailbox put in. So this is the customizable mailbox from Amazon. There'll be a link in the description to this guy. Looks like it kind of halfway is opened up, but I'm sure it's fine. Now we're gonna take a look at this today, guys, on Supercar Street Racing, because this is going to have to go in as my new mailbox since the other one got destroyed by a drunk person. That video is available, and I will put a link to that also in the description, but let's get started with this guy right now. This mailbox is over $200 on Amazon, so the reason that it is so much is because it is customizable, and it does have supposedly my address on it. And I'll go ahead and dox myself, but it does have my address on it somewhere. Unfortunately, it's not there. Can't put the address on the screen, but it's probably going to end up there anyway because I can't actually hide it the entire time we're doing the project. So this is the Elite from Architectural Mailboxes, and it is black galvanized steel, and I think that's going to look cool. And somewhere there is a sign that hangs on the bottom of this nice post that is going to have the address on it. If you guys want to stalk me, feel free. Honestly, don't care at this point, but yeah, maybe it'll be a welcome addition. So this is the architectural mailbox that is going outside to replace the old one. We will have to figure out getting some concrete in this thing, and I have kind of a little project teaser planned here for this guy that I'm thinking will be a cool video. But yeah, the next step is to get this guy out. This box has the Architectural Mailboxes Elite galvanized steel mailbox inside of it. And I had a plan to open it right in front of you, but of course, I've got the selfie stick here. So there is the mailbox itself, looking so fly. And that just mounts right on top of the post here. And I'm assuming screws right into the post. You can see this has the screw holes in it already. And I already gave up my address there on the screen, so I'm not that worried about it. But here is the mailbox. And I'm sure it has all of the accessories needed to mount it. Trying to get it out of the actual box here so you guys can look at it. And there it actually is in its entire glory, and it did come damaged. There is a little dent right there. It's actually a little like metal thing. I'm not that worried about it though. Honestly, it's whatever. It's towards the back. And that's what the thing looks like in its glory, sitting there in the Supercar Street Racing living room next to the Shamar Bridges mini bike. And then in here, there's some other stuff inside this box. I don't know what it's in. Okay, it says the base on it. So, sitting here filming my address the whole time. There's another box right here, not sure what's in it. Let's go ahead and grab the SCSR official box opener, which is a steak knife. Opened up. Took a look at the instruction manual here. This mailbox has to be 41 to 45 inches off the ground. So think about that. That is 4 feet maximum off the ground, and this post has got to be, well, actually, let's grab our tape measure and measure it. All right, guys, how long is this post? All right, it's only 6 feet. So if we put the mailbox 4 feet off the ground, we have to go 2 feet deep or chop the post. So we'll figure that out once we get outside. We'll go ahead and see how deep our hole is. Our hole is probably 2 feet, which would put this 4 feet off the ground, which is not bad. We could dig a little more out without chopping the post, but I'm really hyped about being able to fill the post up with concrete because people keep running over my mailbox and it sucks.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
Okay, so they were up here on the very top, and I had to go all the way down here.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
All right, guys, we have our new mailbox here. Someone stole all my pavers last night. Really, really crappy night. So I'm going to be looking for somebody with a intent to cause harm. Mailbox height is 41 to 45 inches is what I'm reading on my instruction manual here. So I just dug the post out just a little bit more. And basically 41 to 45 is right about here in the ground. This post is way taller than that. Even if we get to 45, yeah, let's see. So I'm also going to put some concrete inside of the post to strengthen it up. So I've got a Dixie cup here, and I'm just going to put concrete in, test the level, put a little water in, put more concrete in, test the level, etc., etc. Alright guys, we have our mailbox post cemented in, and the next step is to slide in our support rail, just like that. And then there's a key right here. All right, the next step here is to screw the mounting plate onto the mailbox. So it says that they provide screws, and they are supposed to be 2 1/4 inch stainless steel. Let's see what we got. Welcome back once again, and you guys saw what happened in the video. We ordered a new custom mailbox from Amazon. We went and got a lot of stuff for that project and the next project, and then we replaced our mailbox. And what you're looking at right here on the screen is that replacement from the Forever Products company. And you saw on the video, like I'll put it in the description, someone ran directly over my mailbox with no headlights on. They swung wide, hit my mailbox, and then took off. And in this video, I went and bought a bunch of pavers to re-landscape the area, and those got stolen on video night before last. So anyway, this is the Forever Products customizable mailbox. It is $209 on Amazon. And what you do is you order it based on your preference for a custom plate, and you can get your number on there, and also if you want your name, you can get that and your actual street. So I got just my street and my number on mine. Now my only complaint about this mailbox is that it has an issue with the sign hooks. The hooks that hold on the sign are too big for the actual holes in the sign, so I bent my sign. I put my hooks in and I bent my sign down to make this thing work. You could probably just drill the sign out a little bit more, but it does not come ready to go. That is my only complaint. Other than that, it looks awesome. It's super easy to install, and you can see we did get the concrete going in there. We concreted into the ground, and then we concreted also in the post. And if you really want to, you can put a 4x4 post inside of the vinyl post, but the concrete is just as good. Guys, this thing has a 4.7 star rating. Go ahead and pick one up, and please click through my link in the description when you order anything from Amazon, not just this. Click any of my links in any of my videos when you order products, and that gives me a little bit of money for the channel, because we do lose money on the channel. Now, I'm so happy you joined us today. We got another big project coming up, and I will be editing that also today for hours. So please like, subscribe, and we'll see you next time on the channel. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we push tech and machines to the edge. And today we're taking a first look at the Alcatel WP100 Titan. This thing is an absolute beast. It's got a rugged build and a 22,000 milliamp hour battery. It's also got a cool camera setup that punches way above its weight. I'm just giving you a little bit of a taste of this now because in the full video coming up, we're gonna stress it, we're gonna test it, and see if it actually lives up to that Titan name. Now let's get into it. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and before we dive straight in, we want to give a shout out to Alcatel, who is a long-term sponsor of the Supercar Street Racing channel. And they just dropped one of their craziest rugged phones directly on this channel, the WP100 Titan. Now let's break down what makes this thing such a monster. Now first up, let's talk about the battery in this thing. That is the largest battery ever created for a smartphone. Now what this means for us is when we're out there on those long days shooting on the road, like Las Vegas CES on January 6th through the 8th, we'll be there. We're gonna have the WP100 Titan with us. We won't have to worry about charging the phone for days. It's gonna be so nice to have that available. Now you would think with a phone with a battery this big, it would take forever to fill up, but this guy works very quickly and can fill up in a fraction of the time. That's perfect for us when we're jumping between shoots and we don't have time to charge, but more than a few minutes, this thing comes in clutch. Now, as usual with Alcatel phones, it has a rugged military build. It has IP68 ratings, IP69K ratings, and it has MIL STD810H. And in plain English, it's dust-proof, drop-proof, and it's waterproof. Now, we've had phones die on shooting days before. It's not gonna happen with this one. Now, I've got it right here in front of me, and it has a 200 megapixel camera out back, and it does actually have night vision as well. This is perfect for both regular light and low light situations. Let's say we want to go on a car meet and we want to shoot some of it in a parking lot at night. We've got the perfect night vision right here for that. And it's even great for night drives. And another big one, the Media Dimensity chipset. This isn't some slow CPU in a rugged phone. Apps load fast, 4K playback is silky smooth, and even gaming won't choke you out on the WP100 Titan. And now let's talk a little bit about the display. This thing has a 6.78 FHD screen with a fast refresh rate. It's big, bright, and smooth. It's great for navigating, watching back footage, all when we're out scouting new production locations. Now, something that I really like that Alcatel added to the phone is the dual frequency GPS and the expanded navigation suite. Let's say we're out in the middle of nowhere filming off-road shots or scouting new routes. This phone actually locks onto satellites faster and stays accurate even in wooded areas or around tall buildings. And it's one of those features you don't usually appreciate until you've been lost with no signal, which has definitely happened on this channel. Also, speaking of being out there, this thing also supports reverse charging. This thing isn't just for charging itself. This thing can top off cameras, mics, drone batteries, even another phone if somebody on the team needs charging. Plug it in right there and they can get a charge from you. So it basically doubles as a power bank for those days when you need it. Now let's talk a little bit about the durability. You can actually feel it when you pick it up, but this thing has an aluminum frame. It has shock absorbing corners right here, and it does have Gorilla Glass right out front. What that means is you can drop it, scrape it, slam it in a car door, whatever you want to try. This thing should be up for the task. It is definitely a beast. And trust me, with all the stuff we carry around this house, inevitably some things manage to hit the ground on a regular basis. And it's got this customizable side key right here, and you can actually program that to do anything you want. One thing that I like to do with mine is program it for the camera, so that if I need the camera really quickly, all I gotta do is press this one button. Now the audio on this is surprisingly good as well. So that means when you're checking clips, watching playback, or just using these guys as a mini TV between breaks, it's actually enjoyable instead of sounding like a tin can. It's also hooked up connectivity wise. It uses Wi-Fi 6, NFC, Bluetooth, and it also supports global bands. So whether you're here in the States or out of the country, this thing has you covered. It does have a slot for an SD card, so you can go ahead and expand it to your needs. Now this feels like it was built with creators and explorers in mind. So coming up next, we're gonna go ahead and unbox this thing officially for you. We're gonna throw it outside to the Supercar Street Racing Garage Studio, where we're gonna unbox this thing and show you what's inside. Okay, directly in front of me, we have the Alcatel WP100 Titan that we're going to be unboxing today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go ahead and get this thing out of the box. All their boxes look about the same. They all have like an AI logo. They tell you what kind of RAM and ROM are inside of it. They tell you the model number and that it is a 5G phone. Let's go ahead and crack this thing open now. We don't need this plastic where we're going. And right here in front of me is the WP100 Titan box, ready to be opened. There's not much on the back except the IMEI number and a little label, so we're not going to show that on camera, but let's get this thing all opened up now. And there is the fly and fresh Alcatel WP100 Titan in the case. It does have the Alcatel brand on the little cover. Now this thing is heavy, guys. Now I am telling you right now, this might be the heaviest smartphone that I have ever felt, and there is a reason behind that, and we will get to it in the unboxing video. But there is the WP100. Look, it is made of metal there. You can see, look at the buttons on the side here. Very cool. You can definitely tell this thing has some weight to it. You can see on the back it does have a camping light like the other phone did. You can see its triple camera system right there as well. Yeah, on the side there's your card slot right there. There's some buttons and there's some more buttons down here. There's a USB Type-C port right there, and I would say, I don't know the exact weight. If I had to guess, I would say a pound or more, and we're going to get into why that is when we get into the specs of this awesome phone. But yeah, for right now, this is the WP100 Titan, and what else is inside the box is a user manual, and there is a charger down at the bottom here. There's a warranty certificate, there's a USB Type-C, and yes, they do actually give you a charger brick, which Samsung is not doing anymore. So that is it for the WP100 Titan. Let's get that thing back in the plastic now. It's very heavy and very solid. What a phone. This thing looks like it could last through a war. All right, you can tell we're in the dark home theater room because you can't see anything. So if we go to the home screen here on the phone, you can see there's a little projector icon. We can just tap that. And look at this. We actually have projected the phone onto the screen. Now notice it's much wider. You can actually see light on the edges of the square. There's our video. It's pretty small. I'm sure we could back up a little bit and make it bigger. This is what we just shot. Now let's look at it in regular light. You can see right here, it is shining directly on the wall right there. On the side of the phone here, right on this side, there are two little buttons that control the focus. You can see right there, it's in focus, out of focus, but I can actually do it myself with the buttons, which makes that much better than what we were looking at before. That's the only controls that I could find. It does tend to autofocus, but at the same time, if you fine tune it, you can use the buttons there to get it out of focus. And I tell you what, I think that projector feature is really cool. I am really hyped to actually use this in a certain number of different ways, and I just wanted to make sure you guys saw that, and it looks actually really good even in broad daylight. All right guys, now that we have the Alcatel totally unboxed, you guys can see what this thing brings to the table, and it's no joke. This thing feels like a tank, but it's also modern enough looking that it doesn't feel like you're carrying around a brick all the time. Those buttons feel solid, that battery gives it some weight, and that rugged frame tells you you're not carrying around your ordinary everyday smartphone. You got all the essentials in the box. You guys saw this. You got your paperwork, you got your charger and your USB cable. But the star of the show is the hardware itself, the reinforced casing, the high resolution camera, and the built-in projector system. This phone is clearly designed for people who use their gear hard. But let's not waste any time. You know this channel, you know our mission. We don't just accept claims, we're gonna go test them. Now let's put the Titan through its paces and see what it can really handle. So up next, we're gonna do those famous waterproof tests. We're gonna do a drop test. Let's get to it. Okay, we are with the WP100 Titan, and I did locate this thing called underwater mode. We're gonna drop it in just like this. Let's see. I'm walking around with it in the net. It is completely submerged. The bottom, you guys can see it just as well as I can. It's at the bottom of the pool almost. There's only a foot left before it's at the bottom, and it is coming back up to the top. There's our phone. I don't know when it stopped recording. It is recording still. It's recording. All right, great. All right, we put the WP100 Titan through our normal test in the battery test, a whopping 47 hours playing back on YouTube, and we still had some percentage left. In the drop test, we dropped it 3 times from 5 feet, right on the screen, no issues whatsoever. It performed well in this test as well, as do all the Alcatel phones. And in the water test, we drug it through the pool. You guys saw the results. We drug it all the way through the pool, and the screen came right back on when we were done doing that as well. And in the performance area, we did 3D Mark, and we did Geekbench. In 3D Mark, it did well as well. 355 on Wildlife, 1050 single core, 3100 multi-core on Geekbench. All right, guys, we're back here in Studio B, and that's going to wrap up the Alcatel WP100 Titan review. This thing is an absolute beast. It is very heavy because it has a 33,000 milliamp hour battery. It has a projector, which is very cool, 1200 lumen camping light, and it does pretty much everything. Has a very nice camera, very detailed, great color. Loved all the pictures and photographs from the camera as well. You're going to see some of that at the end of the video here. But that's going to do it. Go ahead and order your WP100 Titan from the link in the description. And thank you, Alcatel, for being a long-term sponsor. We got to get out of here, though. We got 1,000 other phones to review right now. All right, we're out here taking video now on the WP100 Titan. We got it set for 4K, 30 frames per second. This is the compound here, and you can see the alligator right there chilling, so fresh and so fly. And I just wanted to get you guys an idea of what the video quality was like. But yes, there is the alligator right there. There is the compound. There's some green grass for you guys. There is the pool, should be looking nice and blue. There is the pool tile. And then of course, we want to go ahead and look at some red colors. There's some nice reds and purples for you, and another look at the compound on the WP100. Let's get some pictures as well. Okay, I wanted to give you guys some more of the capability of the night vision of the WP100 Titan. Check this out. This is my completely dark garage. The sun is barely coming up right now. This, on a regular camera, you can't see this at all. But on the WP100 Titan, check it out. You can make out the golf cart right there. You can make out the scooters right there, no problem. Look at that. You can make out the actual posters where there's no light hardly at all in here. So that is the WP100 night vision. Before it gets daylight here, we want to show you the WP100 Titan's camping light. So here's the controls for it. You just click full. Look how bright that is. That is lighting up the whole area here. Check it out. Now I'm recording this on the Samsung, but you can see it's still dark out here. And looking at the camping light, look how bright this thing is. So for example, I always go into my shed here. It'd be super convenient since my phone is already on my body. If I had this camping light, look at this. This thing lights up the entire shed. How cool is that? On the WP100 Titan, the camping light. But look at that. Awesome light, man. Check it out. No light, light. Let's go out here on the dock. Here's the dock with no light. And then, of course, all lit up by the WP100. We are back looking at the WP100 Titan. I just wanted to show you guys how the projector on the phone looks in a real theater room. This is my theater room, completely dark. Okay, that was my channel on the WP100 Titan and projected up onto the home theater screen. How come you won't look at me? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're out in the Supercar Street Racing awesome compound garage today, and we're teaming up with Navi once again. Navi sent us the ST3 Pro that you can see right here behind me. They actually sent 2 of them to us, and Joe and I took those out and did a whole video with them and absolutely love them. But Navi reached out again and asked if we want to look at their XT5 Pro, their scooter that's designed for off-road, and we said absolutely yes. And they also sent us something else as well, but that's not for this video. But right here behind me, we got the Navi XT5 Pro. We're going to be unboxing today on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us and let's check out this badass scooter. Let's get moving. We're back in the SCSR compound garage, and today we have the Navi XT5 Pro scooter right here behind me. And Navi asked us if we wanted to take a look at their off-road version, and of course I said I would be happy to do that for them. I would love to, and it's right here in this box behind me. Now the cool part about the XT5 Pro is that it features a rally-inspired design. It's also got a 2200 watt powerful motor. That is going to be ideal for taking this guy outside and on the trails or in the park or whatever you plan to do with it. We're gonna check out also the 4 riding modes that are offered. Guys, I might have figured this out, and I think we're going to be able to install this now. It was a process, but I am about to try it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to show you how to install Kodi on a show device. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You thought you were locked down, but guess what? If you got one of these, you can put it on there. Back in front of the Show 15 now, where we're going to show you guys how to install Kodi on this device. So the first thing you have to do this is a Show 15. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. Once you have the Show 15, you will get a prompt that asks you if you'd like to upgrade your experience to the Fire TV experience. You go ahead and upgrade this device to the Fire TV experience, where you will come back and you will see this little dot right here. See that? Right there. Once you have that, then you're well on your way to getting Kodi. All right, let's quickly go over what you have to do to install Kodi on your Echo Show 15. First, you go into the Fire TV. You go ahead and go to Find, and you search for the developer menu. Developer tools menu there. Here it is. Go ahead and open that. It pops up this little window. You can just hit the back button on your remote or either on the display remote. You're going to have Toolless installed as well. So go ahead and do that, and you're going to have File Explorer installed as well. When you press on them, you should be able to install them. Now let's go get Kodi TV. So we can hit back button here or back on the remote. So we will need the downloader for that. So back to the home screen. go to Find. Try that again. Find, search for downloader. There it is there. Go ahead and install downloader. Once it's installed, open it up. Now it's telling you that there's limited functionality for touch. So now, once you have downloader installed, you browse to either this full link or you go to Kodi.tv. And remember, this is limited touch. So if we just go to Kodi.tv, if you don't want to type in that whole link, you're going to have to get the 32-bit version. Go to the little menu here. Go to download. Go to Android, the little Android robot. Get the 32-bit version. The 64-bit version will not work. It will go ahead and download. Once it's done, it's going to attempt to install, which is going to fail. This doesn't work because when you hit settings, it's just going to disappear. So just click done on downloader. Or actually you have to use your remote. Again, the touch doesn't work on a lot of things. Click the home button here or on the screen to get back to your Fire TV mode. Go into your apps. Find your developer tools menu, open that. Just hit the back button to get out of that. Now on File Explorer, you have to use your remote. Again, see how it says limited touch? You're going to want to go to your downloader folder where you downloaded that Kodi. Select the one you just downloaded. I have a couple in here. So just select it with the middle button or on the screen. Click Cut. Hit the back button either here or on the screen remote. Go to Download and paste it. Once that's pasted, go back again, go into Toolless, right there. Toolless, or whatever it's called. Open that. Find your download folder. Find the app you just copied. It's one, these are old. I've done it a couple of times now. But open up the Kodi app. It will then say continue and it will install and it will finish. And then once it's done, you will see that if you go to the home screen now and you go to all your apps, you have this wonderful Kodi. There is proof that Kodi works. All right, so I am out in the garden today and there is a spy camera in my garden aimed at my neighbor's house here. Text my neighbor, he has no idea what it is. So it's about to get confiscated, but not until I cover the lens first. So I don't know if it does audio, but it probably just heard me. So I'm going to get it right now and cover it. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing here with the Go 4 Wild decorative hose hanger here. And so this is going to go on both sides of my house. We have a hose outlet on both sides. I already got the hoses for it. They are the expandable hoses like I have been buying, and I enjoy those hoses, so I bought 2 more. So these are going to go on either side, and as you can see here, we have the decorative part of this, and I kind of like this star. I have 2 of these. There's another one in the box right there. And this is actually for the home theater, so that's a separate thing. But yeah, so this is the guy right here. Comes with 2 pieces. Here's the instruction manual for it. So it looks like it shows you how to put it in studs or in concrete. I actually have a set of concrete screws. So this should be pretty easy to install. They give you like huge, we're not going to use those. We're going to use my concrete drill bit and concrete screws to put them in the stucco. So here is something that needs to be removed. So we need to cut that right off. Let's grab our scissors right now and cut this off and take a look at how this thing goes together. Yep, that's just the installation screws, which we don't need. We're using the screws that are designed to go into stucco or concrete. You just drill out a small hole, and these are awesome screws. They go right in. They come with a little bit and everything. But it looks pretty simple here. It looks like basically you hang this part, you hang this on the wall first, level it out and everything. So it's easy to level these out because you do one side, put the level on it, mark the other side, and then drill the other side so it's level. So after this is hung up on the wall, it looks like let's see if they want you to, so they say to remove the bolts. Remove 2 pre-assembled bolts. Okay, yeah, they want you to actually put it together first. So you actually take these 2 screws out, and then you attach it to here. And I guess it doesn't matter either way. I mean, it's the same thing. These are pretty cool. They're pretty sturdy feeling, pretty heavy. It says they can handle 150-foot hose. We're going to find out. But let's grab the tripod and put this thing together. And we are back with the, what is it called? Go for a Wild decorative hose hanger here. So they ask you to remove the 2 screws out of the side here. Oh, there, Allen. Wasn't expecting Allen's key. Any of his keys. I wonder if they give you a Allen wrench. I bet they do. They do. Pretty funny. They decide to use Allen's and they have to supply you with a wrench rather than just using, you know, a standard screw. It kind of doesn't make sense. So you have 2 of these guys, but it looks like you just insert like that. Pretty simple. And then right here, 1 screw goes in like this. Really don't know how high to put these things on the wall. That's pretty much it. That side's in. They just come in 2 pieces, I bet, for shipping. And here is the second one of Allen's key. Pretty much this one's done, folks. Just remember, don't put it in backwards. Star's got to face forward when you're... So there it is, all assembled. Let's grab the other guy. Number 2 out of the box. There we have numero dos. Man, they give you some beefy screws. I guess thinking that the hoses are heavy, they give you pretty beefy screws, but you're going into concrete, so. Here is number 2. And I'm actually in an unboxing mood today, so I've got a bunch of stuff to unbox for this project. Waiting on speaker wire to finish the 65-inch 4K bedroom project. So that should be here today, in which case I can get up in the attic tomorrow morning when it's cooler and pull the wires and run them down through the cap. So that's coming. There's our second one and our second hardware here, which we don't need. We'll keep the Allen wrenches as a gift. Allen's key, as the stereo channel likes to call it. Steve Willison. Easy assembly process right here. And yet I am fumbling with it. Then we take the Allen's key here. That one feels a little bit stripped, but it went right in. And number 2. This one is complete. Now I'm going to show you guys the hardware we're going to use to install this on the walls outside. Back again, guys. These are the Wedget concrete screws. These are awesome, awesome, awesome for stucco concrete. They come with this bit, this drill bit. So what you do is drill a hole at least the length of the fastener. Otherwise, these will bottom out and you won't be able to get them in. So you go drill it at least that long, and then all you do is it comes with this bit. Comes with that bit. You just use this bit in your drill and drive that thing right into the wall. Super, super easy. They're called Wedget concrete screws. If you guys need to put anything in not drywall, in concrete or stucco or masonry, these things are freaking awesome. I use them everywhere. That's what we're going to use to install these guys. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get this installed. I brought my level out here, and what we're doing is going to mark the center of the hose, level this out like this, make sure it's right in the center of the pipe. Levels right there. So that's the center. That's what I'm going to work off of to get this guy installed. So my mark is here. I'm going to go right there. Looks pretty centered. Yep. Just going to mark one side here. That's where our first bit is going to go, our first screw. So we got our Wedget concrete screws here. They come with this drill bit, masonry bit. We're going to go at least the depth of the screw, which is 1 inch, I believe. Yep. Okay, perfect. Now it came also with a hex driver that fits it. Put that on our drill. And there is the first one. I screwed it in too much. that. Now we got to get it level and mark the other one. Which I brought the small level for that. Right there. And we'll get the other screw in there now. There we go. Good to go. Now we'll get out our brand new hose. We really need a new spigot there. To do that, we have to turn off the water, and I bet you that won't come out. Here's our brand new expandable hose. 100 feet. Go ahead and hook that up. I'm going to replace this spigot for sure. I just don't know when. And let's get it wrapped. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. I put this too low. I'm gonna leave it, but see how it's touching the spigot almost? That needs to be higher on the other side of the house. I'll end up moving this one eventually. Okay, so there's that. And here's the free sprayer that it comes with. Yeah, I'm gonna make that higher on the other side. Almost wish I had a little hook. Yeah, that's not good. Perfect. And that's it, guys. It is installed. It should actually be up right around here. On the other side, I'm going to get it another 6 inches or so. Looks good though. Came out really nice. What do you guys think? Looks awesome to me. All right, over here on the other side, working on the other one, where I won't make that mistake twice. And I forgot my pen. Of course. Center of this is right here. So right there. Center again here. There, kind of where that dirt is. That's our center right about there. I like it up higher over here, so not make that mistake twice. So we're gonna go right there. Just like that. Let's get our screws out and our bit. Perfect. I know that's the right bit. Why is it not fit? It came with the thing. Get it leveled. Right there. Oh, we marked it up a little bit. That sucks. Probably touch it up with something. Got a little bit of the drill on it. Dropped it. All right, driving the concrete screw in now. How does that thing is mounted? I guess if this thing leaks. Yep. Yeah, this thing's leaking like crazy. I'm taking this thing off. Have to end up getting a new one if I want another Y adapter on here. This actually is already wired over to the spigot over in the garden, so yeah, all right. Let's get our hose out. They give you an extra washer and a nice sprayer nozzle. All right. Yeah, that's much better. That other one's too low. Looks pretty good. Let's get our sprayer nozzle. These all come with a free nozzle, which isn't actually free, you're paying for it, but they all come with one. Cool. Awesome, looks so good. I like it better up higher. Very nice, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. There'll be links in the description. Please like and subscribe for me. Have a good day. We just came outside and these cute little duckies are swimming in the pool. Following Mom. They're all just attached to her. It's so cute. We're trying to figure out what to do with them, but honestly, we can't put them.
You know, some people say you can have too many tools. I say you can never have enough tools. I think I'm prepared for pretty much anything.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're doing something different today. We have been invited by our new sponsor, Tesla, to check out their quick fix toolkit. Now, this thing is 27 pieces, and they sent it to us to check out with you guys and see if you'd be interested in getting one of these for yourself. Because whether you're wrenching on cars or just doing everyday builds, this toolkit promises to be great for everyday world life. So today we're gonna unbox it, take a look at it, see everything that's included in it, so you guys can decide for yourself whether you wanna pick one up. Let's get right to it. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel and a huge welcome to our new sponsor, Tesla. They sent us this quick fix toolkit, TS01-P07. Now let's break down what you get in here and why it actually matters. First off, this isn't some cheap toolkit. This is a high quality toolkit meant to last. And you get a good range of tools in here. You can see you get hammer, screwdriver, pliers, a crescent wrench, utility knife, and a tape measure. Everything you need to do a basic tool job. Now the build quality feels solid, the handles are rugged, and the bits seem like they seat pretty well in this. And everything comes in a solid case that's portable enough to bring with you on location. And everybody knows portability is huge when we're on site. So what that means is instead of carrying a bunch of mismatched tools, you'll have everything where you need it right here in one box for small, light work jobs, and also everyday maintenance. And for a channel that's dealing with cars, golf carts, scooters, having all these tools in one place where I can quickly get to them means a lot to me. Now we're going to go ahead and unbox this thing and let you guys see exactly what comes in the Tesla toolkit. Let's throw it out there to the SCSR studio in the garage and take a look at what's inside this thing. All right, in front of me right here is the Tesla Quick Fix Toolkit. This is model TS01-P07 that they sent us to take a look at on Supercar Street Racing. You can see on the front of the box, it says it does have 7 tools included, and it is a toolbox for compact portability. I am hyped for this. I really needed something like this. Look on the front, you can see here, it looks like it comes with a hammer and a wrench and a screwdriver at least. Probably more than that. On the side here is the model number again, TS01-P07. And then on the back here, it does show you everything that comes in it. It's got a claw hammer, a screwdriver, a multiplier, a crescent wrench, a utility knife, and a tape measure. And it shows you here again, it looks like there's some bit sets as well for your screwdriver. There's a cap for your hammer. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Now it says designed by Tesla in California, assembled in China. There's a support number and email address are down here. So they have a 1-800 number for you to check out. And then of course the barcode right here on the side. The other side of the box just reflects the same thing, and there's nothing on the bottom of the box. And so back to the front here, we need to get this Teslong quick fix toolkit unboxed. And to do that, we have the SCSR patented knife ready to go, as dull as it may be. And inside of the box here, the Teslong is in another plastic condom. I love how flat this is. It already seems like this is going to be easier to work with than a big bulky toolbox. Let's go ahead and get rid of the second plastic condom that is holding us back from accomplishing our job here, as usual. We don't need this plastic where we're going. And check out this cool design here, guys. It's very flat, very compact. It has a handle up here that opens up, so it's not always in your way either. And on the side, it has two levers that you pull open like that to open up. And then you have to push the button on the front, and then it will simply open up for you just like that. And on top, there is a user manual to show you how to use your tools if you don't understand how. There is a protective foam thing there. And inside, some of the tools were kind of disheveled because probably in shipping, we already can see right here, we have one long driver set, and it does accept all of these bits right here. And it looks like you got a good selection of things like Torx, flatheads, and also Phillips heads. There's also a compact screwdriver, which can be helpful when you don't have enough space. It uses the same bits. You just push these bits out of the kit directly in there, and they are magnetic, so they will not come out as well. Now, moving on to the next part of the kit, we do have a fully functional razor blade knife right here. It looks like it uses the long kind of blades, not the regular razor blades that you get at the hardware store that refill. It uses the long kind, and hopefully there are some refills. It sounds like they might be refills inside of there, but let's see, does this thing actually work? It does. It sliced our Teslong toolkit manual directly into pieces. Nice utility knife there included with the Teslong. This is our hammer here. It's got a flathead on that end, and it does have a claw on that end, and it looks like this is the hammer protector. So I'm just going to put it on the hammer and place the hammer so gently right back into its original position. Let's see if it's a hammer. Yep, it's a hammer. Now moving down, we do have a nice adjustable wrench here. You like to call it crescent probably. I call it adjustable wrench. It is very high quality. This has some good weight to it. I feel like these are high quality tools, even though I haven't gotten to spend a lot of time with them yet. Now moving down here, we have our nice measuring tape. It's very readable. It's white with black writing on top, and it does work as it's expected to when you pull it out. And now there is no fractions on the tape. It is just the lines and the larger numbers. So if you were looking for one with fractions, that does not have it, but it does fit back into its slot like it's supposed to. Now it looks like we have some multi-function pliers and cutters because they are needle nose, and also there are slots cut out as well in there, and there's your little cutter for you to cut wire. I think you could probably strip wire with these as well. I think that's what that's for. These are nice needle nose. They're very heavy. They got some weight to them. I think they're going to be great for a lot of the projects that I use. Now that is all that's inside of the Teslong box. Let's see how easy it is to pack right back up and take with us. So if you just close that, I heard the lock latch. Okay, so to latch it back, you just simply push those two back in. This thing is ready for transport. It is solid. I don't see any reason why you would not be able to use this for any regular job around the house. And that's all for the Teslong unboxing on Supercar Street Racing. Everything's out of the box now. You can see it all here professionally organized, and the Teslong toolkit gives a vibe of professionalism, not some cheap toolkit made of plastic. The tools are neatly organized, the case is compact, and everything feels secure inside of the case, like it's not going to fall out. Inside of the kit, we have hammers, we have screwdrivers, we have a razor knife, an adjustable wrench, and some nice needle nose pliers with cutters. This thing is so perfect for working on cars too, or golf carts, or scooters, or any power sports you have. Exactly what you need for working in tight spots so you don't go stripping bolts and screws.
You know, some people say you can have too many tools. I say you can never have enough tools. I think I'm prepared for pretty much anything.
Enough of that. We want to know if you guys are interested in buying your own toolkit. So in order to do that, we're going to have to throw it inside to Studio B so you can go ahead and see where you can get your own Teslong 27-piece toolkit. Let's throw it inside. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing in Studio B, getting ready for CES 2026. We will be there January 6th through the 8th. But right now our concentration is on the Teslong 27-piece home repair toolkit. This thing was awesome. It looks high quality. I think you should check it out. Go ahead and grab one from the link in the description. Thank you guys for 252,000 subscribers and my first 1 million view video. We're gonna get out of here right now. We got so many videos to edit, it's hurting my hands. All right, we got the 85-inch peel satisfaction. You got 10 seconds. Let's go. Oh, that peel. Where we at?
With the palms.
Oh.
Stuff this thing in there. See
There.
where these guys are gonna go, and we'll find a spot.
Yo, there's a cute bartender that works here. She's amazing. I think we're good, like on the end right there, right?
Well, the end or
Wait, are we ready? We don't have anything to tie out?
you can flip that bumper out.
Okay. And then we'll tie off with this. Tire dinghies. Oh, head-on collision course. Yep. Still got idle issues. Look at that blue boat, dude. Sick.
Yeah.
What? 1,000 horsepower? That is nice, brother. All right. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today we have Patricia behind the camera.
Hello.
And we have this special box right from China that I've been waiting for about a month. It's a special delivery. It's gonna look so good on the house. I can't wait to unbox this amazing crate with you guys today. Let's get going. Let's get this unboxed. All right, we're back on the channel today with Patricia behind the camera doing all the videography. And today we have this special box that came directly from China. This was purchased off Etsy, and you can tell right here that they have actually packaged this very nicely. It's made of plywood and has like 8 screws in it. So we have our DeWalt cordless drill today. We're gonna go ahead and open this right now and see what's inside because I'm super hyped to get this going. All right, we got the DeWalt cordless drill here. So first thing we have is a kind of a clue of what's in the box, and it is a template. If you look, it's literally not my address. That's not my address, but it's somebody's address. But there's a template in here first. There is a checklist here that shows you how to install this and a nice bunch of instructions here on how to do this, which I'm really curious about. I've always wanted to do this, but I'm super nervous about doing it. This is one of the things I never wanted to do because you have to get it perfect. If it's not lined up perfectly, it's gonna look weird. And then inside the box, this is apparently the transformer. So this is a power supply, basically. And if you don't know what this is already, you will here pretty soon. But this is the power supply, and it looks to be high quality. I was thinking this was gonna be cheap, but the whole kit was about $400. And look, you get this nice, high quality, multi-pin power supply. And it looks like there's a hookup for each number, which is really cool. That's cool. Right? Very cool. Very, very cool. And then inside of this, we have our screws. So they gave us very long screws to put these in. And the nuts as well. You can see right there, got my name on it. This is from Etsy. There's a bunch of sellers that make these. I picked one that had good reviews, and I went back and forth with him for about 3 weeks and finally ordered. So these are the LED house numbers, and they are mounted with the screws right there. I still don't know how. So they give you the template for that though. So you put the template up on the wall, you level the template like this, so you get your level. Once you get your level, and that's how you get your numbers straight on the wall. If you don't get it exactly right, the numbers will look weird. So you got one shot, like Slim Shady.
Like Eminem.
Yep, just like Slim Shady, dude. Yeah, so basically, all you have to do is plug that in there, and then when you put it on the wall, it sits out from the wall so it glows on the background. So I have kind of an idea of where that's gonna go, but these look awesome. And I do like the fact that the fonts are like, and then the wire just goes through the wall. So basically, you're not gonna see anything but the number. $380, I think, for all of them. It's kind of the typical price for them. The actual plan is I'm gonna put this power supply on a smart plug, so it'll be controlled. Floats out a little bit, like maybe an inch, and so it backlights. It looks really freaking cool.
That's cool, yeah.
So let's go outside and see where this is gonna go. And the plan right now is to put the numbers right up here. They should fit right in that space, hopefully. It barely fits. You don't even have to like put screws in it. It's like,
Oh yeah.
you could just glue it there. To drill through to the other side inside the garage, and then pull the wire, pull the power all the way over to the outlet that's on the corner. So I'm gonna go above the garage door. I wish I could plug it in.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Got him! Got him!
Inside in the garage now, and I wanted to show you guys where this is gonna go. So Patricia, come check this out. So basically, above here to have to come through this side. The transformer will mount up here, and the power goes all the way over here to up there where I gotta still tie the wires up to the access point by our garage door opener, but that's gonna power it. It's gonna have a smart plug on it to turn it off and on with sunrise and sunset. So that's the current plan. How are we supposed to get this through the wall?
You have to drill a big enough hole.
You do. So here's the deal. See back here? You gotta drill. You have to drill 5 of these. It's gonna be hidden by the back of this. So when you put this up against the wall, that barely fits. These are like probably a ½ an inch too big. And then you drill through, and then on the other side, we'll have the transformer up at the top, tied up nicely with all 5 of these going to it. We'll run an extension cord over. Okay, we're back in the garage now. It's very hot in here, but wanted to show you guys what the plan is in here without dying. But up here, these numbers are gonna be right on this side of the wall, so we're gonna have to drill through this entire, for a couple of the numbers, we gotta go through this whole plate. But my plan is, come through here, mount the transformer right up here, just right here, up to the wall. We'll have all of our wires going there, and then we'll run a power wire up all the way over to our power right there, and then we will have a smart plug probably right here on the end of the power wire. That will be connected to Alexa, and it will come on at dusk. Come on at dusk and off at dawn, like the soffits and our new LED sconces. All right, we're back in the kitchen. Patricia has all of our house numbers connected, and here's a good look with all of the numbers. 5 connections to the power supply here, and all you do now is just take your lights. Patricia, show them how this would be laid out. So basically, that's what they're gonna look like at night from the road. They're very bright. I mean, you're gonna see these for sure. The contrast, the black with the white light, it's gonna look good. And also, the soffits are blue, it'll look just like that. And so that's what it looks like. And they sit out about that much so they backlight the house. Now, the next big job is getting the holes drilled and getting these things. I've already made a decision that they're gonna have to be wedged in because there's just no room. They barely fit anyway. And I think if I wedge them in and get a tube of clear silicone sealer and just go right behind them on the bottom and right behind them on the top here and just put like a dab there, they're never gonna move because they're wedged. I think even with a wind, the only thing that sucks is we're gonna have 5 holes drilled through above my garage door, which I'm kind of stressed out about, but there's really
no other option.
There's no other option. In front of our nice house numbers again, and you can see here are the mounting studs, and basically what you do is run them into the back of this. They screw in all the way, and then you simply drill a hole in the wall and these go right through it. All right, so we have a problem here, Houston. I don't have a big enough drill bit because this has to go through the stucco and all the way through to the garage. So that's fairly large. I would say that's probably a 1/2 inch, but I'm gonna check it right now. Let me go ahead and look at this and see what this is. All right, so on the end of these connectors, you're going to need a 3/4 inch bit to get through whatever surface. Mine is masonry, so I'm going to go ahead and order a masonry bit. This only goes up to, let's see, a 1/2. So we need a 3/4. Let's get online and order that now on Amazon so we have it. Checking out the actual studs is what I call these. These are the mounting. And the more you can get this off the surface, the cooler it looks. If you can get it to stand out like that, or even a little bit less, it's gonna look awesome in 3D and it's gonna project better on the house. But I think that one of these is just gonna be money. I want it to be snug enough where I put a little epoxy on each one and then it just is perfectly straight and stands up on its own. We're gonna go ahead and test on this box. Perfect. So now we know the size that we need for the actual masonry. Do have our template right here, and so basically we got our big bit in for going through the stucco. So this bit here will be how we get in the power supply wire, and we may have to wallow it out a little bit to get it through, but this right here hopefully is big enough to get this wire through all the way. Once we get through the stucco, we will have to drill through wood. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and put the template up, make sure that it's level, and go ahead and drill out all of our holes. So we have to drill out our small holes with our tile and masonry bit here. We have to drill our big power holes out, which are the red ones here, These are for the standard bolts. These are for the red ones. So we're gonna drill all that out after we get the template up and leveled. That's also gonna be tough because there is almost no room for this. And there might not even be enough room for this. I might have to cut the bottom of this template off to get it to flush mount up on the side of the house. Let's get out there and see what happens. All right, we're out in the front of the SCSR compound now, and the first thing that we have to do is find the center of this garage door. Okay, so I had to move the template down. There was absolutely no way to get the letters into the wall unless they were down. So I moved them down about 1/4 of an inch. I'm hoping this is level. I'm gonna grab my level and find out right now. I got all my holes drilled for everything, so all we have to do now is take the template off. Look at all of that destruction, and get my broom out, just clean this off, and then I'll have to blow off the driveway afterwards. But we have all our pilot holes run. Now we have to just hope and pray that we can get our numbers in there straight. Top holes were very difficult because the drill was on an angle. So I don't know how far I'm going to be able to get that in. We're going to find out right now. All right, the epoxy plan didn't work out as much as I thought it would. The stuff got everywhere and dried really fast, so even though it says it sets up in 30 minutes, that stuff was set up in like 5. So I've got the Alex fast dry now. I'm just going to go ahead and caulk in all the holes up there and around the screws and see if I can do that without making a complete mess. So I'm gonna get a bowl of water. Yo, so, all right. So the outside part is mostly done, it's just drying, so now I have to figure out the inside part. I think if I have any black caulk, I'm gonna put my black caulk in that hole, right there, all those 5 holes. Then I'm gonna tie everything up really nice with wire clamps as far over here as I can, and then connect to the power right there. I need an extension cord though, and I ordered a smart switch as well. Let's start getting this together. We're inside the Supercar Street Racing garage now, and we can see here all of the holes that were drilled for the new LED house number. So our first mission today is going to be to tie these wires up nicely and not disturb the mounting that we did on the outside because it is drying. If we move the wires, we might move the actual numbers. So I really want to get the mounting done on this transformer, but it has no mounting brackets. So it is a rectangle, and I am thinking right about here. And then I don't know how I'm gonna keep it on the wall. I guess I'll just put screws to kind of wedge it in. I'm literally gonna have to wedge this thing in the wall, onto the wall. Okay, we do have the power supply mounted now. We just kind of wedged it in there. I'm gonna actually put some of this black caulk around it when I put it in. So next step is to kind of get the wiring done without disturbing the outside, which I am stressed about. Kind of want to just wait so I don't mess it up. But I mean, if I pull, all right, I got all the wires tied up nice. Now I'm gonna work on the power wire, but first I wanna go ahead and get the caulk in there so it can dry. So I've got my caulk gun ready, and I've got my big tube of black caulk ready to go. Let's go. Okay, I did ruin my lucky jeans because I'm an idiot. And there's literally no other word for it but that. And now, all I have to do right here and right now is get the power wire run most of the way and clamped up. Let's get this power cord situated. Probably right there makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna run it right on the base here. Base of the, whatever this is. Put a clamp like every couple feet. Hopefully I have a temporary extension cord. I mean, I'll figure it out, but. And one more down here should do it. All right, so this thing just needs power to test. And my smart plug will be here probably today. Have to check the order, but let's get some power to this thing and test it. A black extension cord, it's kind of long, but I think I can hide it up here if I put it up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect these lights right now. I ordered the smart plug. I thought I already ordered it, but obviously I was drunk because I did not order it. This is a bit too long though, but there's plenty of room to hide it back here in the back. And I will get a few clamps and some screws and get up there and tie this thing up and tie up the hotspot cable. This is the power cable, and then we are going to run it up and over so it doesn't interfere with the door. So we got to go way up there, way over there, and into this, but we have a smart plug that's got to go right here as well. So we're going to leave a little slack that we can disconnect this with. It's a big boy. So right here we have to unplug it and insert a smart plug. I'm just going to leave a little bit of slack there. I can also redo if I have to. Oh, let's go, let's go. And then this guy can go in the back. Guys, we did finish this project and connect it to power. Now this is the moment of truth. Does it actually work? If it doesn't, this was 4 hours worth of work for nothing. Let's see. They are all lit up, so now all we have to do is come check it out at night, and all of that caulk is drying. So we will check back with you guys when it gets dark tonight, but we have successfully finished this project. Guys, we are out here at night with the house numbers, and that's how it looks on the house at night. And yeah, I mean, guys, hope you enjoyed another project. And yeah, it is what it is. It's staying like that. Okay, the final piece of the puzzle for the outdoor lit house numbers came in, and it is a Amazon smart plug. I buy these now because they're just so much easier to set up, and they just go right in and they just work, and you don't have to use a third-party app. They work directly with Amazon. I'm not going to set it up inside the house because I wanted to connect to the Wi-Fi in the garage. So let's get out there in the garage and get this thing hooked up. Okay, I did get the smart plug installed, and it is rather ugly. I will probably paint it black so it kind of blends in. And it needs something to kind of stick up against the wall, like some 3M tape or Velcro. I'm going to go ahead and set it up and configure it now and add it to my routine for all the rest of the lights. We'll start to the studio with Supercar Street Racing and Brad. Guys, welcome back once again. Brad here at Supercar Street Racing 4K Production Studio. And you saw today that we did go ahead and get these LED house numbers installed on the house. It was pretty easy. It just took a very long time, and they are not exactly 100% straight, even though I followed the template. They're good enough, but the 4 is a little off on the very end. Looks a little bit lower, even though I put that right in the actual holes in the template. So the way these work is you just order the numbers. I'll have a link here on the screen for you. You order your numbers here, and they will also send you a transformer. And this one right here right now is on a plaque, but you can put them directly on your house as well. Guys, make sure you always click through my links when you order products for Supercar Street Racing's sake of the channel, and it just gives me a little bit of dollars to continue what I'm doing here, because I do lose money on the channel. As always, we love your support. We appreciate you, and buy your LED house numbers and drop a comment if you need any help installing yours, and we'll see you guys next time. We just came outside and these cute little duckies are swimming in the pool. Following Mom, they're all just attached to her. It's so cute. We're trying to figure out what to do with them, but honestly, we can't put them. This guy was really trying to get me. He was like jumping at me. I don't know what he is, but his head is definitely not round. It's like weird shaped diamond. What's up, everybody? It's Saturday morning. Alright, so on my last video, I did pick up my SL65 again out in Virginia. Drove it back yesterday. I took a one-way rental car out to Virginia yesterday, picked up the vehicle, and drove it back to Florida. So here is the car, sitting there desperately needing brakes, wheels, and an audio system upgrade. So today, we're gonna take a look at the audio system upgrade. And I've got all my tools laid out here on the bench, things I may need. One or two things I'm really worried about is running the GPS antenna, running the microphone, and also a constant 12-volt power source. I have no clue where I'm gonna get that. I'm hoping I can take the factory radio off and just use my voltage tester and find constant 12 volts on the back of the radio, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I may have to get the fuse box. I'm not sure. Radio is right here. It's my Joying Android head unit. Got all the accessories here. I've got the Scosche dash install kit. I've got the antenna adapter. I've got the Mercedes Most fiber optic adapter. The Mercedes system is fiber optic from the head unit to the amplifier. You can either replace the amplifier with an aftermarket amp, which I'm going to do later, or this system plugs into the fiber optics right there. Right there. And the other end has RCA cables, and you connect this to yellow to constant battery power. That's my one problem here that I'm worried about, is finding constant 12 volt on the car. So I don't know if it's behind the radio. The cigarette lighter is accessory power on, which that was another thing I was worried about finding, but apparently I can get it there because I tested that yesterday. So I will update you as I start taking off the dash panels. The first thing you're going to want to do is get yourself some of these dash kit tools. These are essential for not breaking the clips. See how they have claws on the end? You're going to need these for anything you do here in the any vehicle for doing audio work. So in the SL series car, that's pretty much all the cars. The procedure is going to be the same thing. First, you want to put the seats all the way back and all the way down. So as far back and as down as they will go. It'll make it easier to get the side panels off. I thought I had the seat as far back as it would go, but apparently it will go back further. No, it won't. Okay. And it's down all the way. Okay. So once the seats are back and down, you want to open these cup holders up and take off the front covers. Those are the covers right there. So I couldn't figure out how to get those off. I just pulled hard enough and finally they did come off. Then push the cup holders back in. Next step coming now. Next, take your plastic tool, pop it in there and pull these side panels off. This is why you need this. You don't want to mark up your $200,000 interior. Pop both sides of these off. So while you're doing this, some things to remember. Have a good place to lay out your car factory pieces so you don't mess them up. These are very, very expensive pieces. If you break these little trim pieces, you don't want to know what it's going to cost you to buy replacement ones. If you like paying the Mercedes tax though, be my guest. So online it says you're going to need a T25. I was missing mine, so I used the next smallest. But if you look under here, there's 3 screws supposedly, but they're not these big ones, but right next to them. I already took this one out. There's one in the center right there, and there's supposed to be a third one, but some idiot didn't put mine back, I think, right there. So you want to take those screws out. It might be helpful if you have a small screwdriver like that. I love those things. And I happened to have some Torx bits in my toolbox, which I was surprised. Lift up your center console. Take your, do not try to use anything but the real plastic dash removal kits. Pop that up there. It should pop right out. Okay, so also turn your key on, put your stick all the way to the back. Pry this up. It'll pull off easier if you pull towards you like this. So get it all the way out just like that. Now you should be able to pull up on your center console and turn it like this. There's enough wire for you to turn it, and then once that's done, you can move on to the next step. Take the 2 Torx screws out of the side of the cup holder and slide it out. Do not do what I do and let one of the screws fall in there. Now I've got to find it. I wish I would have got this on video. I was having a tough time trying to figure out how to get this command unit out. The best way I can tell you is online it says that there's 2 tabs to push down on the plastic at the bottom. I just pulled up kind of hard at an angle and pulled, and it popped right out. Then you want to disconnect the wiring in the back here. There's going to be a fiber cable and then a I'll show you when I can get back there. So if you're like me and you're expecting a wiring bundle back there, you are going to be disappointed. The only thing connecting to that radio is that harness with fiber optic and a few little pins. Now, I don't understand how this is going to connect to my adapter, so I have to figure that out right now. Okay, so I just figured out that there's a little retaining clip on the side of the back. You pull it, it's like on the very edge of the connector. You pull it, and while you pull it, you can pull this most connector right out. And then this box, this most box came with this little adapter. I'm not sure what that is yet. We're about to try to figure it out. But here's the most box. So you got that. Let's see if I can get some light in here. You've got this. So if this will not connect directly in there. So they gave you this little adapter. I'm going to show you that in a moment when I get it on. So the adapter goes in, and then the fiber optic cable goes right into it. Now the challenge is finding a 12 volt constant on power source. I'm going to start probing this, whatever the hell this thing is, and I'm sure there's no power in here. Who knows? We're about to find out. So you always want to have a good voltmeter available, and what you want to do on your voltmeter, of course, we're working with 12 volts DC. So you want to find a DC setting on it, and then you can check for hot or accessory power. I'll show you once I've got everything set up, and we will put this on the pins in there. Okay, so I found my switched power source. On the cigarette lighter, brown is ground, green is switched on. But now I don't know where to find constant power on. I have to deal with that right now. Okay, I don't know if I'm just really lucky or an idiot, but red yellow here on the back of the radio apparently has 12 volt power. So I'm going to use that for my constant. So I am not going to be soldering today. I am going to be using these connectors that I got off of Wish. These tap connectors. You should be able to just clamp over an existing wire, and then you can put another wire into that. I'll show you that in a minute. So the way these work is you slide the existing wire through the side of this connector right here on this side, and then you put the new wire into the other hole, then you push down on this clamp, and that is like a tap. That's how you get your existing working without cutting the wire. So I have the battery always on source crimped to a wire. I have accessory and illumination crimped to a different one, and now I'm going to do ground. So I've got the tap adapter on the wire already on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and attach the wiring harness now. Okay, I just tested all my wires. Everything seems to be working properly. Now the big surprise here is that I thought on the back of the radio there was an antenna adapter. And guess what? There is no antenna adapter. I don't listen to the radio, so screw it. So I turned the key on and the radio did power on. Everything appears to be working. Now I have to plug in the most adapter and see if that actually works. So this is awesome. I got my dash complete. I got the, So this is awesome. I got everything installed, and of course, one channel of this converter box does not work. I've double checked 100 times. Only the left side is working. So this is great. I have to reassemble my dash, wait for another one of these to come in, unassemble my dash again, and then figure out what to do. Amazing. So I couldn't for the life of me get any of the stupid tabs in here to attach. So I saw these screw holes on the sides, and I'm like, Then I remembered I have this handy geek flexible drill bit, which is amazing. I didn't think I would ever use this, but dude, it's so good for getting inside here and bending. That was awesome. Now I gotta try to adjust the side tabs so that the radio fits in properly. See ya. The home button is doing ridiculous things. You press it once, it goes to every single audio source. It will not go home. It goes to then the storage, then the radio, then home. If you thought AI video was already wild, Kling 3.0 is about to flip the entire table. We're talking cleaner realism, smoother motion, longer clips, native 4K at 60 frames per second, and something called Kling 3.0 Omni that could finally fix the biggest problem in AI video generation. Today, we're going to break down what's coming with Higgsfield.ai and the upcoming Kling 3.0, why this matters for creators, and why this might be the first AI video model that actually feels production ready. So let's get into it. Now, if you've been following Higgsfield.ai, you already know they've been positioning themselves as a creator-first AI video platform. They have fast generations, cinematic motion, and tools that feel designed for people who actually want to make content, not just run demos. Kling has been a huge part of that equation, and now Kling 3.0 is shaping up to be the biggest leap yet. This isn't just an upgrade, this is a shift in how AI video is supposed to work. Let's start with the core upgrade, Kling 3.0 Video. Now the focus here is next generation quality, cleaner realism, smoother motion, and much stronger shot-to-shot coherence. That last part is massive. Instead of each shot feeling like a separate AI guess, Kling 3.0 is aiming for outputs that actually feel connected, intentional, and usable without heavy fixing. The goal is simple: less AI weirdness and more footage you can actually publish. Now this is where things get really interesting. Kling 3.0 Omni. Omni is all about unification. It's about better text, it's about better context, better continuity, and smarter decision making across scene. Now instead of prompting every shot like it's isolated, Omni is designed to understand what came before and what's supposed to come next. Think of it like directing an AI that actually remembers the story, the character, and the environment across multiple shots. This is exactly what creators have been asking for. Now let's talk about native 4K at 60 frames per second, because this is actually huge. Another massive upgrade, 4K native video output at 60 frames per second. Now right now, most of the AI video tools are capped at 1080p, which immediately limits all your professional uses. Kling 3.0 is aiming straight for high-end output with 4K, 60 frames per second, crisp motion, and footage that holds up on the big screen. Now for YouTubers, filmmakers, advertisers, and brands, this is a big step forward towards AI being client ready. Now let's talk about longer clips with better stability. Clip length is another huge upgrade. The expectation with Kling 3.0 is pushing clips up to around 15 seconds while keeping characters and scenes fully stable. And that's not easy. Longer clips usually mean more drift, more glitches, and broken faces. Kling 3.0 is targeting longer generations without sacrificing consistency, which is critical for storytelling. One area people are actually really watching closely is macro shots. Kling 3.0 is expected to deliver sharper close-ups, cleaner textures, and way more detail in things like skin, fabric, and surfaces. This is where AI video usually falls completely apart. If Kling 3.0 nails this like they expect it will, it's going to be a game changer for cinematic visuals. Now let's talk about physics, interaction, and fewer glitches, because this is another major focus: better physics and interaction. Now this means hands actually touching objects, hugs that don't melt, and objects that behave like objects are supposed to. These contact moments are one of the hardest problems in AI video, and Kling 3.0 is expected to significantly reduce those glitchy, uncanny artifacts. More believable motion means more believable stories. Now let's talk about multi-shot sequences in this final thought, because one of the strongest expectations is custom multi-shot sequences. Now this includes multiple shots, custom pacing, and stronger continuity across the entire scene. Now if Kling 3.0 delivers here where they expect it will, it could just be one of the strongest AI video models on the market for real storytelling, not just clip. Now Higgsfield AI is clearly aiming high with Kling 3.0, and if even half of it lands the way it's expected to, we're looking at a huge leap forward for AI video creators. Now, if you want to stay ahead of where AI video is going, this is one you need to watch closely. All right, I wanted to give you guys a little tour of the Higgsfield.ai site here. Now you can see I was already on Kling 2.6 here, which I use regularly, and there's one of my videos. There's one of my videos there I created with 2.6. I'm looking forward to Kling 3.0 because this is supposed to be much better. But up at the top here on the Higgsfield site, you can see all of these different categories here of things you can use. They have their image category with all their image tools, their video category with all their video tools, some editing categories here, some character categories in Paint, Cinema Studio, which I've also gone over before, motion control, AI influencer, which I also went over before as well, some assists, some apps, and community. But up here on the top page, here's the front page, and then from there you can just pick whatever tool you need to go ahead and explore the way Higgsfield works. And they are one of the top AI companies. All of the tools, as you can see, not just one, but look, they have everything you can possibly need to do AI production. Let me know what feature you're excited most about, and then I'll see you in the next one.
There never was much hope. Just a fool's hope.
You know you guys want to hang out in the almost finished Supercar Street Racing studio. You want to come over, have drinks, food, and chill in the studio, and then whatever comes next, we might do a little bit of this and then a lot of that. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, and welcome to part 3 of my $35,000 pool remodel project. Now, part of the pool remodel project, of course, is going to be replacing the LED color changing bulb that is in the pool. So, a lot of the older pools have a 10-inch white spotlight. Now, that was made by a bunch of different companies. Mine is an Amerilight, and there's an easy way to take that bulb out and replace it with a LED color changing bulb, and that bulb is controlled by the switch. So what you do is you flip the switch off and on a number of times to change the color pattern. Well, that was the old school way of doing it, and my bulb was left on when I went out on a trip for about a week, and I got back and some of the LEDs were burned out. So what are the cons of doing it this way? Well, of course, the bulb housing is a metal housing with a rubber gasket around it, and that can leak if you don't install it correctly. So every time you change the bulb in that type of pool light with a metal housing that sits in your niche, you have to buy a new gasket, or it's recommended that you buy a new gasket, and you put that new gasket into the metal housing. I'll show a picture on the screen right now of that. And then you put the housing cover back on, and then you screw that into the pool niche, and that is how you replace a light. Now, it's the same procedure if you're just replacing your light with a white spotlight as you are a bulb that has LED color changing inside of it. So I had that in my pool, and it is in there now, but like I said, I think the blue LEDs are completely burned out in that now. Now let's talk about what you have to do in order to replace the entire housing, or in this case, put a new Poolexa LED color pool light into your existing niche. So the way that it works with your old school pool light is your old school enclosure actually has a place for the cord to go through, and then the cord actually goes all the way from your enclosure to your circuit breaker outside, which I will show you guys that in a couple of minutes. And so when you put a new bulb in there and you put a new housing, now if you're just replacing the bulb, you're okay. If you're replacing the whole housing, let's say your housing is worn out like mine was, you have to pull a new cord all the way from the pool light down underground through the conduit and up to the electrical box there. Now you're going to ask me, how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. So what you do is you take out the existing housing. It should have some extra cord inside the housing in the niche. They recommend that you leave about 4 feet of extra in there when you put a new bulb in. And you cut that wire, you tie the new wire onto that with electrical tape. You tie it really tight, and then you come to the electrical outlet junction box and you grab the old wire and you pull the new wire through and reconnect your new wire. Now, what we have here is a little bit of a different change for my LED color pool light. Now this is new technology. This is a Alexa LED color pool light for in-ground pool. Let's get out the tablet. So we're going to get some video of this here with the tablet. Now this is exactly how it came out of the box. It kind of came out messed up, and so I want to make sure that I wire it up and that it does work in case I have to return it. But you see here how the box was broken. So what we're seeing now is we are going to do an unboxing of this live with the tablet here as the camera source of the live unboxing. So I already took the plastic thing off. I took it out of the cardboard box, obviously. Now let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, so this is the Alexa LED pool light for in-ground pools. All right, so first thing we have here is our instructions, and it looks like the same instructions that I pulled offline. So good look at that. Here's your instruction manual. And let's take a look at what's underneath that instruction manual. Alright, so here we have the actual pool light. Now notice this fits into a regular 10-inch niche. And so you would actually remove your old pool light housing completely, which actually goes into your niche. And you would screw this into your existing niche. And so it's this simple. It's just a thin little disc here. Very hard to unbox with one hand, but I'm going to make it happen. Alright, so there is the new pool light, the new technology here where there's not some big long bulb that has to go in place of your old white spotlight bulb. And if you look behind it here, it is completely sealed. Comes with a 50-foot cable, although a 100-foot cable is optional. So you can see right there the screw hole where you just screw it onto the existing niche, and there is the cable underneath it. There's your 50 feet of cable, and if you see the end here, there's the end of the cable. Red, blue, green, and black. Now, so a little bit of something else you need to know about this is that the pool light here that it is replacing inside the existing housing, this pool light is 12 volts. The existing pool light is 120 volts. You can't just take this and wire it to the existing wire. This actually has a controller that wires to your existing 120 volts, and it provides you with 12 volts, and then that connects to this wire, which we are going to do here live and see if we can get some power going to this light. Now here's the actual controller, and I'm going to need to grab some scissors to get that done, so I'm going to go grab some scissors real quick and we will be right back. Okay guys, when I said I was unboxing, I really was unboxing this live. I went ahead and got some scissors, and you can see here that this guy is very well protected by styrofoam on the top and the bottom. So let's take a look at what is underneath there. So it's actually upside down. And here is the controller, if we can get it right side up without breaking the actual pool light now. Alright, so here's a good look at the controller. And this is what actually controls the light, and it is Bluetooth. There's a link to the actual manufacturer website. Alexa is the brand. Pretty sure they copied Alexa, but that's okay. So that's a look at the controller. There is a open part right there, but it is able to be hung on these two screws, which is probably what I will do. It actually has 4 screws to hang on. So once again, one of these wires goes to your 120 volts, the other one goes to your 12 volts that goes to the pool light, And just remember, 120 volts outside, you will have to do a conduit. That should be in conduit outside. So it looks like we got a power light right there. We got a gradient light. We got a steady light. We got a dimmer, a speed, and then we got some colors and some programs here, and I guess an app, Bluetooth control. It must have an app on the phone that we need to download, so we'll take a look at that momentarily. But for now, let's see if we can get this guy wired up and working. Alright guys, so we got the light rigged up right now. So what we did here, I'll show you on the tablet. So we've got the DC 12 volt side coming out. There are 4 wires here. There is a black, a red, a blue, and a green. You can see we got these nifty little quick connectors on it that I got off of wish.com. Black, red, blue, green to black, red, blue, green to the pull light. The other wire coming out is hot for the 120 volts. It is wired up right there to an extension cord end that I kind of rigged up. And now we are going to plug it in and see what happens. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this extension cord plugged in and we'll be right back. Alright guys, so we got the light rigged up right now. So what we did here, I'll show you on the tablet. So we've got the DC 12 volt side coming out. There are 4 wires here. There is a black, a red, a blue, and a green. You can see we got these nifty little quick connectors on it that I got off of wish.com. Black, red, blue, green to black, red, blue, green to the pull light. The other wire coming out is hot for the 120 volts. It is wired up right there to an extension cord end that I kind of rigged up. And now we are going to plug it in and see what happens. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this extension cord plugged in and we'll be right back. Alright guys, now for the moment of truth, and you're going to see it as I do. We got our extension cord plugged in over there. And we've got our light wired up, so what will happen when we hit the power switch? Let's find out. Alright, so the light did come on, guys, and it looks like it is on white. So you can see there white isn't actually white. It's going to be as close to white as you can get. So let's push this red button. Alright, so there's red. And let's try green. There is green, good to go, and yellow is a kind of mixture of 2 different colors, but you can see they all work. Cyan, pretty cool color. Let's try blue. It's a nice dark blue. The light is bright. In a minute we're going to turn off the big light and see what that looks like. And there is purple with a nice shade of purple. Now let's try gradient and see what happens. I have not used this before. Alright, so it looks like it's just flashing between them. So okay, here is push the gradient light on the controller and that fades between them, and then there is a speed. Let's slow it down. Alright. Cool, there is the speed. Let's go ahead and get this light over here off so you can see this better. So there is gradient, guys. So those are the programs that are available. Now the next thing we're going to check out is the Bluetooth app control and see if we can get that working. But so far so good, no problem. Notice again, 12 volts here from the controller to the light here is 12 volts. From the controller to the wall is 110 volts AC. Alright, let's try to get the app working now. Alright guys, so we are now looking for the app. It's called iPoolLight. There's the app right there. Let's go ahead and get that installed. Okay, so that's installing iPoolLight. It says to install that app. While that does that, we are going to get on the camera on the tablet. So we are now recording on the tablet. We have the app here. Let's go ahead and open the app. And it wants to use my location. I'm going to say OK. And now it says to be 30 foot within range. And so let's see. It says to install the iPoolLite app. It says to push the app Bluetooth control button on the control panel. Alright, I pushed it. It's flashing. Start the app. The app will automatically search and match the controller. I don't even have Bluetooth on my phone on. It is on, okay. So I did not on the camera on the tablet. So we are now recording on the tablet. We have the app here. Let's go ahead and open the app. And it wants to use my location. I'm going to say okay. And now it says to be 30 foot within range. And so let's see. It says to install the iPoolLite app. It says to push the app Bluetooth control button on the control panel. Alright, I pushed it. It's flashing. Start the app. The app will automatically search and match the controller. I don't even have Bluetooth on my phone on. It is on, okay. So I did not search. So let's kill the app and go back in and see if it finds it now. Okay, not sure if it is connected or what. Let's see. Okay, so it works. As you can see here, I push green, it turns green. I push blue, it turns blue. You guys can see back and forth between the tablet and the light that it is working. I'm going to go ahead and press mode now. I'm going to do, I don't know, red, green, gradient. Oh, there's all kinds of selections on here. Mode. What is ring? Oh, you can actually just select on the phone with a ring what color you want. Tricolor gradient is 3 colors. 7 color jump. 7 color gradient. That's the one I like. Alright guys, so the app Bluetooth control works really good. And you guys are seeing both the app and the light here. So I guess you can set it to go to music, but I would bet that's the music that the phone hears. I bet it's not the music that the control box there hears, so that's kind of worthless for me. It has a timer on here as well, at the bottom right there. It has settings here. You can change the skin of the app. It's got an operation guide. Yeah, so it's got a lot of cool features here that you can go between colors, you can flash, and you can change the speed. And then we have, here's the Bluetooth devices that are available. There's one here. Yeah, man, this is pretty cool. You can do custom here. You can click a color, and you can go between colors. You can do the breathe, jump, flash, or gradient, and then click run. So this is iPoolLite control light. Now I'm going to show you guys, it is raining outside, but I'm going to try to show you guys how you connect the pool light outside, because this is a success. The pool light actually works. I don't have to return it. So we are good to go, party people. All right, guys, as you can see here, it is a rainy day in Florida. We're supposed to have rain all day today. We're going to show you guys out here as much as I can without actually getting wet, but see the pool over there, the pool light is over there in the corner. Right now we have a switch right here that is currently controlling the pool light. That will no longer be the case. Just notice when I turn the light on here, it should come on. It's on, however, blue is really burned out pretty bad, so that's why you can't see what's happening there, but there's red. So there's the pool light. Now, there's only a hot wire in here, there's no neutral, so I had to buy a special smart switch to be able to control the pool light. Now, over here, on this side of the house, we have, next to the wall here, and you can barely see it right now. Let me go ahead and go out there. We have right here a wall box. Now that box right there, that octagon shaped box right here, is actually where the pool light comes up in from. Pool light wire comes up from the pool light, and that will have to be pulled back through from the pool light over there all the way to, getting the camera wet, but all the way to back over here on the side of the house by the wiring. And then my plan is to put the control box right here on the wall as close as I possibly can and run possibly some conduit from around the corner right there, because I don't want the control box outside. Now the other option is running the control box inside the house, but I really don't want it. It's kind of ugly. I don't want it on the wall inside of the house right there. So chances are I am going to put it right there on the wall. The only bummer is the gutter is in the way. I'd have to probably come up over the gutter and then down as close to tuck it in as close to the gutter as I can, and then come to the left and right there to the box. So that is my current plan for the control box here. We will have some more video when we progress some more on the pool, but I hope you guys enjoyed this from this rainy Florida Supercar Street Racing. Talk to you guys later, man. Hey guys, and today I want to tell you about this amazing LED pool light from Sreaming. So we're going to talk about everything about this light today. So the first thing we want to talk about for this Sreaming beautiful pool light here is that it comes with super strong magnets, and that allows it to stick very well to any type of metal pool. The second point about this thing is that it doesn't take any type of tools to install it, and it is compatible with all types of pools, meaning you can put it anywhere you want in any part of the water. So this pool light here also uses an app for Bluetooth control, and that means you can do so many things with it. You can change all the colors, put it on a schedule, or sync up music to it with the Bluetooth app, which we will show you guys here in a little bit. So if you guys have ever tried any solar powered lights for anything, then you know how weak those can be. And this is amazing because it has a 26-foot cord, meaning it can reach almost anywhere, and if it doesn't, you could just simply add an extension cord because that part will not be submerged in the water. All of that is waterproof as indicated in the manual. So yeah, this thing has a long enough cord where you can put it pretty much anywhere in your pool. So the Sreaming here also has a built-in transformer. There's no need to go buy a separate transformer. It's completely safe to swim underwater. So the Sreaming light is rated at IP68, and that is a dust and water rating. The IP just simply means ingress protection on the light, and the 6 means that it is dust resistant, with the 8 being that it can survive long periods underwater being submerged. So completely waterproof with the Sreaming light. Here we have the Sreaming LED pool light, and we're going to take a look at what's in the box right now. And here's a good look at the front of the box. Shows you that it's a 20-watt pool light, and it has an 8-meter cable, and it is IP68. And there is Sreaming there and the barcode for it. And right here, it's showing you the app that you use to control it. And on the back, I guess they also must sell some other besides RGB, but this is an RGB color LED pull light. And taking a look inside of the box, we have what looks to be some sort of mounting bracket, and on the back it says to glue it. We have a instruction manual, and we see who this is made by right here, and that is in China. And then there is some instructions here on how to install it, which we will be taking a look at here momentarily. And it looks like here we can put it in 3 different types of pulls: steel wall pulls, soft-sided pulls, and then I guess where's the 3rd type of pull? And okay, yeah. So the 3rd type must be the glue type pull, which would be for any other type of pull. And then inside the box here for the Lemley pull light, we see we have quite a long cord here with a built-in transformer. They do give you some, looks like some glue. Not sure how well that will work or not, but we will give it a check out. And here is the actual device here, sitting so beautiful. And on the back it says Lemley there. 20 watt RGB color light. And that is all that is in the box for the Lemley LED RGB pull light. So as usual, we're not just going to tell you to buy this product. We're actually going to see how it performs and how it installs. So once it gets dark out here, we're going to go outside and take a look at this at the pool. Alright guys, we are in the phone, and the first step to getting the app for the Lemley LED pool light is to go to the instruction manual and scan. And let's put it on photo there, and it already shows that it wants to open that link, and we install the Duo Co-Strip app, as you can see here. And there goes the app installing. And let's go ahead and open that now. And that is how we will be using the Lemley LED pull light. We have to allow it location access, and Bluetooth has to be on. And that is the first step of getting this light working. Okay, now that we have the app installed, the instruction manual says to connect to the light, we have to do the following. We have to tap the settings icon, and we got to find that. Ah, it's already on the screen. It says BLE DOM. So we're going to click that. Nope, it's not there. Interesting. Tap setting icon and refresh icon. Okay, hit the refresh icon. And there it is. It says it is connected now to the light. Alright, we are out by the beautiful pool now with the Lemley light. And what we're going to do right now is take it out of the packaging. And this is actually the mounting bracket. So what you do is you attach this to the side of the pool. And then the light actually is magnetically mounted to this guy right here. Here we see the Lemley LED pool light in the package, in this plastic packaging. We can remove that now. And then what we will do after that is go ahead and plug it in and get it submersed in the pool, where we can start taking a look at the app. Alright, we have the Lemley LED pool light sitting here right now, and we will get to do this peel at some point. And I don't know how that actually peels. Let's see. Just like that. And now all we have to do is plug it in to supply power to it. And let's see how bright it is. And yes, it is very bright. And now we will proceed to put that over into the pool. And we will just be temporarily mounting this, so no mounting necessary. If you were going to be mounting it, you would use the mounting bracket over there, glue that to the side of your pool, or attach it to the side of your pool. Then this would stick to the magnet. And then we're just going to put this here until it gets dark enough to actually show you the app and how the light looks underwater. Okay, we are back outside where it has gotten dark, and we are with the Lemley LED pool light. We have the app open now, and we're also recording on the other camera, and where we can go back and forth. And you can see here on the app, we can just hit one of the presets like green and purple And that's really purple. Or this classic colors here, and the light is responding to the Bluetooth control. It is very bright. It's actually much brighter than my regular pool light. And we can also go over here to style and go to any of these preset styles here. That's blue strobe, green strobe, red strobe, 7 color strobe. And there are all kinds of presets for here for you to actually go through here. Those are gradual changes. Then of course you can do music. Alright, you can see also here we can adjust the brightness and the speed of any of these presets here. I just changed the speed there. And the brightness can go down as well. As you see there, it did get a lot lighter. And moving back to the front page, you can also use the color wheel to change the colors. And we just showed you that we can use the microphone to adjust it, or we can use a regular music clip to also adjust it. So we would have to have some no copyright music on here in order to do that part. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this review of the Leyland Lee pool light, the RGB LED pool light. We took you through all the parts of the apps. We showed you that you can just adjust the colors, the brightness, and the contrast. It is very bright. You can see here how good it makes the pool look at night. And that is going to wrap this up for our review of the Leyland Lee LED RGB pool light.
If you're using ChatGPT for your business, you might as well be in the Stone Age.
Are you still only using ChatGPT? Well, it's time to level up. Now, what you're looking at isn't just a chatbot. It's the reason Google and Microsoft are looking over their shoulder. Imagine if Google and Microsoft had a baby, and that baby was a genius obsessed with productivity. That is GenSpark. Now, in the next 7 minutes, I'm going to show you how I use this Silicon Valley unicorn to run the entire business side of supercar street racing. From data analysis to brand design, all in one workspace, RIP PowerPoint, RIP manual spreadsheets, the AI era just got its final real super agent. So what is GenSpark? They're a team of only 30 people in Silicon Valley, yet they hit a $1 billion valuation in just 6 months. Why? Because they aren't just giving you text, they're giving you your finished work. Now, most of you know supercar street racing for the 0 to 60 times and the awesome reviews, but behind the scenes, I'm a one-person business. Now, usually that means paying for 10 different subscriptions, ChatGPT for writing, Canva for design, Midjourney for images, some expensive coder for the website. But GenSpark is the one that replaces 10. For 20 bucks a month, you get a single workspace that orchestrates every top model. GPT 5.2, Claude 4.5, Gemini, and even their proprietary models like Nano Banana. It's like having a 24/7 pit crew right here in your business. And you should definitely check it out because they have free credits when you sign up. Now check this out. I'm going to go ahead and open up AI slides on GenSpark. I'm going to go ahead and put this prompt in. Now I need a sponsorship deck for my next tour. Normally, this would take me 5 hours of tweaking boxes in PowerPoint. Let's see what GenSpark AI can do. Now, if you watch closely, it's going to research the luxury car market while it actually builds the slides. It's going to use structural thinking, professional formatting, and I can export this straight to Google Slides or a PDF. Now, what used to be last-minute stress is now a 5-minute task. This is how we keep supercar street racing moving at 200 miles an hour. Let's see what happens. Now, check out GenSpark AI. I already generating all the stuff for my new slide deck. You can see it researching the European tour, the European auto market. It talks about the market growing and remaining large. And then it's looking at the demographic, the audience reach, the sponsorship architecture, the ROI model. Look at all this it's doing already. And over on this side, it is starting to develop the slide deck. Very cool. Now you can see this thing working in the background. Look at all the code, everything going on the right. Now it is still going. You can see that it is thinking on all the rest of these. Check out the charts it just made for me. Now there are 5 more slides to go and it is still building them. All right, my slide deck is complete. You can see here, we've got 12 whole slides completed about the Supercar Street Racing European Tour. Look at all this. It's got all the charts, all the analysis of the market, everything we need to grow the business. Now all we have to do is export it, or if we want to, we can edit it with AI or edit it manually. But let's go ahead and export it. We'll click View and Export. You can see we can view it as a presentation, we can export it, we can save it as a template, or we can voice over our slides as well. Let's export it to Google Slides, and we'll put all pages in there, and we'll click Export. All right, you can see right here it exported to my Google Slides. Let's go ahead and open it up. You can see right here the Supercar Street Racing Pitch Tour. Look at this. Everything I need to go ahead and grow the business on my tour is ready for me, including the charts and everything else, all ready to go. What a great tool this is. But wait, what about a digital home for the channel? We need a new landing page for our merch and event signups, but I'm a driver, not a coder. We're going to go ahead and open up the AI developer here. We're going to open up the simple website. Click that and click Start Building. Now we got to go ahead and give it a prompt. Let's go ahead and do that here. Okay, let's see what it can do with my prompt. AI developer is building my website. How cool is that? All right, the AI developer is now building my website for Supercar Street Racing. Check this out. Look at the front page of my website. Now it's still working through everything, but look at this. Where speed meets luxury. Here's our website. We've got this cool speed indicator right here with the supercar fleet, racing events, all this. And it's still working on the website here. Hold on, let's see. All right, it is ready to deploy. Our full website is ready to deploy. We can go ahead and export that as HTML. Now all you have to do is go ahead and click Publish now to export the website. Look at this. You've got your 4 files here ready to go on the web server, and it shows you how to set it up in Cloudflare, and you just hit the publish website. What a cool tool this is. I just built a website, guys. Now that was with zero code. I gave it nothing. I just told it what I wanted. It put in the aesthetic, the navigation, and the layout automatically. If you see a random company with a terrible website on Google Maps, you could literally rebuild it for them in 10 minutes using GenSpark and sell it as a service. The power is right there. Now the newest update is a game changer, AI Sheets 2.0. I hate spreadsheets, but for Supercar Street Racing, I have to track sponsorship, ROI, and YouTube analytics. Now I'm going to ask AI Sheets to compare Supercar Street Racing with the top 100 subscribed YouTube channels. Let's see what it finds. And it says it's gathering the information now. It says I have 256,000 subscribers, and now it's finding all the other data. Now this is a fully automated Excel experience. It pulls data from the web, runs the formulas for me, and creates visualizations without me typing a single equal sign. I can export it back to Excel with all the formulas preserved, and it's data analytics for people who don't have time for data analysis. All right, it is completely done. It created this nice chart to show us that we're actually way below the top 100 subscriber channels, of course, and we already knew that, but that gives us room to grow and also something to give potential customers. Now, if we want to, we can export this XLSX. Now, here's a really wild feature called Call for Me. This thing can actually make phone calls on your behalf. There's an example right here, and there it is. It can actually make a phone call and do business for you. It saves you time and effort by doing everything you need done. This thing can handle restaurant reservations or even phone interviews for the channel. But now here's the wildest part of the 2026 launch. GenSpark is offering unlimited usage of AI chat with AI image features for the entire year of 2026. We're talking Claude, Opus 4.5, GPT 5.2 with zero limits. In the world of Supercar Street Racing, we don't like speed limiters, neither does GenSpark. Now, if you want to run your business, your studies, or your side hustle like a Silicon Valley unicorn, you need to be on this platform. And January 1st through 7th only, you can get 40% off any annual plan. That's a $100 savings on the Plus plan or a massive $1,000 off the annual Pro plan. And you also get free credits when you sign up. Now, you can just click the link in the description and sign up for free credits to test yourself out. Use it to plan your 2026 goals or build that business you've always wanted to build and been putting off. So stop juggling 20 tabs and start getting work done. I'm Brad from Supercar Street Racing. I'll see you in the fast lane.
If you're using ChatGPT for your business, you might as well charge this with a 12-volt battery.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're going to be designing my car stereo system for the Club Car Precedent golf cart. So we have Photoshop open here and we are going to start looking at what we need to design our stereo system here. Now we've got our safe title area here, which we don't really need that while we're doing just a regular design. So I'm trying to remember how you actually get those off. Let's see. There's a way to do safe title, but I can't remember it. Okay, there it is. It's extras. So the first thing we need is a speaker for like a PNG file. So there's a transparent, and what we're going to do is go here and look for our actual order, and here's our Infinity Kappa, and I went ahead and downloaded this picture on white. So when I open Photoshop here and I go to my downloads folder, this is the picture here. Let's see, did I download it? Yes, I did. Let's see if it didn't auto refresh. Let's see if we refresh. Okay, there's the actual speaker. So being that this is on white, it's not a PNG file, so it's not transparent. Let's delete the background here and make this into a PNG. So let's delete that layer. Now we have no background, but you see we're still on a white canvas here, but we want to remove that. So what you do is you go to select color range, and actually this is pretty easy just to do a circle and select it, but color range works pretty good unless you have whites inside the actual picture. But let's see, and when you do that, it shows you what it's going to cut out here. Now you want to do an select inverse, so it cuts out everything on the outside. So we go select inverse, and then we do edit copy, and then we do file new, because we're going to actually make a new picture for our background for our whole design here. So file new, I'm going to make it 10. No, wrong size. I'm going to make it HDTV. So file, dang it, file new, and HDTV is right here, and paste. Okay, it didn't do very well at the copy and paste, so I'm going to go back to our picture. I'm going to undo this first. So we didn't get a good cut out here. I'm going to just cut it out with a circle. So let's deselect everything. Change our marquee tool here to a circle and just cut it out like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. We just want the whole speaker in there, and then we can move it a little bit once we get it kind of where we want it. We hit Control C, come back to our canvas here, hit Control V, and then we can edit, transform, and we can do a scale, and we can do the golf cart over here. So let's call this the golf cart dash, and we're going to put that there on the left side. And now see, we got that layer. We can right click this and duplicate that layer, and then we have a second one over here. We have to define our new layer. Now we have a second one laying on top of that one. Let's just take our tool there and move it to the side. Now it's snapping into place because we have snap selected, so it's snapping on the place right where the same plane where this guy is. So there's our front speakers, and let's go to our text tool and type in what these guys are. And let's find some different text first from Text Studio. Let's just find some simple text. This looks kind of cool. So let's get our text here. Let's go infinity. If I could type infinity 6.5 two-way. Remove the background on Text Studio and then just download it. This will be a PNG, so it will be transparent, and we can show it in the folder there. It's on the other screen, but if we drag it over here, now we have our infinity 6.5 two-ways there. We can label that however we want. That's going to be our fronts. Those sit in the carbon fiber dash. So then of course we need our subwoofer. Now let's go back to our orders here at Amazon, and we will find the actual sub, and it is here, the Scar Audio. And let's go ahead, and we might be able to cut that out. I'm not sure. Save image as into downloads. Go back to Photoshop here and get rid of this. I don't want to save this. No save. Now I've got our SCAR audio in the other screen. Let's drop that onto, let's copy that actually. I'm gonna right click and copy it. You guys can't see it because it's on the other screen, but we do a file new and, it didn't copy. File new. It should say clipboard here. It doesn't really matter, but we can paste it here. I'll drag it over. Okay, so there's our speaker. We should be able to do, let's merge visible first, so we merge our layer with our background. Now that we have everything merged, we can try select color range. And you see that cut out there? Let's do select inverse and try to cut this out. Now we do have some white that's not gonna make it because the little white here is going to mess our selection up. So we copy that, Control C, go back to our other one, and we have our, now it doesn't matter about the white because the background's white, but now we can transform this and scale it, and we can put our SCAR audio back in the rear of the golf cart. And what we're going to do now is go back to our text tool, and we're going to see what this is actually. So SCAR audio SDR12. Okay, let's take that over to Text Studio. Go to text, paste that in, and let's put the SDR12 on the second line. Download that with PNG. Maximum quality you can do is medium if you don't sign up for the account. Now I've got it on the other screen. Let's go ahead and put that there. So there's our SCAR audio SDR12, which is going to be in the back of the golf cart, the rear of the golf cart, in an enclosure that I bought specifically that fits in underneath the passenger footwell where there's plenty of space here. And now we need our amplifier. I've already downloaded it. We're done with this because we can close that. We don't want to save it. Let's go to our amplifier over here. So let's do File New again. Make a big, nice new space. Drag our amp over. And we can actually place it a little lower, like that. And maybe actually just cut it out because we don't need all that other stuff. It's gonna be hard to cut like that. Yeah, I don't want to bother with it. Select, deselect, select color range. And there's our color range already ready to go. Now we select inverse. And what that does is cuts out everything on the outside of the selection. Then we copy it, edit copier with Control C. Come over to our drawing here, paste our amplifier and all the accessories, and do edit, transform, scale. If you do scale, it doesn't change the aspect ratio, it just changes the size without changing the aspect ratio. So here's our 5-channel amplifier. And we are gonna go ahead and place it right there. Now we have to get some text for this to define what it is. So this is a, where is it? Okay. I have it somewhere already up. Well, Rockville 5-channel. And it is the Phenom. And, sorry, I did that completely wrong. Yeah, there we go. Rockville RXH F5. Take that into Text Studio here. And that is perfect. And let's just drop this on the second line. Download that. Make sure you are in medium quality and click download. And I have that on the other screen. And let's pull that over here and shrink that down. And there is our Rockville amp. Now we are doing the epicenter as well. The fake epicenter, which works just as good as all the other ones. I removed it from the home audio system, and we need to find that on our orders here from a little bit ago. Let's see if we can find it on here. It is the Blaupunk EPX1600, and there is the picture. Save image as. We'll save that to downloads. We will go back to Photoshop here. Kill this out. Don't save it. File new again. And pull our epicenter over our Blaupunkt EP1600X. Drop that in. Select color range. Click OK. Select inverse. Copy, edit copy. Go back to our drawing, paste that in. There's our Blaupunkt EP1600X. And we need to take that into get the title type. Blaupunkt EP1600X. Take us into our text studio. Drop that on the second line. Download that with a PNG file. And on the other screen, we have our downloads folder open. And at any time, you can move this stuff around by clicking the layer over here. So there's our EP1600X. One more thing we got to get. We are getting a Galaxy Tab A7 Lite. Let's get that picture and save that into downloads. It's actually a PNG file. It might be transparent, but let's see. All right, so we got our PNG file. Let's drop it over here and see what happens. It looks like it has a background. Actually, that's fine. It's got a white background. Doesn't matter. Let's put it down here. Let's put it up top. Might be easier to be on the left here. And then take everything else. Dang it. Edit, undo. Man, okay. Layer 4, move that over here. Move that layer. Dang it. Move that layer. Move the Rockville. Move the Rockville text. And take our tablet and drop it over here. Since it's on white, it just blends right in. And this is what we are ordering. I gotta go get the name. It's just a Galaxy Tab A7 Lite. So I'm copying the text over from the other screen. Going back into my text studio here. Let's drop this down. Download that PNG. We got that now in our downloads folder. I will go ahead and pull that over. And there is the completed non-wired up diagram of the audio system for the cart. So we need a Bluetooth logo now to show that we are connecting Bluetooth. So let's go over here and find one. So all we need to do is do Bluetooth PNG. Will be a transparent PNG. We go to images. Some of these you have to join to actually download, but we're going to look for one that doesn't require joining. This one's got a little shadow that looks pretty cool. Looks like we can download that for free. Download HDPNG. Let's do transparent. It doesn't look like it lets me without signing up, so forget that one. Let's try this one. That might be also a paid. Yeah, this is also a paid site. Stay away from the paid Bluetooth, or the paid Bluetooth. Stay away from the paid sites. You don't need to do that. Like this guy is completely free. This guy is completely free. Download. Well, it's supposed to be free. Let's see if it... Nope, that's another paid one. PNG wing I thought was free. Download. There we go. Click alphabets to download. WY3Z. WY3Z. Alright, so there's our download. Took a second, but yes, we have it. So we're going to just denote here that this is Bluetooth. Now, we have a Bluetooth adapter to put here, so I forgot that. So let's go ahead and grab the Bluetooth adapter from Amazon. Bluetooth adapter. That's the exact one. Save image as. Let's drop that in downloads. Go to our downloads folder, and I'll pull that over for you guys. Just like that. Now we can take this and drop it right here. Now, we need 4 channels. We need 2 for the front to feed the front, this 5-channel amp, to feed the front part of the amp. We need 2 to feed the subwoofer inputs as well for the 5-channel, the 5th channel. And so we have a Y adapter that comes out of here and feeds 4. So it comes out male to 2 females, and then we have 2 sets of RCA cables going from this to this. But let's just go ahead and get our line tool. I've never used this before, but let's just draw a line there and a line there. And we can add text if we really want to, but we know that that is feeding there. And we can also draw 2 here. Like that, hit enter. Okay. So actually we could go grab some little text to kind of define this on our text studio. Let's just put channel 1 and 2, download that, and let's put channel 5 sub, download that. We have those sitting in our download folder now. Let's pull this over, denote this here, just like that, and then we'll take our little sub, denote that here. We're just going to assume that we know that there's a Y adapter right there. So there's our subwoofer and our channel 1 and 2. So there's a Y adapter and 2 sets of RCA cables. So it adapts male to female on each side, and then we take 2 sets of RCA cables and run our RCA inputs. Now the Rockville has 5 channels of outputs as well, but we are running a Blaupunk Epicenter. So let's take our line tool, and so this is the input and this is the output. So we're gonna come right here. Actually, I did this whole thing wrong. Yeah, we gotta back up. I did this wrong. Okay, so 2 channels feed the RXH F5. The front channels go directly from our Bluetooth adapter. The other 2 actually go here to our Blaupunk. Okay, so that goes here. And then also we could place that here. Then this actually feeds channel 5 on the Rockville, and place those there. So this is channel, actually let's move this channel 5 sub here to the center. Get our placement tool. There, that's a little bit more easy to read. Let's put it on top of everything as well by dragging the layer to the top. We could actually put these lines below the Rockville, or we can move the Rockville RHX5 up. We'll just do that. So if you just drag it up the layer wise, now it's on top of the line, see? All right, now we can place our channel 1 and 2 back on here. We had that totally incorrect. I just did it wrong. I wasn't thinking about the epicenter. There's our channel 1 and 2. And we got our channel 5 feeding the Rockville. Then the Rockville will feed the front 2 speakers with channel 1 and 2. Let's get our line tool. And we're going to go here and here. Whoops, I forgot to place it. And then eventually we'll move the SCAR audio up. But now we have our sub channel here going to our subwoofer. That's 1 voice coil. And then we come out of that to another voice coil. Let's undo that. That didn't come out good. And we need to move everything up. Let's move the SCAR audio up. Above everything. Put it on top. So that just moved this font up to the top. Now let's move the subwoofer up to the top. I think it's this one. That moves it on top. Oh, it didn't? Come on. Okay, it didn't move it up. Let's see why. Come on. Okay, there it goes. Now the sub is on top. Now we need some text to indicate the voice coils. Let's go back over to Text Studio here. Let's do VC1 4 ohm and VC2 4 ohm. Go back to our drawing here, VC1 4 ohm. Drop that over here. VC2. Oh, I forgot to place it. VC2 4 ohm here. These are going to be parallel. So 1 voice coil feeds the other voice coil, which would lead a 2 ohm load on the amplifier. Let's go note that. 2 ohm load. Let's see if I can spell. Did I spell it right? Drop that in from our downloads folder. And that goes right here. There is the basic design. Now the only thing that isn't shown here is the power. So we have a, up here we actually have a, let's go ahead and do that, the power. So let's go back to our orders here. So we have a 48 volt to 12 volt reducer right here. Let's save that. And we will drag that over up to the corner. Here's our voltage reducer. And that is our power section. And we can label that. Let's go to our Text Studio here. 48V to 12V That's our voltage reducer. Come back to our drawing, drop that in. And put it somewhere over here. Small. So this feeds both the Blaupunkt and the power amplifier with 12 volts. We could probably draw that line, but let's see. Let's see if I can figure out how to make the line tool. Well, it's black. How do you make it red? I'm not sure how you do that. Not sure. So for now, we know without drawing lines that that's going to feed that, and it's going to feed this guy. Whoops. Edit, undo. Let's place that. Let's go back to Text Studio. Let's go back here and change this to, I don't know how we do it, blue, or change the color. Color. Red? Let's see. Oh, that didn't do it either. Okay. Filling color. That didn't work. Gradient. Text. That's perfect, actually. 12E. We'll download that. We'll drop back into our drawing here. Drop that on there. And let's actually put it right here. And then draw a line from there to there. And we can duplicate that layer. Duplicate. And just kind of pull that down here. Edit, transform, scale, drop it down. So we know that's 12 volts. We could probably change these lines to red. I just am not sure how you do that. I just put the 12V on top of the line. So there's our voltage reducer. There is actually going to be a master switch before this underneath the seat so that I can switch off everything when necessary. So there's no power to any of this stuff. And then also there's an inverter that we can also connect to this 12 volt reducer so that the cart has 110 volt actual plugs to plug in anything for the house. So let's save this image. We'll save as a copy. Let's put it in projects. We got to make a new project. Designing my car, our audio system. And we get that. And let's put it as a JPEG that we can use it in our video here. Golf cart audio. Save that. It's going to ask you what quality. Let's do full. And now we have the video here. Now I'm going to put that video up on the screen right now for you guys to see. So this is the design of the golf cart audio system, and I'm just going to go over it quickly with you. So we start with a Galaxy Tab A7 light on the left. We are using Bluetooth there to connect it to the Bluetooth receiver, which is not labeled here, but it's the blue thing. Actually, let's go ahead and get that labeled. That's the only thing that's not labeled. And actually we changed our style. Let's put it back to blue. And let's go Bluetooth receiver. Download that PNG. Drop that down here. Before this gets too crowded, that's about the last thing that I want to put on here. All right, let's file, save as a copy, JPEG, overwrite the old one. It says, do you want to replace it? And your quality is going to be full quality. All right, here we go again. So the Galaxy Tab A7 Lite feeding a Bluetooth receiver. This Bluetooth receiver has these RCA outputs. We have Y adapters coming out of that. We have a male to 2 female for each output. 2 sets of RCA cables feeding the amplifier. 1 set goes to the Blaupunkt EP1600X for bass, comes out of the Blaupunkt EP1600, feeds the 5th channel of the Rockville, which is a mono channel for the bass. We have a SCAR Audio SDR12 here, 4 ohms per voice coil in parallel will produce a 2 ohm load on the Rockville amplifier. The Rockville amplifier will be running the Infinity 6.5 inch 2-ways in the dash for now, and we have the option of adding rear speakers later to the rear output of the Rockville RXH F5 amplifier. And that's basically it. That's the whole audio system, give or take a few little accessories, and we have those ordered, and some things will start trickling in. As things get here, we'll go over it. Guys, this is Supercar Street Racing. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you guys have a great weekend and a happy new year. We did unplug it, and you can see here now the display goes into the drive mode. If we press this button twice here, the power button, it does go into sport mode, and then 2 more goes into the lowest mode, drive, and then sport again. There is a boost indicator when you press the red button over here. Look out for that. And there should be turn signal and other indicators on here for headlights and other things. There's a headlight just came on, and you can see the headlight indicator right there. And you can see also traction control is on. It is lit up right here on the display right there. You guys just took a look at the controls and the whole scooter here on the Navi XT5 Pro. Now the next thing to do is show you guys how to get your own. Let's throw it into the studio with Brad. We'll show you how to get an XT5 Pro for yourself. Let's do that. We're back in beautiful Studio B right now to talk a little bit about the Navi XT5 Pro that Navi was so gracious to send Supercar Street Racing. You saw everything this can do. This thing is absolutely awesome. It has a top speed of 31 miles per hour. I got it a little bit faster on hills though. It has a cool turbo button that lets you get that top speed. You just turn it on once, it'll take you right to that top speed. It has dampening arm suspension and disc brakes and 12-inch off-road tires. You can see right here the coupon price is $14.99. Not sure what it will be when the video drops. Check the link in the description and get yours. This thing will do up to 46.6 miles, but you can get more. There is an external battery available that will get you extra miles. It does support fast charging if you get their higher output charger, which is optional. It does have tubeless tires, which is also great. It'll support up to 330 pounds, and it has a triple layer brake security system, which also supports regen, which is great for your battery. It's got traction control and 4 intelligent riding modes, all app-based. As you saw, you can do everything from the app. You can set up your speed and your regen. Alright, wanted to make a follow-up video for you guys while I am actually traveling to show you the ultimate, what I believe is the ultimate setup here for monitoring for the 3 Series BMW. So we've got the ID4 screen set up now, and we've got MHD running on my Android head unit here in the middle. I was going to show you guys a bug I found here. So the speed limit's 65, I want to go to 70. Well, see the green line there on the speedometer? That's the cruise control indicator. It's obviously way off. It says it's like we're doing, like it says the cruise control is set for 40. So I just reported that bug. Also noticed that when I get in the car in the mornings, it says battery drain. I don't know if the cluster is staying on for a long period of time, or if I just need to lock the door when I get out to prevent that from happening. But yeah, there's MHD set up to monitoring mode in the center console. I'm also running Waze in the background for navigation. And there is the cluster, and if you see, I can toggle into appearance and then I can go to themes, default, because it'll change themes when I go to sport mode, but there's toggling through the different themes. So you can set one for regular driving and one for sport mode. So yeah, so there's how you toggle through the themes of the display. Still got to take the thing out again and line it back up better, and also repair my vent in the back where I absolutely destroyed it. I've got a little bit of an idea besides their metal plate, because I just could not get that to work. But as you can see here, I got my preferred gauges on MHD set up, and I've got my preferred screen here, and it's kind of a cool thing to bring the E90 up to modern times. I really like it. I just wish it would have fit better, and I'm going to have to repair that probably today. So yeah, so you guys have a good day. It's been Supercar Street Racing. Bubba, why do you sit with your arm hanging off there, like you're all posing because you're on YouTube and you're the most famous cat on YouTube?
Why are you trying to be all dominant? You shouldn't be dominant, Bubba.
Look at this leg hanging off.
Just because you got
just one leg. What do you know about Van Halen? Do you see it? Van Halen! It's literally Van Halen. You don't have it. Let's go. All back end. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing living room here, and behind me is an alien right here, which has nothing to do with this video, but what does is the X31 Shockwave that we picked up from Home Depot for the low price of just $35. I have never flown a drone in my life. We're gonna go outside and play with that right now and see if we can get this thing lost in the pond or in the pool, or maybe it just flies away into outer space. Welcome back to the channel, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we are so happy to have you to look at the X31 Shockwave from Skyrider. You see it right here looking so fresh in front of me, and it's $35 at Home Depot. And checking out the box here, we see a lot of cool features. Let's check it out. Having nothing at all to do with this alien, we have the X31 Shockwave. It is a quadcopter drone with Wi-Fi camera, and it has Wi-Fi real-time photo and video, smartphone control. It can stream video to phone and goggles. It has navigation lights and a 2.4 gigahertz remote with a phone holder. And today we're going to be unboxing this. The app is right here. It tells you how to get it right here, and we'll look at that also on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get rolling. Inside the box of the Skyrider X31 Shockwave now, and we can see what came with this drone. It did come with a small screwdriver, some replacement rotors there, does have a manual right here. It has a USB charger, so it has a Type A on one side and a proprietary connection for the battery. It does come with a 400 milliamp hour battery, a very small one. Now to charge this, you can see how you have to hook that up. You hook it directly to the cable that normally would go to the battery. You disconnect that and hook up the charger. And it does take about an hour and a half to charge the battery, and the flying time is supposed to be somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes, and we will see. And then right here, looking so fresh, is the 2.4 gigahertz remote control for the drone, and it has a phone clamp up there. Beware, that might not be a good stable connection for your phone to be on. If it falls off and you break your phone like I did, don't be surprised. So be careful of this phone connector right here. Now, this does take batteries. You have to put your own batteries in it. So let's open this thing and see what kind it takes. Inside of the drone remote control for the X31, you can see that it has 4 AA AC Delco batteries in it, who also make auto parts, and that is all you need to actually get this thing running. 4 batteries in the remote control. And go ahead and close that, and then once you power on the remote control, you are able to set up the gyroscope on the drone and then do everything else from the remote control, like setting the pitch, the roll, and the headless mode. Now the app that you're gonna need is the Skyrider Cruise app here. And the first thing you do when you power your drone on with this Skyrider app is you connect to it via Wi-Fi to the actual drone. Your drone will pull up a hotspot, and then this app will be working like that. So that's what you do first. Download the Skyrider Cruise app. It is right here, Skyrider Cruise. And then you take that outside and start connecting to it with Wi-Fi with your phone. Now, speaking about the battery being charged again, so this is the battery charger. It is a USB Type A. It plugs into any 5-volt USB adapter. The charging time is about an hour and a half, and you'll get about 10 minutes of, presumably 10 minutes of flight. Now, this little battery charger does have a red LED light on it to let you know that it is charging. The light will go off once the battery is fully charged. This battery took about an hour and 20 minutes to charge fully, at which time the red light went off. All right, it has begun raining, but I wanted to show you guys where the battery compartment, all you do is unplug the battery and plug in the charger and drop the drone. But when you're done, you just pull this out of the battery, slide the battery right back in here to the drone. It slides right into this compartment all the way back. And then you just plug the battery back in when you're ready to fly. And there's only one way to do it. It has a key on it, and it is plugged in, and then you stuff the battery cable back in there, The actual camera mount part is the cover, and it should just snap into place like that. And we're ready to fly. All right, we are ready to fly now. Put the drone out here with the camera facing us. Top isn't exactly on secure, but that's fine. Put the camera facing us. We'll put the switch on. And you notice the navigation lights on the drone. Now we connect to the drone's Wi-Fi. Skyrider Cruise right here. And then we open up the Skyrider Cruise app and click start. And you can see the picture from the drone right here. I'm gonna go ahead and start recording. Now, to go ahead and connect to the drone, we click that. Button to on, we push up on the joystick and then down on the joystick, and that calibrates the gyroscope. And now when you pull back and down to the right on both sticks, it will fly. So it won't go up, but it will start the rotors. And it is ready to fly. Now, control-wise, this stick is opposite. So if you want to come forward towards you, you push back. If you want to go backwards, you pull it towards you. But this goes up and down and tilts it left and right. This goes backwards and forwards. So we're going to push up on the joystick. Now if we want to go backwards, we pull it towards us. We rotate it with that stick. It's opposite for control with the right stick. So anything you want to do, you got to go opposite. The left stick, it rotates it. And it does take some time getting used to it. If we want to go down, we pull down on the left stick. And it will go to the ground and land. And then we just Oops. Okay, so I'm still getting used to it. As you can see, I'm not that great at flying it. But I wanted to land it and turn the rotors off. Okay, it did switch off automatically that time. Now we push forward on the left stick again, it will go up. Oh, we have to start the rotors. Down and to the right on both sticks. Let's raise it up and try to turn it towards us. And let's raise it up a little bit more. It's really tough for me to get used to the opposite control. Basically, the right stick is opposite. If it's coming towards you, you want it to go away, you push it towards the front. Once you fly this thing for a little while, you'll get used to it. Let's see if we can land it. Go off automatically when we land it. Once again, to start the drone, down and to the right, down and to the left. This will send the drone up. And we just flew under my neighbor's trellis. And we're flying towards us and now backwards. And let's land it. That goes up. And that goes down. You guys can't see it, it landed right below us here. Let's see if we can fly off of. The key to this is keeping it oriented towards you. Takes a lot of practice in mind. Blue is facing you, so when you're navigating it, blue is facing towards you. The blue LEDs aren't towards you, you're flying backwards. Reds are in the back. Almost took my head off. And it does drift with the wind sometimes. Okay, I'm still getting used to it. That's why I haven't flown it over the pond yet. And the charge is also probably... It is drifting away with the wind. Take a good shot of it right in front of, try to get used to like really precise controls. See it rotate and the blue LEDs in front of you? Almost hit the camera. Very close to hitting the GoPro. Up and down is not opposite. Everything else is. And we have a squirrel. Very curious over there about what is happening with this drone. Now that was a drift. I did not do that. Oh, I almost hit the camera again. Down on the stick. And get it to not drift. Straight down. It did shut off the rotors automatically, and that is going to do it because we have been flying for around 8 minutes and the battery will last about 10. I did record this on the drone itself. Let's get all this footage together and see how I did. Hey guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You're back again with Brad. We're out here in the 4K production studio. As you can see, we are out here every day bringing you high quality 4K videos, testing all the products and letting you guys know how we feel. And today we are so excited to bring you this drone. Now this is the X31 Shockwave, directly from Home Depot right to your cart. This thing is about 35 bucks at Home Depot. I've got it up here on Amazon. Has a 3.7 star review. Now let's get some things clear about this before we get started. The X31 is a basic drone. What it is good for is to teach you how to fly drones, and what you can do with this is have an inexpensive, indestructible drone. And I'll tell you right now, this thing is very tough. I have crashed it probably 30 times into walls and metal furniture and the house, and it has not even once broken. No propellers are broken, nothing. This thing is awesome. As far as indestructibility, I didn't even put the guards on, and it still has not broken to this day. Now the X31 is a basic drone, meaning it does not have an SD card. So all of the video that you record is going to be recorded to your camera or tablet, and it is probably like SD, so it's probably like 360p resolution. If you want a drone that has an SD card, you got to bump up the price just a little bit. Now, we'll say this compared to the drones that I bought offline last time, this drone actually does work. It does connect with the app. Now, how you do that is you download the app for the drone, you connect to the Wi-Fi on the drone, and then when you start the app and hit the start button, you will see the camera there and you will be able to record. Now, that's pretty much all it's good for. It's a good training drone, and it is indestructible at this point as far as I can tell. Now, you did see the video here from the drone, and it is okay. It's nothing great. There's no audio whatsoever, and it is like 5 frames per second, and it is standard definition. Drone does have a 3.7 star review right here on Amazon. I will link this in the description if you guys want to go ahead and get one, or run down to your local Home Depot store and grab yourself a drone. But as you can see right here, right now, there's not much of a description on this, but it is a Wi-Fi based drone, and it does record in standard definition. I do recommend it for beginners. If you are not a beginner, this is not a drone for you. And you can see right here, right now, the little phone holder, which did break in my hands, and it actually didn't break. It came disconnected from the phone, from the remote control, and it fell on the ground and did break my phone and crack the screen. So truly, this was my first real experience flying a drone, was right now. So wasn't lying about that. I did not fly it before this because it broke my phone on the first try, because this little part right here where the phone meets the controller came right off and my phone hit the concrete. Lesson learned. don't fly the drone when you're above the concrete with this crappy controller. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching today, and I hope you like and subscribe and hit the bell icon. Buy all of your links through my Amazon links. Buy all of your products. Use my links, and I get $1 or $2 here and there. Even if you're not buying what's in the links, if you click through and buy something from Amazon, it helps out Supercar Street Racing greatly. We got to get out of here, though. We got to go find our drone, which is in the ocean. Things are looking beautiful in Northeast Florida today. As you can see out here, we have this most amazing view available of the pond and the pool. And from the sunroom today, we've got this On-Foru 10-meter LED strip light for the closet where we made the charging station. We're going to take a look at this, unbox it, see what's up, and let you guys know, and do this whole entire project on the channel today. So hang out, let's chill, and let's go. Out in the SCSR sunroom. And today we've got this On-Foru 10-meter LED light strip. And this is for the closet where we installed the charging station. So that closet has no lights, but now that it has electricity, we can go ahead and put a nice light strip. And I contemplated doing a smart strip, but really, honestly, I don't think I would ever use that part. It really just needs a control panel, and inside of this box we have the On-Foru, the names are just hilarious, light strip, looking so hot and fresh, and inside of the box we have the power transformer, and I'm actually happy to see it has a pretty long wire here, because what we're going to do is plug it into the outlet in the closet, and then we are going to run that down the side of the wall and up and around, but we want it to be a full U-shaped pattern, and in order to do that we have to put the power control near the bottom, which is a bummer because we'll have to reach down, but what we'll do is we'll put it up a little bit on the wall, we'll put it up a little tiny bit so that we can actually reach that, but it'll be down around knee level. Or we can actually, yeah, I don't have an extension for this, I don't think. I might have one. I have a bunch of actually I might have an extension for this, which would be cool. We could actually put this up higher and then extend down and put the light strip on the bottom. But you also get these nice clips here and some extra 3M tape. And of course the light strip has on the back of it stickiness for your enjoyment to stick that directly to the wall, and we will get rid of this stupid sticker. But yeah, here's the light strip. You get the little clips and the screws, you get the power supply, and then this is a on-off type dimmer control that we will show you guys here momentarily. But I think I have an extension for this, which would allow us to put the power up higher and then run down to the power strip down at the bottom. Absolute wire hoarder. I have to force myself to throw away things, and I think that I see it's actually really long though. Yeah, this is so long. Oh my god. Yeah, that's exactly what we need, male to female this, but it is so freaking long. Like, there's absolutely no point in using that. So we're not going to use that. That's like a 20-foot long extension cord. We'll have to figure something else out. Not that one. Inside the SCSR charging station closet now, and you can see right here and right now that it is very dark in here. We've got just our production lighting here lighting the way, but what we're going to be doing is down here, and of course the GoPro battery is already at 30%, barely used it. We're going to be connecting power here, run over to this wall, we'll just clamp the power wires to the wall there, and then we're going to go up the side of this closet to the top, around, and then back down this wall here, and that will be our closet lighting system. So that is going to take a little bit of work here, and the first step is to get the power wire run and see what it's going to take to run power. We're just going to go straight over here. I hate to do it that way, but that's really the only choice we have. There's no other way to get power to it, so let's get rolling. We have our power transformer here, and unfortunately there's not really a great way to get the power over here unless we go through the wall. I mean, I guess technically we could punch into the wall here and punch out, but I don't think it's worth like actually putting a hole in the wall for this, because then it has to be repaired. So I think the best bet is power transformer below here. And then I think maybe just like, well, the problem is going to be no matter what we do, our control is going to have to be somewhere where we can get to it. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to start about right here so we can at least touch the control. So let's go, yeah, I mean, it needs to at least be height of hand, so I think right here is fine. And then we'll just have to run the wire in the corner here. Unfortunately, I hate that, but I don't think there's any other way to do this. So let's go ahead and stick our wire there. And they did give us some 3N strips to do that with. They give you like these little squares, so you just stick those on and then you just pull off the backing like this. Sorry if it's a little dark, I don't have great lighting yet, I ordered it. So we're going to stick that right over here on the wall at a height where we can actually get to it when we're ready to work. It's not going to be ideal, but the result is going to be good when we're done. So what we're going to do here is go to the bottom of our reach and then just go ahead and stick this guy. And of course I stuck it crooked. And then we're going to actually run the LED strip from that, and my phone is going off. But you can see right here and right now, this is how we have the controller, and then this will come off of an LED strip and go just like this. And our LED strip is right here, so basically there's so much extra wire here now. But if we go ahead and put this on, we can test it. And there's our LED strip. So you can see right here and right now, I think what we're going to do is run this wire down the side like that. We're going to take this off. Got to get my scissors for that. And then we're just going to go down and start down here. Let me grab my scissors and we'll go from there. And the battery's almost down to go properly. I don't know about this battery has LED strip and you consider. Start down with this controller. You can also
Hey there, subscribe to my channel and also press this bell icon.
I wanted to show you guys the progress over here. So basically I mounted the controller right there, and the wiring is going to go behind it like this and just be hidden back there. And then of course we go up here. You weren't even on it, but there's the wiring on the side. We're going to go ahead and clamp this to the corner and then go all the way down to the bottom with that. See how it goes down to the bottom underneath, and then we will come up here and we need to go get a stool to finish this work. All right, this is our nice, well-lit charging closet now compared to before. Check out the lighting on this, guys. We just have to clean up the wiring over here and tuck it behind here like that somehow. Maybe put a screw back there to hold it in somehow, and then we will clamp everything down to the wall and make it legit, and everything will be fine. Everything fine. Like that, maybe. Maybe not. But we will figure it out somehow. And there is the adjustable light, and that is full blast. As you can see right here, right now, I can finally see what I'm doing in this closet for the first time on Earth. Now let's take it to Supercar Street Racing 4K Production Studio and Brad to take a look at these lights online on Amazon. Let's go. Guys, we're out here again in the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and today we finished up our project to create a nice closet to store all of our equipment in, and we did order lights. They will be here tomorrow, and I'm super hyped about that. Real production lights to actually add to the value of the station. And right here on the screen we have a very simple $22 on 4U LED light strip, and you can see right here right now it is dimmable, 3000K, and you did see in the video what the actual color looks like. And they have 2,835 LEDs. They have an adjustable dimmer switch, as you can see right here, and there's not a whole lot to it. You literally just take off the 3M tape on the back and stick it to the wall, and then you provide it with 12 volts of power, and it just is basically an LED strip. Now it does have a 4.5 star review here, as you can see on Amazon. We will be providing you a link in the description to go ahead and purchase this LED strip or any other product that you see. Please click through my link to buy anything on Amazon. Even if it says LED strip, you can buy whatever you want, and it gives me a small credit so that I can continue to bring you quality videos on the channel. So yeah, this thing has 4.5 star reviews. I don't know why. I read some of the 1-star reviews and it was like it stopped working after a few days or whatever, but that's what returns are for. I know it sucks to have to take it down if you have to do a return, but hey, you got to take your chances sometimes. But yeah, please like and subscribe to the station, guys, and then we will see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing, because guess what? I'm out. What's going on, guys? Long time no update. So it is Monday and come to a decision. And you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but that decision's coming up right now. All right, guys, it is now Friday morning. I decided to finally finish this video. So I have come to a decision regarding this vehicle, and that is I have sold it. I know. What the fuck? I am selling this car after putting a little bit of money into it and a little bit of time. And there is a reason for this. Because there is such a small aftermarket available for this vehicle, I decided that I no longer want to deal with it. It is becoming a problem getting basic parts for this car. Not repair parts, but anything aftermarket. It is a very, very expensive car to maintain, which I'm not that worried about that part, but I can't work on the car myself. There's no room in the engine bay. I did research this vehicle before I bought it, and I did feel that there was an aftermarket for it, but now that I'm actually trying to get things done, there is absolutely little to no aftermarket available, and the stuff that is available is 10 times the cost of what it should be, because they just don't sell very many parts. So what's coming next? Well, I will give you a clue, and that is that I did own one in the past. So if you know me or know anything about me, you'll already know what's coming. Stay tuned. More info coming very soon. And maybe some clues. We are out here in the supercar street racing sunroom, and I'm about to go on a little business trip. But before I do, the manufacturer Disease, these nuts, that sounds hilarious, has provided me with this smart security camera model CG6 to take a look at with you guys on the channel. So let's get this thing unboxed, see what it's all about with Disease. These nuts. Back on the channel today, we're with the Disease, I think is how you pronounce it, smart security camera. And you can see here the model number is the CG6. This was provided to us by the manufacturer to take a look at, hook up, and see what we think about it. I've not looked at it yet, except I did charge it completely. It took an overnight charge to get this guy working. And a look at the side of the box here, we can see this is made in China, and it does has these Disease website on it and the logo up here. And sometimes it makes me wonder, the choice of names for these companies is hilarious. It's got live view and recording history and app message notifications, and you just scan this little QR code here to download the app. Okay, looking at the phone now, we can see it wants to go here and download their app, so I did press that button to do that. And this is the Disease Home app. You hit install. And let's see if that does install properly. And yes, it did. Let's get it opened up and see what's inside of it. You have to agree to their statement there. And then here's the splash screens. Get started. And we have to sign up for a new account. I will do that off camera. We did go ahead and give the email address, supercarstreetracing@gmail.com, and now we have registered this device. They sent me a one-time code, and now the next step here is to add the device by pressing the plus, but we want to get this camera unboxed first and see what this guy is all about. Let's do that now. Right here in front of the Disease, or Z's, however you want to pronounce it, smart security camera, and inside of the box, which I'm not going to lie to you, I opened it already because I wanted it to get pre-charged for you guys so we could go ahead and hook it up. We've got the smart security camera here on the left looking like a big white egg. And we're going to get that peel satisfaction in just a minute too. But there is the security camera front. It looks like on top you have a slot for an SD card and a USB Type-C, and I'm not sure what that is right there, that other port. But there is your USB Type-C charge. There is a reset button. A mount here for this mount, it looks like. They actually do give you a mount for screws, which you can also just sit like that if you want to. They give you this nice USB-C charging cable. And Z's also gives you this little support thing to get the app. And there is your instruction manual right there that comes with it. Now, like I said, I did charge it completely before, so there's no need to charge it again unless I want to top it off. But let's dig a little bit deeper into this now. All right, it would really like us to put an SD card in this thing, so I have not tried that. But here is an SD card that I got from Alibaba or AliExpress, whatever you want to call it. Let's go ahead and get that put in, if that's where it goes. Let's see, it doesn't go in that way. Let's see if it goes in this way. It does, but wow, it does not really have one of those spring mechanisms. I don't know. Okay, there it is. Right in there properly. And that is how you put the SD card in the smart security camera. Looking at the instructions here for the camera, it does say to hold down the power button on the bottom for several seconds. So let's try that. And we did hear the little tone on the camera, and it is making a little noise now, and we're going to want to try to add this to the app. So we got the app open here on the phone, and it says add new device. It is making a nice little tone for us. We just added power to this guy with a standard USB cable that it comes with, and a Type-C on one end and Type-A on the other end, and it is plugged into a power adapter. And we can see right here that the yellow light did come on the front right there, indicate that it is charging. And now let's go ahead and power it on. And it did come on, and the blue light is flashing, and it is making the tone. So it is searching for the camera. It did find this camera here, and it looks like it connects to a temporary hotspot. That is the camera, so we just hit that. It wants to use location, that's fine. And it is going to look for Wi-Fi networks, and we're going to hook it up to Supercar Street Racing if it can find it. If not, we're going to have to go out to the studio. Yeah, it doesn't see the Supercar Street Racing hotspot, so we're going to have to move out to the studio. Out in the Supercar Street Racing studios with this smart Wi-Fi camera. And here it is on the app, and now we're close to the hotspot, so let's go for it. It's looking for Wi-Fi devices. Let's see if it finds the Supercar Street Racing Studios Wi-Fi. It did. And then over here, while you guys watch this, I'm going to put the password in. And I'm going to go ahead and hit next step. It is a 2.4 gigahertz network, which is what you have to have. Connect to device. Got it. Connect. So it looks like it is connecting to the actual device now to program it.
Connection succeeded.
So the camera said that the connection was succeeded. New device found, register cloud, initialize device, connection successful. We're going to call this the studio security camera. Click done on that. Place the device where you need to install and check the Wi-Fi signal. I'm going to plug it in. I'm going to hit next. And that's about motion detection and height and angle and mounting. And I do not want cloud storage. I'm going to continue with free. I'm not going to do notifications for now. And let's go ahead and see if we can see the camera. And we do see the camera, and it does have peel on the front. So we got to do that peel satisfaction first before we can actually look at the good picture from the camera. All right, we're out here in the studio with the mushroom light, and we do see our security camera plugged in directly up here next to this clock that is looking oh so fresh. I love that clock, actually. And the only complaint I have about this is that the wire is really visible. And we can point this camera down, but it might have a tendency to fall over because of the fact that the speaker's on an angle. So I'm gonna take some sticky tape and put it on the bottom here eventually. But we do have the camera mounted up here. So what we're gonna do now is go ahead and open up the app and see if we can see our camera. Let's go ahead and hit play. And there is our security camera. And it is angled up a little bit, so we're gonna wanna get that angled down just a little bit more to see more of the room. So we can go ahead and do that now. All right, so we do have our security camera ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and get on the phone and record some actual footage of the camera while I do some editing for you guys.
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
We're back here at the Supercar Street Racing Studios. You know what it is. You've been here before. And today we were provided this Disease security camera, the funniest name in the world. If it's Z's, it might be pronounced Z's with just a Z, but I think it's hilarious that it says diseases. And we were given this by the manufacturer to take a look at and see if we enjoyed the video quality. You did see some actual video of the camera right before this. I'm going to throw some more up on the screen right now, right before we take a look at this. And you can see the video quality is pretty good in the studio, even though we have darkness in here with just some purple lighting up on the ceiling. It's quite a bit of purple lighting, but it's not like being in full light. So the quality is pretty good. It is sitting right up here on top of one of the speakers, and it is connected to Wi-Fi. And now we'll cut back to me here in the studio and take a look at this on Amazon. Now over here you can see the, I'm gonna call it Z's because I don't know if it's disease or Z's or what. It's just hilarious to me. But here it is. It's a wireless outdoor spotlight and siren 1080p battery powered Wi-Fi camera. It does motion detection, color night vision, two-way talk, and it uses an SD card, which I did put a 64 gigabyte SD card in there, and it recognized it with no problem. It is $38 right now on Amazon, and you can get a coupon for 6% off if you click this button right here. This will be in the description. Make sure you order it through me. Please, it helps me out so much. It gives me just a little bit of cash and just enough to get by on the channel. And taking a look at some of the other pictures here, if we go zoom in, it shows you it has AI. Of course, everything has AI now, whether it does or not. And it shows you activity zones and secure storage options, smart and trusted, and then rain or shine. It works either way. It has a 4.3 star review. Some of the worst reviews are useless for outdoor monitoring. Camera work properly first to 8 or 9 months. I really wanted to like, but they're not dependable. Never buy again, not worth it. Those are the 1-star reviews. Taking a look at the 5-star reviews, however, says absolutely amazing. That person did buy it. Didn't look like they got that for free. Excellent in Spanish. Great value home security cam. Love this camera. And so far, you'll see from the footage that I put up on the screen a few minutes ago, not having any issues with the camera whatsoever, and the quality is good enough for me. And that is going to give me a security camera inside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. I have tons outside. The only thing is, with all these different security camera brands, now we have more apps we have to deal with. All my other cameras are Wise cams, and now this is the first one that I have that is not a Wise cam. No wires, easy to set up. I do have this guy up here plugged in permanently to a USB cord so that I will never have to charge it. You could choose to charge it. And it says it lasts a while, but we didn't actually test the battery life because we have no way to really do that. And that is the Z's wireless security camera. Go ahead and get one and buy it from the link in the description. Guys, we appreciate you so much at Supercar Street Racing, so please like and subscribe. Come back and see us, and we'll see you next time. We're out of here. We're going to New Jersey. This sunrise Guys is insane. Heading to Atlanta from Jacksonville. Hitting the Florida state line with a sunrise like this. Dang, son. Pretty. Need to go ahead, shrink wrap on top. So we need our heat gun. All right, let's get the battery back in here.
All right, so this is the comm cable, right? We'll have to drill a hole on one side, so we need the drill bits.
Get that rip bar. Let's go to the side. You got room for an amp over here.
You really do.
This hole's lined up. You don't have to do anything. All you gotta do is, yeah, got it. I feel it pulling out down. As long as we don't run out of threads, we're good.
Oh wow, yeah, I see it. All right, take that off. Sorry, I should have.
Ah, look at that, ready to go, man.
Let's go.
Hey! Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage today with the 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we're going to be giving you a short tour of the Club Car Precedent here that's sitting next to the Model S Plaid. And then we've got two new exciting products to show you for the Club Car Precedent, and all that's coming up today on Supercar Street Racing. So hang out with us. Guys, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right next to me is my 2014 Club Car Precedent that I completely remodeled from top to bottom and installed a killer sound system in. This 2014 Club Car Precedent started off with ugly brown alligator seats. I since have done a lot of upgrades to this guy, and I want to show you what I did before we take a look at two exciting new products from our sponsor today. Kemimoto was kind enough to send us two things that they thought you guys would like. I'm actually giving them away after the video. So let's get started. Take a look at the golf cart real quick. I'll show you everything that's been done to it, and then we'll look at these two products from Kemimoto. So we're right here in front of my 2014 Club Car Precedent that has been completely remodeled from top to bottom And starting at the front, we have some modifications here. One is we replaced all the bushings in the Club Car Precedent because the wheels were folding in like that and the bushings were worn out. Also up front here, you do notice that someone has installed the LED light kit in the front. I did not get that myself. It was already on the cart. And it does include the rear tail lights and blinkers as well. And now moving up, you can see a custom Supercar Street Racing plaque here that I ordered online from Amazon. You can get your own and you can get whatever you want printed on it. Ours says Supercar Street Racing to support the channel. We're back here with the golf cart, and I just wanted to show you guys the mods to the side of the golf cart. And one of them is that we got new wheels and tires, and I think they look pretty cool. They're like a mesh wheel with a low profile tire. I like the golf cart not to be raised. I like it to be lowered. And so we did these street tires with these awesome SS wheels, which are completely black and spoked, and I love them. The next thing you can see on the side here is we do have carbon fiber armrest. This one has a little bit of glue on it that I have to get off. It's because when it detached itself, I had to glue it back on, and I accidentally got glue on it. I just need to take some WD-40 or something and get that glue right off of there. But you do see the carbon fiber armrest covers here on the golf cart. Moving to the inside of the cart now, you can see we have done some major modifications to the inside. One of those is the nice seat that has been painted with black fabric paint. We did take the brown seats and paint them black with fabric paint, and it came out awesome, I think. We might want to put another coat on that pretty soon. It might be wearing off a little bit, but we'll get to that when we have time. The next thing we're showing you is our mat. Of course, we replaced the mat with a laser cut mat. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. It fits perfectly, and it has a gray stripe on the edge of a black mat. Now moving in even closer, you can see that we have a tablet that runs all of the golf cart accessories. It runs the motor controller, can be tuned with it. It also runs the sound system, and it can run any Android app that you want. So it's very cool. You can see I've got the speedometer up on it right now. But yeah, such a cool idea for the golf cart. It does not have to have any kind of head unit. Everything's Bluetooth back to the sound system. Now right down here in the golf cart, you can see that we do have a charger here. It is a USB charger, and we have a second one next to it with USB Type-C and also quick charging. So that's what these two are right here. Below that is our gauge for our eco battery. It shows you the state of charge and also the voltage level coming from the eco battery. Moving up here, we got the carbon fiber dash, of course, which we put on there to give it a little bit of extra sporty look. We got the JBL speakers, of course, and we've got a carbon fiber steering wheel. And that's gonna do it for the front of the golf cart mods. And now let's take a look at the motor and the controller underneath the seat. Moving under the seat, you can see the most important thing in this golf cart that has been modified. This golf cart has been converted from 48 volt lead acid batteries to 70 volt lithium ion. This is the eco battery, 70.4 volt, 105 amp hour battery. It was not cheap, but it is so awesome. And we also added the Novitas DC to AC conversion, a 600 amp controller, and a AC motor. So this golf cart is no longer DC. The AC has better battery life, it has better torque, and it is just an all-around better selection. And you do see also when you do convert to lithium ion, you move your charger into the cart, the charger is right over here, and you use a standard female side of an extension cord to plug directly in the cart, and all the charging happens right here inside the cart. And on that side of the well over there, under the camera here, we have the 12 volt relay switch. That switch over there on that side of the engine bay controls all the 12 volt accessories. So if you go into a bar or somewhere and you want to turn off everything so nobody can fiddle with your stereo system or Bluetooth you or anything like that, you flip that switch there. Right here on the back of the cart, we went ahead and took the opportunity to go ahead and put in 2 more JBL speakers so we could get full stage sound back here. So we got the same speakers, our 6.5s, 2 ways in the back here. And then right next to them, we have our epicenter control for our bass. And we do have another fast charging USB-C and USB-A receptacle right here, and a little plaque to show you what this knob actually does. Guys, moving to the back of my 2014 Club Car Precedent, there's not a lot to see back here that was done by me. We actually got the cart with this brand new back seat already put on it. It does fold out. And also all we did besides that you can see here is remove the white top, and we went ahead and got a black top because it matches our theme better. But all the rest of this was done except for the stereo system, of course, and I did black out the taillights here by spraying a little bit of Plasti Dip on each one. Now let's not also forget our 12-inch woofer down here right below us. I did add that as part of the stereo system. Let's show you that now. All right, the last thing we have to show you, which you can barely see, is the stereo system. So behind the seat of the golf cart, we do have the entire stereo system. We have our 72 volt, 12 volt converter here. It's actually an inverter. We have a master switch for 12 volts here. We have some Bluetooth accessories there, a Bluetooth receiver, and that is how the signal does get down to the head unit. Right down there, you can actually see the amplifier chilling right there with the Bluetooth receiver sitting right on top of it. That is a 5-channel amplifier, so it's running the 4 speakers up front and the subwoofer. And then right over here we do have a 110 volt inverter in case you want to use shore power anywhere. And then next to that you can see the Epicenter right behind the back seat. That is our bass enhancement device, and it is connected to that control right there for subwoofer level control. And that is pretty much it on the stereo system, guys. So let's keep on going. Guys, right in front of me here, I have the Kemimoto windshield that they offer for the club car precedent. And what this does basically is it would replace your hard plastic windshield that you see right here. And these factory windshields just clip in like this at the very top. Your new Kemimoto windshield actually is removable and would just fit right on the front, just like this. And it simply just has a Velcro strap to go around and fasten on to the windshield just like that. So installation is easy. I'm gonna show you guys by not removing this windshield completely. It has Velcro straps on it, pretty simple. And these Velcro straps just do go around. So installation is quick and easy for the Kemimoto windshield, and it just does install like bottom 2 straps. Of course, you won't have a plastic windshield on it like I do. And you take them and you Velcro them. Now, of course, my plastic windshield is getting in the way. So this would not happen if you don't have the factory windshield. And I don't know if I've ever done a simpler installation. And also, and this top part, of course, can be folded down if you really want to. It will crease right in the center so that you can make this into 2 windshields. But first, before we do that, I'm gonna show you the tinted panel for this. So this also comes with a tinted panel like this, which you can then put on the inside of the cart. And it has straps to hold in the tinted panel as well. And then the other side just does fit the same way. Pull that tight and your little tinted panel will fit there. And there are also installation Velcro right on the inside here as well. And that is how you install your sun shield on your new Kemimoto brand new windshield. Yeah, so that's the Kemimoto windshield, guys. If you are interested in this, there will be a link in the description down below to get yourself one. Go ahead and order it through our link and save some money if they are running a discount. Go ahead and order it through our link and help out the channel and help out Kemimoto as well. All right, guys, the next product that Kemimoto sent us was a seat cover for the club car precedent, and you can see right here and right now we have it right in front of you. And this guy just simply goes like this. You put it directly on your seat like this. It has straps that are Velcroed, and the straps just run underneath the seat. So you pick the seat up, take it off the hinge. You do the same thing for both sides. It's probably easier with 2 people. Here is the club car precedent seat cover, looking so fresh. So if you are interested in this seat cover, there will be a link in the description. It is very easy to install. And if you just want a quick solution to cover your seat, I would go ahead and grab this seat cover. Okay, uninstalling your Kemimoto windshield is just as easy as installing it. Let's go ahead and get our sunscreen off, our sunshade. And the great thing is you can store this in the cart. Our sunshade is completely off. And now let's uninstall our Kemimoto windshield. Super easy to uninstall. You literally just pull the Velcro straps off. It does have a hinged mechanism in the center right here, as you can see. and this thing can be carried with you on your golf cart. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so appreciative of all your support and all your good comments. And we just thank you so much for liking and subscribing and buying all your products through the links down in the description and continuing to help Supercar Street Racing grow. And as a token to you, I'm giving it away to someone in the comments section. I'm gonna pick a lucky person to get this Club Car Precedent windshield and this nice Club Car seat cover, and I'm gonna ship it to you for free. Guys, have a great day. We will see you next time on the channel. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We are happy and proud to have our sponsor Kimamoto on board, who was gracious enough to give us one of these seat covers and this foldable windshield to show you guys today. But I just wanted to apologize for some of the bad audio. The mic did fail a couple of times in the video, so a lot of the audio was done on the actual GoPro mic, so it's a little bit worse quality than the lavalier wireless microphone. So anyway, back to the subject here. Kimamoto provided us with their windshield and their seat cover. You saw that in the video. The windshield is foldable and it does have a sunshade on the top as well. It's super easy to install along with the seat cover as well. They all just Velcro right on. Simple as that. And that's going to do it for today. Don't forget to buy all your Amazon products through any of my links in the video. It helps me out greatly. It just gives me a little bit extra money here to run the channel. But we'll see you guys later. We got a lot of things to do. We have to go, I don't know. We just got stuff to do. Oh, here they go. He got it. He got it. He went down to the bottom with it. He's rolling with it. Shut up. Awesome. He grabbed it and started rolling with it. That's amazing. Look, he's still going after it. Wow, crazy. He got a piece off of it. Say, let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying. Say hi. Let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying.
Got him!
Dude, we ran a whole battery out. Alright guys, another episode. We got the guys here starting to refinish the pool today. And so, looks like they're draining the pool now and washing it down. Let's take a look. Alright, if I put you on video, man? You mind if I put you on video for my channel? My YouTube channel? This guy's out here doing his work, man. He's got it. Gonna refinish this pool. My frog pond. So they're draining the pool right now. So what's the next step after you drain the pool?
Take the hollow spots, rotten spots.
Okay.
Then I just try to tear them out as much as possible.
Uh-huh.
And then if I do that, I just start with a rinse down like I'm doing now, rinse down again. Then I bond coat it. Bond coat is like a primer for your interior of your pool. With your paint,
I see.
your interior sticks to.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I apply. And I seal up all around your little turn. You see how I tip that around now?
Right.
Around the rest of them. I already seal around them, even around the light. And we can let it run the road in there.
So that light's actually coming out. You can.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna take it out.
Oh, okay. All
And
right.
then stick around and reseal it. I've been leaving it hanging there until I go get it replaced.
Yeah, I'm replacing
Yeah,
it.
we gave you a replacement. Then I guess they'll be ready to see the finish.
Hopefully.
When the light gets in,
Do you actually do the Pebble Tech yourself?
no,
You guys do that?
I'm just a prep man. I tile. I do everything but that.
Ah, gotcha. But you're not doing the step tile, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Step tile usually goes on when the inspector comes. The inspector guy usually puts on the step tile. But he likes for it to be on top of the bar.
Oh, right. Okay. Man, yesterday we had a big old hawk sitting right here on the step watching the frogs.
That was a good look, man.
I know.
What the Indians say, they're all smart and better.
That's what I heard, man.
God, God.
How you get all that out? Just with the pump? All that dirt and stuff?
All that dirt, something, we're going to shovel all that crap.
Right.
We're going to shovel all this stuff out.
But that stuff will just go.
We'll get it out for budget.
Gotcha.
Shovel all that, get all nice clean.
It's nice having the pond to dump the water in. Dang. Really? crazy around the... Look at the minnows. That's insane. Minnows are like hoarding around it. There goes the water. And of course they're going to shovel up all the debris that's left here. All this water is just groundwater. Yes, sir. There's all the rest of the water. Attracting the alligator right there. Sitting right there too. Might be another one on the bank over there.
Those are smaller Smith & Wessons. The key is just you don't need to throw it that hard, really.
Notice you can hit the back too because I got back points. There you go, man. You're a natural.
First shot.
Oh, that was bad.
You went way down on that one. Well, you got 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Epic. That's what's left. Out over there. He's trying to get as much of the water out as he can. short, so he's cutting around the ports and the light to reseal. There's the drain. Got water in it already. Seeping up through it, and the pump's just going crazy. Making the greatest noise ever. But yeah, he ground out around the light, and then all the ports, so he can reseal those before they start doing whatever they do next. And we got a bunch of dumb frogs in here too. There's one. I guess they're left over from before. He's cleaning the pool out now. Got it almost clean. Scraped everything. Now they're just going to put it all in that bucket. And try to keep it clean. Got him. Got him. Got him. I know, man. It's a hot day. It was hot yesterday. Heck yeah, man. This is the only time you've been in a pool and been hot.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, you actually use that as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, when do you drink a pool?
When it's empty.
Right.
Or if it's a hot tub. I think this is the original finish on the pool. I don't think it's ever been redone. Do you? I mean, it's pretty stained. I see something happening out here. Let's see what he's doing. So cool. Looks like that's the, I think that's the permacoat. Good stuff. Cover the whole pool with it. Stuff dries fast. It's already drying. Awesome. Drying already. Pretty crazy. Update you guys when they get done. All right, guys, so just wanted to record a little outro here. My security camera footage did not save properly, but looking at what we have this morning, yesterday, my yard guy came and cleaned all my gutters out, and I won't have a problem anymore over here because this was my biggest problem. This palm tree would drop into these gutters and cause them to clog up, but he came yesterday and cleaned all that out till that guy starts dropping leaves, and then it'll probably get clogged again. I also asked him to do some trimming on this tree. But yeah, so this is what we got this morning. Looks like everything's drying except for that little patch, and I let them know that that might be a problem because it didn't really dry because there's water coming up from the pond, obviously underground. It actually needs time to dry, so I don't know if they got to put 2 pumps in there to let it dry or if it's going to be fine like that, but this looks mostly dry. So I think the guys are going to come today, would be my thought, but I'm not 100% sure. So that's going to be all for today. I hope you guys are enjoying this. It's actually kind of fun to watch this come together, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Oh, Bubba, you love Squirrel TV. Give your friend a hug.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
So cute. Oh, that's so nice of you to pet your friend. And then he ran away from you. All right, we got Patricia here with the PeelSat on the brand new Fire TV, 75-inch Fire TV with the PeelSat with Patricia.
Oh gosh.
That PeelSat.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's so good.
So scary.
So good. Good job. You're gonna rip the TV right off the wall.
I'm scared that's what's gonna happen.
I know. The PeelSat. That is the ultimate peel satisfaction. Go, Patricia! What, she's got peel left. She's gonna rip the camera right off. Way to go, dude. PeelSat. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old, tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control. And then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out, we got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before, and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network. I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front, it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, this is speaker setup. Yes, okay. No height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration, and we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is gonna go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's going to connect us to network here. Firmware. Let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 Hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now. Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm going to select master bedroom and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad. You're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And this 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now, this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now, right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model. And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember we did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer, and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up, and it got by for a little while. Now, the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now, checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller, it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now, I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice, modern looking, high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video, and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here, one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone, so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here, it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now, this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now, I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. And this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the Supercar Street Racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville. We're back here in the same familiar place that we've been so many times before. The Supercar Street Racing Kitchen. And today we have our Magic Ninja scissors ready to go to unbox this special product that I'm so hyped for. I can't wait to see how this came out because there have been mixed reviews. Online warfare, lots of fighting, some friendships made. But today on Supercar Street Racing, when we unbox this special device or product right here, you guys are going to be so hyped that you're not going to know how to act. Let's get going. We have the Don King of all plants right here sitting on this brand new special product for the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, but it's not going to stop us from opening this today, guys. And we have a special order custom something here to reveal to you guys. And we're going to see how this came out because I don't know, it had some decent reviews. You know how Amazon is. You can't ever find anything with perfect reviews. Everything has 1-star reviews. So let's get this thing cut open real quick. And I am really scared about this because I honestly don't know what to think. At the same time, I'm hyped and also don't know how we're gonna mount it, but here we go. Oh my. I'm worried about even getting this out of the box. You guys know what this is yet? I bet you don't. Wow. Oh my goodness. Check this out, guys. Oh my goodness. I am so hyped for this. Wow. Oh my goodness, I am so happy with the way this came out. Yes! Supercar Street Racing. Sign for the 4K production studio. And it has some wood on the back to hang it, but I'm thinking we just drill holes through the corners and do some screws, right? The metal door. Guys, this looks so good. So this is a special order sign And I really don't care about hanging it like this. I want it to be flat. But that is kind of permanently attached to the back there. All right, well, it doesn't have a way to hang it except for this. And I guess you're supposed to put a screw right there. This is going outside, so I just kind of figured that we would put 2 screws in the corners and just attach it directly to the Supercar Street Racing door. So let's see if we can get this off of here. Okay, this came with some unwanted wood mounts. I don't want to damage the sign doing this. If you go too hard, you will bend the sign. Looks like it's glued. Notice they just, I think they just like epoxied. Really, this is the most important one that hopefully we can get off without bending anything. Oh yeah. It is on there good, guys. I do not want to bend the sign getting this off, but we don't need this. It is on there. Wow. I don't know if this is going to come off. I do not want to damage the sign. It was expensive. It's on there pretty good. Yeah, it's just glued on. So we're putting this on a metal door. It is double-sided tape on there with some really good double-sided tape. So if you ever get this sign, you don't have to worry about it coming off. That is some strong double-sided tape, my friend. Yeah, see, it was just held on with double-sided tape. That's not going to cut it for a metal door. So what we're going to do is drill the sides here and get some screws. And we will just we'll level it out and put 4 screws in it after we measure 100% level. Just got out to the garage, and I think what we need is my drill, obviously. So my drill's always up here on the charger. Always has the drill bit or drill head on it, ready to go. We're going to need our drill bits, so we have this brand new drill bit set right here because the door is metal and I don't have any self-tappers. And then we probably need the screws, which are on the other side. I've got a nice set of screws right here that are perfect for this. And the entire peg comes out of the wall with the screws, of course. But yeah, I was thinking, let's see if I have any left. These are probably fine, so we just need to tap out, not tap, but drill out for, I don't know, 4 of these guys. We don't want to go through the door, but also we're going to need our level, our SCSR level. Where's the small level? I don't see it. Somewhere we have a small level, but I'm not finding that out here right now. Interesting. Okay, I got the big level. I got the screws. We need a measuring tape, which is inside. And that will be it. Let's go grab the measuring tape. This is kind of the perfect place to go ahead and pre-drill the Supercar Street Racing sign here. So my plan right here, right now, is to drill all 4 corners out at the same distance with a drill bit big enough for these screws that we pre-selected. So it can actually be bigger. It doesn't actually completely 100% matter. But these screws are about this big. So we don't need anything crazy. And they'll go through even if we get them a little bit too small. And even if they're a little bit too big, it doesn't really matter. The sign supposedly is made of metal, like Judas Priest. This drill bit will do fine. And what I'm going to do right now is try to be kind of perfect on my drilling and not get my table. So just beware when you do this that if you go too far, your table will suffer greatly. So I've got cardboard on here. I'm not going to drill too hard. It went in pretty easy, but I'm going to try to do the same here. The second 2 I'm going to do while the door is actually on and level. And this material is really easy to drill through. So there are our first 2 holes, looking fly and fresh. And let's see if the screws go through. Oh, we're gonna make them go. Don't worry about that. Don't quite fit, they're a little small, but we're gonna make those go. But first we need to level this guy. Almost thinking let's do this corner here so we can actually level it. Yeah, let's go ahead and pre-drill this whole thing. Alright, this thing is ready for install on the Supercar Street Racing 4K Studio. Back out here in front of the 4K production studio with Supercar Street Racing on our brand new door. And our goal is to get this right here and also centered up. So first thing is, let's just get the same amount of space from left to right. And kind of see where that puts it, and that's going to be very close. That is 9 inches there. Okay, 9.5 there. 9.5 there. That is money. And it's too bad that we have some marks on the door here. I wonder if those will come off. But that is about right. And so if we get this right there with the door, little decoratory thingies, this guy should be level. But the problem I have is I can't hold this up by my feet. Oh, I forgot that I actually need the drill bit, unless the screws will go through, but this is metal. Dang it. Yeah, okay, not gonna work. I definitely have to put my drill bit on. I totally forgot I have to drill the door out too. I'm gonna go one size bigger now. So we have to drill the door out just past the metal. This door is made of metal. And we don't want to measure that again. And maybe make a mark. So where's my screws? So we're looking for 4.5. Sorry, 9.5. 9.5. 9.5. That's 20. Go ahead and make a mark. Alright, so that's our first drill hole right there. Now what we're trying to do is go through the metal on the door and let the screw do the rest. Oh, it went right through all right. That does not feel, it feels hollow almost. And then, just like that. Oh, and then it falls. Good for drama though, right, on camera? Alright. And that did not do anything whatsoever. Yeah. That did nothing, and then it's also messing the door up. So the last thing I want is when there's wind for this thing to flop around. So I think I'm going to get some of my spray glue. Wow, this door is so unlevel. Alright. Yeah, this door is not level at all. I'm gonna level it with the door. It did not really do anything except to go through hollowness. Should have got some self-tappers. I don't even think I have any. Yeah, I'm gonna get some glue. Before I put this in, I'm gonna spray this whole thing with glue. So we just finished mounting the sign on the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I just kind of wanted to go over what I did. So I took the sign and I pre-drilled 4 holes, but come to find out I could have just put it on the actual door and done that. Pre-drilled 4 holes. Then I realized the door is kind of hollow in the center, and I just put the sign on the door, made sure it was level with the actual door, not the building. The building's crooked. And I screwed it all the way, I drilled it all the way through, and then I took some wood screws and just drove them in, and my bag is leaving town. And I also used Gorilla Glue behind this, so I glued this guy to this so it cannot come off, and that is the Supercar Street Racing Studios sign. And now let's throw it inside to B-Rad, who can tell us more about how this actual sign is ordered and created. Guys, welcome back to the 4K Production Studio once again. I'm Brad, and you can see right here and right now we are in the process of editing this video about this custom metal sign. But I wanted to get online right now with you guys and show you exactly how to do this, because you have to customize it. So what I did here was search through Amazon for one with good enough reviews, and this is it right here. You can see I purchased it on September 21st. And then what you need to do is figure out the size sign you're going to need, and mine was 11 by 17, of course 11 being the height and 17 being the width. I wasn't 100% sure if it would work for me, if it was going to be big enough, but man, it came out so good. Now what you do is you go ahead and find your size. You can see right here they have 4.7 star reviews, which is very nice. And then you just simply click Customize Now. And now here's the part where you have to figure out if you're going to be using a horizontal or a vertical picture for yours. And of course, since my sign is horizontal, I used a horizontal picture that I created in Photoshop. Once you get your picture created, and I just created an image exactly the size of the sign, so I did an 11 by 17 inch image in Photoshop, you simply take that image, and let's see, we will find one here. So this is actually the one that I created, but we can use anything. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag one of these other backgrounds in there. Let's do this one. Ah, that didn't work. You have to hit, let's see, it looks like you have to hit upload. So let's go back to important graphics, backgrounds, and just grab this guy from there. Alright, so that's really all there is to it. You have to make sure that you have it exactly where you want it by dragging the corners here, and then you can edit it, and this is where you can do you can actually resize this thing, put filters on it, focus it, add text and stickers and other things like that, which is pretty cool. I didn't have to do that, but if you put text, you can do like let's see, like that, and then you can change the color and things like that here, and then you can align it and click save, and there you go. You can edit it again, add some little stickers to it if you want, click save, and that is basically how you do it. You click add to cart, and then you go ahead and check out, and it took me about a week to get my sign, which is great. And you saw the quality on it. It's really high quality. I'm going to go ahead and give these guys a 5-star review. I'm going to put a link in the description also for you guys to order this, and please do me a favor, order this sign through my link, or any other products you want through this link. You don't have to actually order the product that I am putting in the link, and it helps me with a small commission to help the channel run, because we lose money on the channel. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing as well, and we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. I'm out of here. Peace. First part of the install was done, and let us see if it does power up. And now I'm going down to the Ubiquiti. We no longer need this cable modem. We can go ahead and remove it. I wanted to show you guys where the fiber does come in on the side of the house. All right, guys, we are outside and we are prepping now for our IQ Fiber install. The first part of the install was done about a month ago, and you can see right there where they put their access point in the neighbor's yard there with that big green cover. I'm glad it's not in my yard. But today they are here prepping for putting the box on the side of the house. And I just wanted to let you guys know, if you are expecting nothing to be done to your yard, you are wrong. They will be digging your yard up twice. Once to get the main fiber pulled through your whole neighborhood, and then the second time they come through, they are going to put the fiber to your house. And you can see they're really good at not breaking your cables. You can see TV cables there and other cables. Before they leave, they'll make sure everything works properly. And you can see here, with all of these pavers, they could not put a drop on the side of the house right here because they don't do paver stuff. They're going to be actually doing the drop on this side of the house over here. They have already dug through the yard here, so they have the grass dug up right there. You can see they're going to go through my garden. They're going to put the drop right here on the side of the house. It's going to go right there, right? So it's going to be inside of that little trench right there, and they're going to put it right here. They're going to go straight up through the side of the house right there, and then inside of the house, they will come to my demarc area where I will assist them in getting fiber run. But for now, they were actually working on tunneling across the driveway. They have their machines out here. I think their machine broke, and they had to go get a belt put on it. But they are going to be running tubing. Ah, they already did it. So they have the hole already bored all the way across the driveway. They go underneath it, and then they go like right here, and you can see their pipe right there. And that is their machine that does the burrowing. It goes straight under the driveway. Pretty crazy, guys. That is the first step, or the first two steps of getting fiber installed at your house. And this is going to be 5 gigs compared to what I have at Comcast with 2, and it's asymmetric as well. So we're waiting for them to come back, and we'll see them in a few minutes. Alright guys, so I didn't do a lot of videos during the fiber install process simply because it was nothing exciting, but let me tell you guys what happened. So the fiber guy came this morning and finished the outside and the inside, and basically we are left now with this install here. They ran the fiber from the side of the house. They had to go through the yard because of pavers. Long boring story. They can't take pavers up, so they went through my yard, no problem. They did that. They went up the side of the house and into my attic, and they dropped everything right here. There's my fiber patch right there going straight to my modem. Now here is my modem for the fiber, so it is right here for now. I'm gonna rearrange that at some point, but for right now, it's right there. And then on top of that, my Eero device is sitting so fresh and fly. Now here's the thing. So I want to explain to you guys that this is 5 gig fiber, right? So my maximum speed is going to be 5 gigs, but let's think about this path. Coming in from the WAN side, so our WAN port, IQ Fiber, it is that green connector right there, is 5 gigs. Coming into the modem then demodulates the signal into whatever, Ethernet, okay? Comes out of my Ethernet port here, and it is capable of doing. Now, on the LAN side of the Eero back here, which is this black cable, the maximum speed is 1 gig. You're never going to get more than a gig on the WAN side of this network because of the limitations of this Eero here. Even if the Eero did 2.5 gigs, the big switch only does 1. So therefore, if you don't have anything more than 1 gig right there, then you're not getting more than 1 gig to the endpoints. Now, what is the advantage of fiber? Asymmetric. So I can upload now at 1 gig. And also, we won't saturate the 5 gig links ever because we just won't. If we ever want to be as fast as the fiber, we're going to have to get some faster networking gear. And that's going to mean a bigger switch there. Also bigger, if your computers don't have the network cards to support it, you'll need a bigger network card as well. We have 5 gigs there on the fiber. We have 2.5 out of the fiber to the Eero. We have 1 out of the Eero to the switch. However, we do have 2.5 from our NAS to our computers for editing, so we do still have that, but we're just not going to get 2.5 to the internet at all. Why? Even though we have a 2.5 gig switch here, we can't use it because the router needs to be 2.5. I think that the Eero 7 does 2.5G on the LAN side, so I'm going to go ahead and research that, and maybe I'll pick up the Eero 7 for this guy here. Let's go see what they have. All right, guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing living room and actually in the dining room here with the Eero 7 Max. We're going to get this guy unboxed today. We have a project to get out the Eero 6 and then get our internet upgraded. We're going to get this over and replace the Eero 6 and try to uplink at 10 gigs on IQ Fiber. Guys, the Eero 7 Max, Eero Max 7, is right in front of me now, and this is an upgrade to the 6. And it has two 10 gig ports and two 2.5 gig ports, as you can see there. Tri-band and wireless up to 4.3 gigabits per second. And let's go ahead and get this unboxed. The Eero 7 Max is sitting right in front of us right now, having some bad reviews. We're going to find out if those reviews are accurate. And to get it out, you simply remove the top of the box, and they have a nice presentation here with the Eero, and it definitely is larger than the Eero 6. And then inside the box underneath is the power supply, and they give you a nice braided LAN cable as well, which is very good. And looking at the actual Eero itself, on the back there is two 2.5 gig ports and two 10 gig ports as well. So it does support 10 gig. We are going to try to uplink at 10 gig and then link to our Ubiquiti network at 2.5 gig. Now, they have a way to replace a device on your network with another one, so that's what we're going to be doing in the Eero app. We're going to replace the 6 and go ahead and put in the 7 when we do that, and this guy is going to go right up here. Powering up the Eero is as simple as plugging in this adapter and plugging in this USB-C port. All right, so I have the new Eero here. I have the modem off, or the ONT is called, off for the internet. And actually we have plenty of room on here now. New power brick in, get it some power. So now we have a flashing white light. We're waiting for that to go blue is the deal. Once we have a blue light, we will go back to where we were. Okay, our light turned blue. Let's get back into the app now. Need to connect our gateway, so I am connecting Ethernet 10 gig port on fiber. I never did plug that back in. I was supposed to do it at the same time. Okay. I have plugged in 10 gig and now I am powering up the fiber ONT. It says looking for gateway. All right, it did find the gateway. We're gonna hit next. It says it's connecting to the internet. All right, now we have to get connected to our switch. I went from the 2.5 gig port out, and now I'm going down to the Ubiquiti switch in. This should give everything internet. This is uplinked to the 1 gig switch. Let's go back to the app now. Okay, we did get our software updated. As you can see right here, we're on 7.6.5 now on everything. I did get all the wall plates put back on. Let's go back to the camera. We no longer need this cable modem. We can go ahead and remove it. Right in front of the Eero 7 Max, everything is hooked up. I just realized we can backfeed a couple things with our extra ports on the back of the Eero 7. That means we actually have extra ports to feed 2.5 to other things like the wired Eeros. There's one in the studio that has to be hooked up to the 2.5 gig switch there. There is one in the theater room that can be backhauled from this guy as well. The audio closet down here, which needs a label, so I'm going to go ahead and label that now. We are taking full advantage of the extra ports here on the back of the Eero. There are two 10 gig and two 2.5. I am backfeeding the theater room with that one, and I'm backfeeding the audio closet with this one. All right, we are out here. I'm trying not to be super loud because my neighbors are all asleep. It's early, but I wanted to show you guys where the fiber does come in on the side of the house. So it comes in right here from in the yard through my garden. They could not go over my pavers. They didn't want to do that. And there is the demarc. Fiber goes up my house. They could have done a better job of tucking the wire up there. I'll probably do that, but it goes up to the attic right there. The fiber did run through the yard just like that, all the way under the driveway to their box which is located in my neighbor's yard. Okay, we are inside of the living room here. I wanted to recap what we have in here. So basically down here behind the entertainment center right here, you will see the incoming spot for the fiber. It is that plate right there with the green plug on it. That's where the fiber comes into the house. It is patched right there with another fiber cable that then is connected to their modem. And on their modem, you will see on the front, there is power, broadband, service, Ethernet, and phone. A phone is not being used. And on the back, all you have is a fiber input, a Ethernet jack, a phone jack, and a reset button, and where the power goes in right there. It has a small power brick. It does get very warm, so if you have a concern about cooling, make sure you have adequate ventilation wherever you put this. For example, if you put it in a closet, it is rather warm. And do not stack it with other devices either. I am actually going to move it down when I redo this whole area, and I might get another different entertainment system here, like a shelf like I have back there. But for now, I wanted to get in here and show you guys the actual equipment and what you can expect from the fiber. I do not use their Wi-Fi equipment. I am using my Eero Wi-Fi 7 there. I'm not using their stuff at all. The installer was amazing. He did a lot of extra things for me, and I was really appreciative. He helped me fix a few cables and run a couple of extra Cat 6 cables. Love those guys. Give them the highest possible rating. Alright, I wanted to show you guys this speed test that the S24 Ultra supports Wi-Fi 7 and show you the speeds with IQ Fiber. You can see IQ Fiber down here at the bottom, and let's see what it gets. 1,100 down, 1,000 up. Awesome. Alright guys, I just wanted to take you guys through this a little bit in front of the computer to show you what is going on with IQ Fiber, and to end this video about IQ Fiber install. If you had any questions, you can also put them down in the comments section or email me as well. Right in front of me, we've got the iqfiber.com site up, but I want to show you how this is configured in the computer. You can see we are linked at 2.5 gigabits per second. And that means we have a 2.5 gigabit connection all the way through the chain, meaning we have a switch that supports 2.5 gig, and our router supports actually 10 gig and 2.5 gig. So that means we have a 2.5 gig connection from the fiber optical network terminal, ONT, not a modem, over in the other room all the way to this device. Now let's go over here and run the speed test here. And we are getting 1,600 megabits per second, 1,700, 1,800, 1,900, and we are using some internet for streaming as well. We are doing a live stream. We got 2,065 upload speed so far. This is limited by the 2.5 gig connection. If we had a 10 gig switch and a 10 gig connection, we would probably see 5,000 each way. Let's close that and let you get a good look at IQ Fiber connections, hardwired at 2.5 gig. Guys, go up to the IQ Fiber site if you're in Jacksonville or anywhere that has service now. Go ahead and order IQ Fiber and turn off the other providers if you have them. This is a good, solid deal. It's cheaper, $125 a month. I have 5 gig up and down. It's asymmetric. Don't forget, cable is not. Fiber is asymmetric, meaning your speeds will be the same for both upload and download. Fiber is much better than cable at asymmetrics. So guys, thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing. We really appreciate your service to us, and we love having you guys as viewers. Please like and subscribe. Buy all your items through Amazon through my official links in the bottom of the video description, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the split volt 24 amp charger we're going to take a look at, and we're going to be installing that and see how it works in the Tesla Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. This is the split volt NEMA 10-30 charger, and it came in this beautiful bag, which I probably won't use because I have a Tesla mobile connector coming for the car, but this will be permanently mounted in the garage. And so let's see what's inside of this beefy cable. This is the 16-foot version because that's all I need, and pretty good packaging. The box was damaged, however the inside had no effects, and it's got this nice split volt little thing asking you to email them if you have any questions. And then of course here is your charger, and just like most of the chargers, I don't like the fact that it doesn't have much of a pigtail. However, that's okay because it has a 16-foot cord and it doesn't have to go that far. I was hoping I wouldn't have to mount this on the back wall, but it looks like I will mount it right next to the dryer, right off the pigtail, and then take it into the car. So I did return the Electron charger. It would not do over 16 amps, and so it was a little bit cheaper, like $100 cheaper, and it wasn't worth it. So I returned that, and I got the 24 amp charger, which I will open now. Here's a look at the Electron on the front with the power light, charge light, fault lights, maximum 24 amps. And on the back, we do see that it has the capability to be mounted right there with a screw, which we will have to use a drywall insert. And then we have our J1772 connector, and I have a J1772 adapter, and this should be a NEMA 1030 plug hiding under there that I will open now. Okay, here's the NEMA 10-30. I do have a splitter for the dryer, so we will go outside now and get this thing plugged right in. Alright, back behind the dryer, we already have the NEMA 1030 splitter there. We are going to go ahead and mount the split volt right next to the washing machine here. The washing machine actually, of course, does not feed the 220 volt circuit, does not need it. It's the dryer on the other side, but we're going to mount this thing pretty close to the splitter right here where it looks good. And first we got to vacuum up all this junk and clean up this back. Alright, I got the area all cleaned out, nice and mopped. It looks way better. So now my plan right here, right now, is to get this charger mounted somehow, and I need to figure out the height that we're going to put it back here as well, so I'm going to do that now. Alright, we got the split volt 24 amp charger mounted on the wall. Now we have to work on some wire management. I am unfortunately almost out of these big clamps, and I don't think the next size up will fit. I'm going to try it. I only got one of those right there, and I've got two of these, and I really need like 3 or 4. It's a complete bummer. None of these other ones will work. Maybe I have something else around here I can use, but I want to get the wire tied up all nice, but I'm not going to be able to use regular screws because the drywall is just going to break out. So got to use inserts and all that, so I'm going to work on that now. I got the clamps installed on the wall there and there. That one's a little bit too big. I'm actually going to go down to Ace and see what they have, but this size is too big for it. It's the size down below that, and I don't have any more. And I want to get something to mount to the side of this toolbox here, or the workbench, to hang the hose on right here so it coils up right on the edge. So I am headed that way to do that now. Headed up to Ace Hardware, the best place on earth. It's pretty close to the house. We're in the Tesla Plaid that I don't fully understand how to operate yet, but I've been having fun playing with it for sure. Just took Susie out for a ride and absolutely blew her mind, and all I can say is this car accelerates at an insane rate that I've never felt in my life. I've had 1,000 horsepower Supra, 800 wheel horsepower, both my Supra and my IS300, and they are slow compared to this car. I can't imagine what a 15 to 2,000 wheel horsepower car actually feels like. It just has to be unreal, because this thing is a beast at 1,020 horsepower. And I don't know how much parasitic loss there is. There's no transmission, so it must put most of that down to the tires. It feels like it does, because I'll tell you right now, I haven't had a car that would even come close to this car. So I might take this thing out to the street races at some point and see how we do, if I can get somebody to go with me and film, because this thing is a beast to drive and film. But yeah, we're headed to Ace Hardware right now. We'll be there shortly. All right, so this is what it looks like after I got done. We have the split volt charger right there, secured to the wall with cable clamps. It runs along the wall like that, comes down the side of my workbench, and then I installed this nice hook for the cable. Just a word of advice, 16 feet is not enough. If you need to reach all the way across your garage, you would have a problem. I have enough, I think. I think I did a good enough parking job. Let's see. Yep, I do have enough, and so I have the J1772 adapter right here. I don't have my tripod with me. I'm so mad because I missed a lot of tape filming because I didn't. But this J1772 adapts most public chargers to Tesla, and you can either keep it in your car or keep it on your J1772 at home. If you keep it at home though, you need a second one for the car in case you can't charge with a Tesla supercharger. So this just fits literally right on the end of this, like so. It can only go one way. There's no way to mess this up. And then it goes right to the car. So I'm gonna do this now with the other hand because I am filming. The J1772 adapter is on. Let's see how the car reacts. All right, the charging port opened for me, and let's go ahead, charge. All right, the blue Tesla logo turned green. Don't know what that means. And it says charge on the split volt, but we will have to get into the car and see what the rate is. It should be 24 amps. We could actually go on the app too, but let's go in the car. So it actually could see it through the window. 5 kilowatt hours, 24 amps. So we can't go any higher than 24 amps with my circuit, but that is, what, 17, 18, 19, 22, 8 amps more than I had before. So I'm hyped. This is where you set the charge rate. And so it said 2 hours to fill up, so it'll take 2 hours to get to the tip of the charge. Very cool. So that is the split volt 24 amp level 2 charger for the Tesla, all mounted up and ready to go. I kind of like the charging thing that was on the screen when I closed the door. I'm going to try to get that to come back up so I can show you guys on video. So this is what comes up when you are away from the car. It says charging time remaining 2 hours and 45 minutes, 24 amps of 24 amps, 238 volts, 6 kilowatt hours. By comparison, a supercharger the other day did 62 kilowatt hours. So about 10 times faster would be my guess. But yeah. Looks pretty good. I might put a couple more cable clamps on this over here. There's not much more I can do to clean it up, aside from running something through the wall and plugging it down here maybe or something like that, but I'm not disappointed with this turnout. It's pretty clean. There's really not a better way to do it. This dryer vent already looks like crap over here, so now all I have to do is put my charger right up on this hose reel thingy when I'm done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Sorry it's going to be a short one because I didn't video everything I was doing, but we'll see you guys really soon.
Welcome to Split Volt. Want the fastest electric vehicle home charger for the best price? Split volt portable 24 and 40 amp EV chargers have the best overall value, with the lowest price and fastest allowable NEC safe charging rates. Its 16 feet length provides flexibility, while also being lightweight. It coils easily into the included canvas carrying case. Split volt portable EV chargers can often use an existing dryer socket. Just plug in, and you have 21 or 37 mph fast EV home charging. They are safety certified, come in a variety of configurations. The standard NEMA plug types support both existing and upgraded household power circuits. Split volt chargers use J1772 handle connectors that are common across North American EVs and fully support the standard Tesla adapter. Its design includes internal vehicle power protection and 4 LED indicator lights with real-time status information that will alert you to failures or issues with your power source. Although designed for optimum portability, the charger may also be easily wall-mounted. Just plug it in and you're fast home charging. Thanks for watching.
This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. And we're going to review it. Take a look at the front of the GLA 250. Check out this stylish silver grille that Mercedes added. Down here, it has fog lights. This is almost like the grills on the SL65 AMG. The front has a pretty aggressive stance, as you can see here. Take a look at the side of the GLA 250 from Mercedes. This is the 2018 model. Here are the wheels and tires they chose for this car. On top, we have a nice silver trim that runs the length of the car. And here's how it looks like from the other angle. This is the back of the all-new 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Have a look at that rear diffuser and these aggressive square exhaust tips. And this nice rear spoiler. On the tailgate, they've got this nice chrome accent strip here at the bottom. And then another accent strip here below the car emblem and the Mercedes logo. This one looks especially good with the nice dark tint on the rear. This 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz has their 2-liter, 4-cylinder, turbocharged engine. This engine makes the GLA 250 seem really quick. It's rated at a 0 to 60 time of 7.2 seconds, but I found driving it that it feels much quicker than 7.2 seconds. However, it does have a little bit of turbo lag. And especially when you have eco mode on and the car has to start up at every stoplight, it can be kind of noticeable. But overall, this vehicle makes some impressive performance numbers from its 2-liter turbocharged inline 4-cylinder. This GLA 250 is not the 4MATIC version, so it's only 2-wheel drive. And it does manage to break the tires free on occasion. It has that much torque. As a matter of fact, the engine feels much larger than it actually is. I found the power to be more than adequate for everyday driving. Moving to the inside of the GLA 250, on the door panels, we have the typical door controls. Here's the lock and unlock feature. Here's the seat controls, which on Mercedes looks like the actual seat. So it makes it much easier to figure out how to adjust the seats. Here's the bottom, here's the middle, here's the top. Here's the memory feature for the seats. And for the mirrors, it stores your personal preferences for any person who gets in the car, and there's 3 available choices here. Here's the window controls and the mirror controls and the rear hatch opening control. Here's a good look at the seats on the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. This leather reminds me a lot of the leather in BMWs. This particular vehicle has all black interior, which I think looks rather nice. The back seat of the GLA 250 is very roomy. You can see here there's plenty of room for 3 people to sit. And on this base model, there's not many controls back here. But right here, we do have a 12-volt outlet for your passengers in the back. Let's take a look at the inside of the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Taking a look at the actual instrumentation here, as you can see, we have a standard analog tachometer, an analog speedometer. Inside the speedometer, we have a standard fuel gauge, and inside the tachometer, we have a water temperature gauge. Right in the center of the dash, if we put the key in, you can see we have a nice LCD display, which currently shows the miles on the vehicle. And then it changes to the transmission selector. And when we start the car, it changes to the speedometer. Down here we have controls where we can toggle through a lot of the settings on the GLA. That setting there is for your fuel range. Here's your eco display, a trip computer, and back to the speedometer. On the steering wheel, these are the controls for the center display. And here's your controls for your telephone and your audio system. On the side here, we've got controls for your windshield wipers. Here's your cruise control. And down here, we've got fog light controls, headlight controls, and your parking brake release. Over here to the right, here's the ignition switch. And this car has no button to start, just an ignition switch. Let's take a look at the infotainment display on this 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. One thing I don't like about this display is it looks like it's just tacked on. It really doesn't look like it was well thought out. It almost looks like somebody took an iPad or an Android pad and just literally tacked it to the dash. Starting here on this display, here's the vehicle settings. Here we can change the locator lighting, the interior lighting delay, the exterior lighting delay, the ambient light inside the vehicle, and our locator lighting. If we back up one, here's where we can change the dynamics on the car. Here we can adjust the drive dynamics, the climate control dynamics, Eco start and stop, which makes the car stop when you go to a stoplight or a stop sign, and the steering dynamics. I personally felt like sport mode was the best for all-around driving. And if we back out again, and one more time, we have settings for the telephone, the media, the radio, and the navigation. Now the navigation on this vehicle is on an SD card, which is right here. This vehicle does not have the SD card inserted, so when you select navigation, you'll see a slight pause, and then it's going to say there's no memory card inserted with the navigation software. If we back out again, we can take a look at the radio. So there's the radio. There's the volume control. And there's our selector. This vehicle does have Bluetooth streaming, so you can connect your device to here and stream Bluetooth audio. Here's your telephone controls. If we go down, we can change more options on the radio. If we back out, pressing the star button on the control gives us this menu. It has icons for everything you can select. If we go down here, we can take a look at the Mercedes apps. I've enabled the Mercedes apps function. It wants me to subscribe for a trial period, but I'm not going to do that. If we hit the back out again, and the star button, we're back at the icon menu. So there's a look at the infotainment system on the 2018 GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz. Here's the control panel, separate from the rotary control. Down here we have your heated seats, your eco mode, your hazards, and down here your climate control, which can be set to zoned or global. Let's take a look at the rear hatch in this GLA 250 by popping this. And the rear hatch just opened. Here in the back, we've got ample room for luggage. A couple of cargo nets here and here. Inside here, access to the lighting. Plenty of room for all your luggage in the back of this GLA 250. If we push this button, it closes itself. And it locks itself. Taking a ride in this GL 250 by Mercedes, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to push down on this gear selector here to put the vehicle in gear. And you can see right here on the display, it did change to drive 1. Now this car also has paddle shifters, which are pretty fun right here on the steering wheel. So as you can see right now, to go up into reverse, we have to press up on this. And here is the display. Here is the backup camera display. We're going to go ahead and shut this down so that we can not have all the noise. Buckle our seatbelt here for safety. And we're going to go for a ride in this all-new 2018 GLA 250. Here's our backup display working nicely. And it's warning me to check my surroundings and not hit anything. Now to get this car into drive, we have to push down on the stick. The car did go into drive. And you can see right here, we do now have the speedometer there. We can change our display. To the eco display if we want to. There's our range. Now the first thing you're going to notice here is that this vehicle is set to all sport. I actually prefer that setting better. To me, the vehicle just rides and performs great in the sport mode. It does have quite a bit of torque right off the bottom. Right off the bottom end, you can feel the acceleration. It feels really good. The one thing I will say about this car though is that it does have a moderate amount of turbo lag. Once that turbo spins up though, this does feel like a much bigger engine than just the 2-liter inline 4-cylinder engine. Checking out the brakes. Brakes feel very nice. They stop very well. We can move our display over here to vehicle. And if we wanted to, we could change the dynamics of the vehicle back into comfort mode from sport. Like I said, on sport setting, on the suspension, engine, it does ride very well. I don't see a need to put it on comfort at all. And the performance is so good on sport that I find it just awesome to leave it in that setting all the time. Now, I haven't done a very long road trip on it. I might change my mind once I get on the road and I'm riding for hours. But that's the acceleration. The car does have very nice mid-range acceleration. Very nice car to drive so far. Here we see the car is in eco mode, so it shut down when I put on the brakes. Accelerating from that start right there, we did spin the tires. It does have a great amount of low-end torque, which causes that to happen. And remember, this vehicle is front-wheel drive. This is not the 4MATIC. Taking a look here at the stop sign. The car did shut off. It is in automatic mode. I'm going to turn that off. Car did start back up. Accelerating from the stop sign. Feel a little bit of turbo lag there. But it is worth it in my opinion for the amount of power that this GLA 250 has after that initial turbo lag. Got the speedometer up right here. I'm going to show you guys 0 to 60 now. See if we get a little wheel spin in the process. We are spinning the tires. There is 60 miles per hour. So I will say that right off the line, there is quite a bit of a delay from the time you hit the accelerator pedal until you get that nice delivery of power. Next, we're going to take a look at the mid-range acceleration of this GLA 250. So we are at 40 miles per hour now. We're going to do a little 40 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour as soon as we round this turn. Just accelerating here with a slight amount of throttle feels very nice. It does respond very nicely to the mid-range throttle input, but right here around this turn we're going to go 40 to 70. Here we are at 40. And we're going to put it to the floor there. There's a little bit of delay. There is 70 miles per hour. 80. and 93. Braking from 93. Very good. There is a moderate amount of traffic here. We are going to turn around now. And I'm going to show you another acceleration run. Turning around. Start from 0. A slight roll. And there's, you see the delay there. And then the wheel spin. There's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Cruising along at 38 miles per hour, this car feels very composed, very comfortable. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to take this car on any number of long road trips. And I just might do that this weekend. So as long as you keep this GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz in the power band, it performs very well, and there's very little turbo lag. However, if you let that turbo spin down, you will be waiting for it. Pulling back up in the driveway here. From a nice drive in this GLA 250. Final thoughts on this Mercedes GLA 250. This is the brand new model from Mercedes-Benz, the 2018 model. This is the non-4MATIC model, so this only has front-wheel drive. As you saw from the video earlier, this car does break traction quite easily in the dry with the amount of low-end torque that it has from this turbo inline 4-cylinder engine. My review of this car, I'm going to give it a 7 stars out of 10 rating. The reason it doesn't get higher, a couple of things. The turbocharged 4-cylinder engine has quite a bit of turbo lag. There's almost a 3-second delay from a dead stop if you hit the throttle full. If you let this vehicle get out of the turbo range, it is kind of laggy. So I give it that rating. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time with more reviews. So Trond donated this light. It is a 360-degree rotating architect desk lamp. It has 5 colors, 5 brightness levels, a 24-watt light with eye care, and a 45-minute timer, and it does come with a remote control. Now, right now, it is $69.99, but there is a 20% coupon you can apply to this, and also there's a promotion that you can save another 10% when you check it out online. And you can see right here on the picture, they're actually using DaVinci Resolve, and they have the nice desk lamp above it. That's what I'm going to be doing, because I'm going to install this guy right here. I'm going to put a link in the description to the Trond LED desk lamp. Make sure you support Supercar Street Racing. Tell them we sent you and show your love for SCSR. Now back to the video. All right, you guys just saw us unbox this RD Diag Pro, and you saw everything that was included inside of the box. Now there's only one thing left to do. We're going to go ahead and walk directly across the street, get into Rich's truck, and go ahead and see what all this guy can do. And let's see what maintenance does. You can reset different things in the car, like your oil light, your throttle position, your EBP, steering, ABS, DPF, BMS, injector, and TPMS. I pushed maintenance, and now I'm going to go to Toyota. It found the VIN again, double cab, confirm, and there's the manual oil reset, so you can go ahead and reset the light if you do get your oil changed. That part is not supported with engine and ECT. And here's all the other functions you can use to reset to do maintenance on the car. So for example, if you need to reset your injectors, you can go in there and do that. So the mall is where you can purchase things for the Top Don. That's that button right there. The library has a bunch of useful information here, like a DTC repair guide, DLC location, warning light library, a user manual, and a quick support with TeamViewer. I guess they can remote in and work on this. And I'm doing one more auto scan on it. There it is, reading directly off of the computer. All the live data is like the fuel trim.
Resistance is futile. The line must be drawn here.
173467321 Charlie 32 789777 643 Tango 732 Victor 731178888 732 4767 897 64376 lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting! More? Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
Hey guys, Brad here, Supercar Street Racing, with another video. Looks like we got our Anchor Cosmos Max 4K projector here. We're doing a little unboxing, setup, reaction, crying, sadness, all that stuff. So let's get this thing unboxed. Hopefully I don't get, well, I can't get demonetized because I don't make money on my videos anyway, so who cares about the music? Alright, so this is a refurb. The projector was actually on sale for $200 off, but even with that it was $1,500, so I elected for the refurb. Here it is, right out of the box, has not been touched yet. Let's give it a little look-see. See, it says Android TV, does use Android TV, don't care, because I am going to be using my 4K Fire Stick. Does support 4K. It has a 4K, native 4K projector. I believe it uses pixel doubling, but it's 1500 ANSI lumens. If you're used to 3000 from a regular bulb, you might be disappointed with this guy, but this is why I am getting the room all prepared to be completely blacked out, because I know that the brightness level is less than my last projector, which was eco mode all the time for 7 years before the bulb burned out. Let's get this dude over here. I'm listening to my favorite internet radio station, Soma FM, Deep Space One, because, you know, everything's space. So here it is, first impressions. The box is kind of beat up a little bit. You can see the edges here. I read a review from someone who got one that was still logged into somebody else's email address, which is pretty crazy. Kind of like Amazon, hello. So I'm trying to figure out how you open this. The edges are kind of beat up. Yeah, there's no obvious way to open this, so I think it's this side. Here, I'm gonna work on that. I'll get right back to you guys. All right, I'm an idiot. The thing just literally picks right off the thing like a suitcase, and then this is underneath, and it's got a little open me thingy here. Where's my knife? Let's go ahead and open this guy. Well, this is renewed. This is supposed to be used. Somebody else has owned this before and returned it. Alright, let's see if I got that. Looks like I got that out. So guys, this is a 4K projector with built-in sound, which I'm not going to be using. but apparently it has really good built-in sound, and it also has an LED star field on the top. So my plan is, it's on a glass shelf. Oh, my oven's ready. Time to put the chicken in the oven. You guys can hang out with that too while I do this. So here's my chicken thighs for dinner. And let's set our timer up here. 45. Alright. So look at this presentation, man. It's like this nice, almost like a suitcase, and you open it up and oh, there it is. No, but like, so this has a star field on it when you power it up. So got a little condom on there to make sure you don't mess it up. First impression, size is smaller than I thought. It's actually smaller, probably about the same size as my Epson, but it's way thicker. Yeah, oh, it's got the thickness, look at that, because probably the speakers. So yeah, so this will sit upside down like this and project inverted on my glass shelf, which I'm gonna go tighten that shelf up right now, put this up there, get it powered up, and see if we have issues with the height. But apparently this has an automatic keystone, so you don't need to like tilt it to fit the screen. It should be able to adjust quite a bit for up and down. Let's check that out now. Alright guys, also wanted to show you what was underneath here. Got this little instruction manual, kick-ass remote, batteries, power brick, and power cord right there. Let's get this thing set up. Got the projector set up. First thing was my moon men were casting a shadow. Here it is. You can see upside down, the little star field there is kind of cool. It actually needs to come up just a little bit. I'm not sure how to do that. It could work like that, but it probably should come up like a few inches. And I don't know if I have to manually do that or what. I'm gonna look around, but I just downloaded the update. After powering it on, it automatically focused, it automatically keystoned. So cool, such a cool projector. Let's see, so let's restart this guy. So this is with ambient light, so this is all going to be knocked down to almost nothing once I get the blinds and the curtains in. So this is Android TV, so it looks just like an Android. Put you guys on hold while it updates. Restarted the projector after the update. It is installing. I love this dark room. Can't wait to get these curtains replaced. I went ahead and took them down because they were ugly. I'm gonna get some regular non-reflective looking ones that are just like straight up black for this guy. And for that door is getting a set of curtains, 2 on each side of the door. This is installing. I'll update you guys when it's done. Projector is rebooting, so you can see here ambient light from that window, and it's still pretty damn bright. Now I do see what other people saw. There is a little frame that runs outside of the actual frame. That is actually light, I think, from the projector. The projector is up there on the shelf, chilling. And I am about to try to play some content and see what it sounds like. I'll be back with you guys. Alright, first thing is the keystone correction auto does not work well for me, so I put it on manual and then I adjusted it. But the whole thing needs to come up, I don't know, just a tiny bit. So, I mean, you can't see the star field through this glass, so I think I'm going to swap the projector over so that it's face up and then maybe raise it a little bit. I think it has feet. I'm gonna have to check it out. So I couldn't figure out how to raise the whole image up on the projector. I'm not sure. You're supposed to be able to like raise the whole image, but keystone correction's maxed out to the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a couple of little like feet underneath the front to raise it up maybe 1/4 inch so that it lines up a little bit better with, oh, what do we got here? Mailman. Lines up a little bit better towards the top of my screen here. But my shelf is perfect. Like, it didn't work out great for my last projector, but it's going to be absolutely amazing for this one. I just put the I just painted the rest of this area. I'm kind of thinking about painting the HDMI cable. I haven't tested it yet though, so I think I'm gonna probably just go ahead and paint it and get it over with so it's not white and standing out like that. I do have black paint. Maybe I'll just do black. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab some black paint, paint the HDMI cable. Peace out. Be right back. All right, got the projector all finally in its final resting place. Unfortunately, the glass is not particularly see-through, so you can still not see the stars, and I missed some spots on the paint, which you can't see because it's so dark, but all I can say is, wow, this projector is amazing. Like, I am above and beyond, even during the day with the window open. This thing looks so good. I'm still working on the adjustment. Look, like I need to zoom it down a little bit. So let's go to projector settings, zoom, see how it's off the screen. Now, one thing I will say, it does have some light that spills over outside of the screen. And I saw some people complaining about that. It is true that there is a little bit of ambient light that kind of spills over out of the screen size. So it's really hard to see on camera. Screen stops here, the light spills over to here. So about another 6 inches worth, I think. So let's take a look at some 4K, which has blown my mind, honestly. I like how it says 8K, but YouTube doesn't support 8K.
Cutting your burrito? You're such a Virgo.
Oh, we gotta do ads. Let's see what it really is displaying at. Yeah, 4K. Yeah, you're not playing 8K, liar. So, just off the bat, I gotta say the picture quality is unbelievable on this. I've never owned an 8K, or sorry, a 4K projector. I've owned a 4K television, but oh my God, this is absolute insanity. It is just like a window. And there is the Anchor projector sitting on the little glass shelf. I need to paint the wire black, but I got all my pictures set back up here. I got to move the recliners back in place, hook up the surround sound, move the receiver in here, which I'm going to update you guys when I do that. And so as you can see, this is amazing. What's going on, guys? Supercar Street Racing here. That was the install of the PowerUrus 48-volt lithium-ion battery. Now, this is the part where we would have taken you guys on a test drive. However, Joe had some problems with his golf cart before we put this battery in. And when we were about to do the test drive, the golf cart died. And we've been talking to the manufacturer of his controller, and it looks like maybe his controller died. So we were not able to finish the test drive, but we just want to say thank you, PowerUrus. Their battery is awesome. It's smaller than the other battery that was in there, which makes it much more compact and easy to use. It's an awesome battery, really, really cool install with a nice little display. And we want to just say thank you one more time to them. There will be a part 2, so stay tuned for part 2 PowerUrus install. As soon as we can get the golf cart repaired, that's going to be coming right to you. Thank you guys for 1 million views on our Navi scooter video and over 250,000 subscribers. But we got to get out of here right now. We got to continue working out. And using Android Auto from my phone, and you can see Waze right here. Okay, so here's some of the things on the home screen. Android Auto, CarPlay, Bluetooth setup, and then setup of the actual tablet and a calendar. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy to have you on the channel once again for something super special. You guys saw what just happened. Joe and I got two Navi ST3 Pro scooters. We went ahead and took them out and did an awesome excursion. We went about 6 or 7 miles at one time. Didn't even get close to coming less than 50% battery power. What you see on the screen right now is the Navi ST3 Pro. Navi sent us two of these and we were so happy to go ahead and check them out, modify them, and in the process, we added another sponsor to the mix. Lamto sent us their 7-inch wireless motorcycle CarPlay system, does Android Auto also, and we put it directly onto our Navi ST3 scooters. It was a very cool project. You see, we can do everything from there and play out the music on our Bluetooth speakers as well. What a cool time we had with Navi and Lamto on this collaboration for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and pick up your Navi ST3 Pro. These things are awesome. They are not kids scooters. They have full suspension, so they work great on any ground. You saw me go into the park as well. They work great on the road, and when you go over bumps, they do an awesome job of keeping you safe. They'll go up to like 47 miles if you keep the power level down. They are very fast. They have a lot of torque. No problems climbing hills or anything like that. The Navi ST3 Pro is the real deal. If you like scooters and you are not a child, this is not a child scooter. You will want to put an adult on this because it is a bad boy. Now I'm going to have a link in the description to both the Lamto GPS, CarPlay, Android head unit for motorcycles, and one for the Navi ST3. Please click through our links in the description to buy all your products for Supercar Street Racing. It helps us out greatly. We get a few dollars here and there, enough to keep the channel going. And also, I want to thank you guys for over 225,000 subscribers. That's absolutely amazing. We couldn't do it without you guys. You are our support system. This video was crazy and it took me forever to edit, so I got to get out of here. I have to get out of here. It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. Oh my God, you guys made his entire day, look. He is locked on target. Yeah, he's gonna start barking in a second. Just got an alert over here on the show that I think something is in my garage. Let's see. It's always a mystery where things are gonna be. Aha! Check it out. We got a new package here on Sunday night. Oh yeah, I am so hyped for this. What we're looking at today on the channel. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad again today, and I'm super excited about an upgrade for the channel that we just got right here in front of me. And this is the HyperX Quadcast microphone. So I've been needing a microphone for a while now on the channel. I've been suffering with just the camera mic and also this little lavalier mic, which also is low in quality. We're probably gonna have to get another mic at least some point in the future for lavalier use, and maybe a couple, because I do a lot of things with other people. And today we have this awesome HyperX RGB Quadcast mic. It just arrived fresh from Amazon in my garage, and today we're gonna open it up and take a look at what's inside the box. We're gonna open this up, test it, and see what the audio quality is like, and doing some actual voiceovers. All right, so we have the HyperX Quadcast mic here in front of me. This is a USB microphone. It comes in two colors. It comes in black and white, and today we have the lovely white microphone here. I chose the white color. It was actually cheaper. I want to say I paid about $130 for this microphone, and I think the black was $150. And if you don't want the RGB, which of course I did, you can get away with actually a cheaper price on these for just a single color. But I like the RGB. I think it'll look cool in the new studio once we get that built. And I'm super hyped to open this up, so let's get started here. Guys, we are back at Supercar Street Racing with the HyperX Quadcast microphone, and it is time to actually open up this guy and see what's inside. So let's get our Smith & Wesson going here. So this is a $150 something mic. There will be a link in the description for it, and we hope that you can click through our links. Even if you're not buying this mic, please click through that link or any of our links when you buy Amazon products. It really helps me out. I don't make any money off of the channel, but it does help me greatly when you buy your things through the Supercar Street Racing affiliate links. So here's the HyperX Quadcast microphone ready to be unsheathed from the cardboard condom. Let's give it an open. Love the packaging already. Very cool packaging. Doesn't look cheap at all. Microphone has really good reviews, especially the lower priced ones. This one is the higher priced one because it's a Quadcast. I think the regular one called, I forgot what the regular name is for the one that doesn't do Quadcast, single cast or something like that. But this one has 4 patterns on the microphone. 4 polar patterns, which is why it's called the Quadcast, obviously. And inside the box, the first thing we have is a HyperX little information sheet that says that they have you covered. Says if you have issues with your products, then you can contact their team for technical support, so which is awesome. So that's what we're hoping for here. Next thing we have is a little HyperX welcome. Congratulations on joining the HyperX family. Their RGB products on the front, and a little welcome from HyperX on the back. Now we have I think it is a product information sheet, customer information sheet right here. And of course, now we have the quick start guide here for the HyperX Quadcast microphone, which is very small writing and I can't see at all. So this will be hard to read for me. But anyway, it should be plug and play. There is software for the microphone, and I don't know if it goes past the RGB level to tweak the mic, but there is software. HyperX Ingenuity software is what you have to download from hypergaming.com/ingenuity, and that is inside of this lovely quick start guide for the HyperX Quadcast microphone. Now we have inside of the box here. So it is encased in plastic. I do see kind of a large cord in there. It's encased in a plastic like pancake of goodness here. And there is a warranty actually on the inside of the box, which is pretty interesting. There's a bunch of writing on the inside of the box. It's not something you see every day. You can't actually read the inside of the box. And now we have this beautiful pancake of plasticness to open. And it does say pull, and it snaps right apart here. And inside here is the beautiful Quadcast microphone for your enjoyment. It is very awesome looking. And something fell out of the box, and it looks like, yep, it is looks like a connector for a mic stand, but I'm not 100% sure. I do have a mic stand. I have all the audio equipment to do live music, so I might still have my mic stand, I think. I'll have to go look. But so far, so good. We've got the mic unboxed here. So I dug through the closet, and I haven't used my mic stand in a bit. It's just off to the side here. It is a Proline mic stand, so we will be able to use this adapter here, it looks like, to put the mic on an actual stand, and that is awesome. So let's get this out, and first thing we have is our USB cable. Opening our USB cable here, it looks pretty high quality. It is braided, and it has USB type B on one side and a USB type C on the other side. And of course, the USB type B goes to the computer, and the USB type C will go to the back of the microphone here, where there is a USB-C connector, and there is also a mini headphone jack. So if you want to connect your headphones here, you can also do that. That is the extent of what is inside of the box with the microphone. And now for the next part of this, we're going to move over to the computer and actually install this. All right, we are back here underneath the Supercar Street Racing editing rig, and I see the back here. I'm trying to find a USB type B, and I see one at the very top there. I'm going to connect right there to that USB type B port. We are back over here at the Supercar Street Racing editing PC. We have our HyperX Quadcast mic set up here, plugged into a available USB type B port. Let's go ahead and power on this awesome editing rig here. See what happens. There we have it. So let's go ahead and log in here, and we have our last project up here that we were working on, the Florida Keys trip. Go ahead and close that out, and we have our USB type C connection here. Let's go ahead and plug in the mic, and I'm assuming you put it right through that little slot right there. And instantly we have awesome colors popping up on the HyperX Quadcast. I absolutely think that is the coolest thing ever. Check out the colors are rotating through different types of RGB awesomeness, and let's go to HyperX Ingenuity software download. Ingenuity. Okay, accept. And let's see. Download for Windows. Oh, it's a Microsoft app? Not that I really need it if it doesn't work. But I don't want to be downloading stuff with the Microsoft Store. That is kind of depressing. It has bad reviews as well. Let's see if it's making us sign up or anything in the store. Okay, it is downloading the HyperX app. A lot of people are saying it's broken. We don't really need it, honestly, if that's the only thing that we have for our guy here. Let's go ahead and say yes. You guys are not able to see this, but we have the HyperX software downloading right here. And there is our microphone, volume monitoring and headphone volume. And it looks like we have a lights option here. So there is our software, and it is set on wave effect right now, and you can slow down and speed up the light action right here and change the colors, and it looks like you can add effects. Lightning wave VU meter. Let's try VU meter. Add. Test 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3 4. Yep, it does respond to your voice pretty well. Let's go back to wave, which I like. Huh, interesting, it did not stay on wave. It is not staying on. It took like 8 tries and now it is on wave again. So yes, the software does have some issues. Check 1 2, it's back on. It keeps going back on VU. It is really buggy. It won't go back on, there it is. Oh, no. It's stuck on VU now, I'm so mad. Light sync. Yeah, it's causing the light sync. Unlink to manage the microphone by itself. It doesn't work. Look, it's going back to the other effect. Yeah, it's really buggy, I can tell you right now. I'm not really bummed about it. The light is sort of a secondary thing for me. It doesn't look like wave is even working. Light sync is cooler when you have more than one compatible device. So there's a light sync option here, and there is a microphone option. And let's just put all the effects in and see what they are. Lightning is on. Supposed to be on, but it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna leave it on wave. And that is all for the Ingenuity app. It is not that amazing, and it does basic lighting changes. We are back with the HyperX Quadcast, which has very good reviews online, but apparently their software is kind of janky for the lighting. But there is a pattern adjustment knob right here on top. And in the manual here, it says that the very left-hand setting with 2 little circles together would be stereo. The next setting, which is a big circle, is omnidirectional. So you would use that for if you had multiple people sitting at a table. The next one is cardioid. And then the last one is bidirectional. And I'm assuming it works with the mic facing you. And then the gain is at the bottom of the microphone. So it is a rotating thing at the bottom that goes from no little dots all the way up to big little dots to adjust the gain. We will take a look at that momentarily. And that is all for the adjustments, and you can hook up a pair of headphones right back here above the microphone input, or the USB Type-C, and I will buy a pair of nice headphones for this. So now let's just get that thing going, and we're going to switch over to the webcam for this part of the show. All right, guys, so we have one camera set up over here, and right here on Supercar Street Racing, we have our webcam set up, and we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast in front of us here, and we have OBS Studio running right here, and I added the mic by going to the little plus thing here with sources. I did audio input device, and then I selected the HyperX Quadcast, and now down here at the bottom we have our audio levels affecting our gain on the microphone, and I have it cranked up pretty good to get to almost the red on the VU meters up here. And right here on the screen you can see the HyperX Ingenuity app. So let's go over to Amazon. So let's open up our Amazon page here on the other screen. I hear one of the devices going crazy in the other room because I said the word. Let's look at our orders here. And here is the order for the HyperX Quadcast RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, blah, blah, blah. And as you can see, it has 49,000 reviews. This thing is a bestseller. Okay, so it was $129. I hear audio going somewhere in the back. Amazon, stop the station. Interesting how it wakes up at its own leisure. So here we have our audio directly from the HyperX Quadcast, and I hope that this is a good indicator of what this microphone can do compared to this very cheap lavalier microphone. So I will read this to you twice. Once we'll go with the HyperX, the second time we will go with the lavalier audio. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is white. I'll play that back for you guys here on post-production, going through both. The first one will be through the HyperX, and the second one will be through the actual lavalier microphone, which is connected to the camera over on my right here. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is. And I will read you a little more copy here as if I was reading a commercial. I used to do voiceovers for television and radio, so let's do that now. So, about this item, radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects, personalized stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So that's kind of how I would read that if I was doing a professional voiceover. Let's go to the next section here. Built-in anti-vibration shock mount. Isolate the mic and suppress the sound of unintentional rumbles and bumps with the elastic rope suspension. And that is right here on the side of the mic. So it is held up with elastic ropes, which keeps the vibration down to a minimal. Let's try another one. This is fun. Tap to mute sensor with LED status indicator. Use the convenient tap to mute functionality to prevent an audio accident along with the help of the LED mic status indicator. If the light is on, the mic is active. If the light is off, the mic is muted. So the mic is not muted because I see the HyperX Quadcast actually on the screen in OBS Studio there. Get back on camera a little bit. And let's go to the next section here. 4 selectable polar patterns. Choose between 4 polar patterns: stereo, omnidirectional, cardioid, and bidirectional. To optimize your broadcast setup and keep the focus on the sounds you want to be heard. Customizable via HyperX Ingenuity software. Personalize your RGB lighting and effects with HyperX Ingenuity software. And that software is here. HyperX Ingenuity app, which unfortunately you have to download through the Microsoft Store, but here is the microphone there, and then if you go to the lights part, here is where you set the type of effects, but honestly it doesn't want to stay on the effect that I put, so I think you have to hit save to microphone. Let's see, maybe that was it, maybe I was just doing it wrong. So this is wave, and you can add other effects to this. They have cycle, lightning, wave, VU meter, solid, and maybe there's more, I don't know. That's all they show right here on the actual app. So back to this microphone. So this thing has the capability to do, let's take a look at this 360-degree view here. This has the capability to do more than one pattern so that you can have a quadcast podcast. It can pick up 4 people around a table. It's probably going to be a little echoey in here, hopefully not. I haven't really used a great microphone in here, but we're going to see how this microphone sounds. But the gain is up pretty high there, and I think also on the level meters, the actual level controls. So not sure how that's going to sound, but I'm pretty pumped to check it out. Okay guys, we actually have the microphone connected now directly to the phone. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm going to go back here where I am in the pattern. All right, so we are connected directly to the phone, and we are recording directly through the phone with our Kingston HyperX, and this is not going through the PC. So let's read another little bit of copy here going directly to the phone and see if there is a noticeable difference in the audio quality, because I did have the gain turned wide open before. So, radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects. Personalize stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So we're going to listen to that and see what this sounds like recording directly through. This is a USB-C to USB-C cable recording directly from the Kingston HyperX to the phone. This is the microphone stand that is destined for use with the Kingston mic right here, and if you notice here you get this connector for the mount, and what you do is run this old mount off. This is for a regular standard microphone, so you just like back this ring off here, and then you can unscrew this, and this part screws directly onto your microphone stand, which will go in the studio eventually. Here is this connector and how it works with the mic. You just undo the mic from this standard mount here, this table mount. You screw this through the mount, and then this microphone will mount directly to the stand. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Sorry for the mess. It is messy when I shoot. I have a lot of stuff out. And I hope you will like and subscribe to the channel, and I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Huffing it on the treadmill, and I'm watching solos. You guys gotta check that out. Pretty good show. And then we're gonna get to the good fun, putting in this backup camera. Good morning, everybody. I am working on the backup camera install for the dash and the navigation system. I already have the RCA cables run to the back of the nav and the new ID4 instrument cluster. My challenge now is I need to actually install this. This goes where your trunk latch goes, so it's seamless. You can't even see it. And the only problem I'm having is now I have to find switched power for this thing. There is power on the back of my nav for it. However, I'm an idiot and I didn't run the wire. And I don't know if I'll be able to get that wire fished down at this point, but I am going to run this anyway and see if I can at least get that part done up to the front, and I'll keep you guys posted. Now, I did test it. It works. I gave it power from the wall, but it goes right here. and I don't know how to install it. I'm guessing that I have to take apart this whole back, pull these little plugs out right here, and take this chunk piece off. Not 100% sure, but I am going to try to figure that out now. Well, let's do a little test. I'm interested if this light stays on when the trunk is closed. This probably isn't a good test, just because it probably turns off after you start the car after a little while, unfortunately. Alright, went back and watched the video. That light definitely turns off, unfortunately, when the trunk is closed. The battery's under here. Really wouldn't do me any good without some way to relay that on. Doubt this camera uses much power, but still, I don't want it to be on all the time. Or I could just run battery power. So my best option, easiest, is probably the cigarette lighter. To maybe put a little Y adapter on it and run a wire from that, or just actually open up the cigarette lighter in the center console and tap off the back of that. But first things first, I mean, man, why isn't there switched power back here? I heard some of the cars have like a accessory outlet in the back somewhere, which is very cool. This car probably doesn't, so I'm gonna get to work trying to get this camera installed first. Okay guys, I'm consciously trying to keep the camera a little bit more steady in this video because I noticed last time it was annoying. I did get my camera bundle wire done here. So what we've got is the camera output is an RCA cable. This is inside this loom. Also the input for power is inside the loom. And then that runs to the cable that's going to go all the way to the front. On the other side of this cable here that goes to the front of the car, there's the power wire and also the RCA cable that plugs into the head unit and to into the digital dash. You can see it right here. The other end looks like this. So this will get power. We'll go ahead and bite the bullet and get it off the navigation system like I was supposed to in the first place. There's a power wire with the video cable there, so it's switched power. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this wire run without disassembling the trunk, but if I can't, I'm going to take the trunk apart. Went ahead and got the first piece off here. Might be able to get the wire through there without taking apart the rest. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to try it. I can maybe fish it through, and then it needs to come down, go down this shock, just like the loom does over there, where I can zip tie it, leave some slack for it to raise up. So I'm gonna see if I can get in there right now. I turned the light on kind of see if you can get in there or not, but boy would it be great if there was some power in there. That would be amazing. I'm gonna check it out. Well, the good news is I was able to fish the hanger through to here, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull my wires through, and then hopefully I can get him down through this part without disassembling the whole trunk. Or I might just, yeah, I can just come out right here, you'll barely see it, and then come down the shock tower here. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and get my wire fish through. So what I'm gonna do is tape it to the end of this with electrical tape, and then just pull everything right through. All right, got my wire taped on the end of this. Trying to be careful not to scratch my paint up at all because this is a metal hanger. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this through. I'm gonna use two hands, I'll be right back. All right, I got my wires pulled all the way through. There's plenty of extra. This is the old trunk latch. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that, connect the new one, and make sure that the camera works now before I pull this cable all the way to the front of the car. So I'm going to do that now. All right, so I got the wire kind of rigged up to the battery. Something goes on with the nav screen, I mean with the cluster where the picture rolls. I'm not quite sure what's causing that, but it stopped a little while ago. But it looks fine on my Android head unit. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I emailed the company about it, and I think that if you initialize the cluster with the camera plugged in, it doesn't do that, but I'm going to test it in a minute. So the wire does work. Now all we got to do is get that pulled to the front. I'm going to now route this wire down to the shock absorber here. Come down from there. I got to make sure I'm not in the way of the convertible top at all. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get that wire through. I still got to investigate all that. I want to run it down, you know, down through the trim right here and everything. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, so I'm going to run the wire. Actually ran it underneath the gray carpet insert here. I'm going to run it behind the shock here. Notice over here the loom, they leave like some extra slack for that to open. See how that goes? Just like that. I'm going to do the same thing right here and button this gray piece back on real quick. Okay, forgot to show you guys the camera installed. There it is. You can barely tell it's in there. And it's a switch also, so it opens the trunk. Got the plastic piece back installed right here. Now I'm going to work on zip tying this down the trunk shock absorber. And let's see how I'm going to get it into the cabin. There's an easy way right there, but this whole compartment comes off, but I'm hoping I can fish it in there somewhere. I just don't know where yet. Alright, so literally learn something new about your car every day. I had no earthly idea that this came down and that this bag or something is in there. I don't know what that is. Something to do with a seat belt or something. It's so crazy. But I'm gonna see now if I can get through behind here, which I probably can. Like want to get it like down in between the seat right here, under the bolster, through there. So I'm gonna see right now what I can do with this. I've never seen this back here. It's so funny that I've had this car for the whole time and never noticed. All right, guys, a little update here. So I got the wire fished down here. I think I'm going to somehow tie it or maybe tuck it in right there again, because there's some stuff back here that moves and I don't want that wire getting caught right there. I fished it down through the floor there around the corner, and now I'm going to drill a hole right in the corner of that whatever the heck this thing is for luggage, and then go right through there. So I'm going to do that now. So there wasn't a way to drill a hole through there. So I went ahead and just popped a little hole in that canvas and run the wire through there, and then I'm going to seal it up later with silicone sealer just to make sure there's no air coming through. But I got the wire, you'll just see the tiny bit of it right there, but I can tuck that in really nice. And now this thing should just close like that. That's all you see back here, and it's barely noticeable. And then if we come in here, so the wire comes through the luggage compartment here, and it's kind of hard to see with this light. I am going to run it right down the corner of the seat and down through here to get to the front of the car. I'm going to work on that now, but I'm going to put the top down first, make sure nothing is in the way. Got everything out of the trunk here. I'm going to do a little experiment and put the camera in here and just make sure that hopefully I can see right there. Make sure that nothing is in the way. Just remembered, you can't lower the top without the partition. so can't see it from there. I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. Okay, I made a huge mistake back here, which almost ripped the wire right in half. So you have to understand the way the convertible top operates. These parts in here move. I had this tied to a spot that had to move, and when I opened the top, I noticed it was stretching the wire, and I thought it had broken the wire, but I tested it and the wire's still good. So I rerouted the wire to a different area back here underneath that goes up and around here, and then back to this back hinge section right here. So it's going to go, hopefully, zip tie underneath this support bar. This all moves. This whole entire support bar moves. So I'm going to give you an example. Now, it's given me issues opening the trunk when the car with the remote control, and I don't know why. I haven't figured that out. But so first of all, you need slack for when this opens and closes. So then after that, let's see. You need slack there. See how that opens? And there's wire coming down. But you also want to make sure it doesn't get caught on anything. So I'm going to close the trunk. I'm going to try to put the top down with key fob, but it has not been letting me, and it sucks because I really want to watch it put the top down, but let's see if it'll let me put it up. Okay, so it did roll the windows up. Let's try down. It's got a red light on, so I don't know what that means. So I'm just going to go a little bit here. Let's see, turn the power on. Okay, it works there. Now what happens now is the back flips up. Watch. As soon as that flips up, I need to go back and look. That's what was pulling on the wire last time. So what we need to do is in here, make sure there's enough slack. Aha, see, this has to open all the way, and that wire has to be tied to the back of the of that support bar. So let's open it a little bit more. Let me go that way. It won't let me do anything, I guess because the key is not nearby. Let's try this. Let's put the key in the ignition. Okay, let me go that time. Okay, so now that this is open all the way, we need enough slack here to tie this to the bar while this is fully open. So let's see how much we got. Okay, so that's as far as it opens. All right, now we got to tie this off. I got to figure this out because I don't know if it's going to get pinched when the thing closes. Not 100% sure. I'm going to look at that now and let you guys know. Okay, I think I got the issues in the trunk sorted out. It's kind of difficult because that whole thing moves. So it's really hard to get everything zip tied plus leave slack so that things can move and at the same time keep the wire from coming out or getting kinked. Now this is what's in the back. I had no idea this was back here. So I pulled the seat down. I'm going to pull this wire through down under the seat here, hopefully down through this footwell and then up to here. And then I need to run power, which means unfortunately I got to take the screen out, or at least take the bezel off again to get back behind there and get power from where the navigation system is. Okay, so I got the wire run underneath the carpet here. So if you just pull off this little footwell piece, I ran it all the way under here, and then I ran it under this piece here that has the trunk switch on it. I pulled off the little duct work down there at the bottom. And so now the wire is actually where it needs to be. It's fished through. Now I have to take out the nav and make sure that there's power back there, and if there is, I have to run that up through the dash, which is going to be not fun at all. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, I got the nav pulled out. I verified with my voltmeter that there is power on this wire, and I don't think it's on full time. I hope not, because that's going to run the battery down. I believe this is switched power. It says, let's see, it's plus 12, so I don't know. Better be switched. I'm going to go ahead and try to get a wire run over here to the wire that I fished to power the camera now. Hopefully I don't have to take out the ID4 again, because it's a pain. Okay guys, so I pulled out the navigation system, I pulled out the digital dash, I ran the wire back behind the dash, I've got it here. This is the power wire for the camera. I'm going to go ahead and cut that right now and then crimp it to this. I need to order a barrel connector because that's all I got, and it's ghetto of course, but I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I'll update you guys after. Alright, I got the wire spliced in. I'm going to go ahead and start the car now. Actually, just probably put it in on mode. See if the camera works. Hopefully. I'm going to be kind of mad if it doesn't. Alright, well. Looks like we got a backup camera both there and there. Now, this one here is noticeably more... I know it's hard to see with the... with this camera, but this one's noticeably more clear, but doesn't have the backup lines. I haven't used them yet, and I don't really remember how to set up the navigation system, and I don't know what these things do here. So check this out guys, got the backup camera installed finally, something I've been wanting to do for a while. Update you guys in a minute when I go for a drive. And we are back. Got everything buttoned up. I got the garage cleaned up. So this is the Avon navigation system. There's a million of them out there that are just the same. It is an Android unit. All I can say about these guys while we're talking about it is they never update them, so you can forget about getting a newer version of your operating system or whatever, unless you are good at customizing and installing you know, custom ROMs. You'll never get that. So that's my Android. This is my ID4 digital dash. This is my custom USB connector for my digital dash to upgrade it and to put new software on it. And let's see what happens now when we put it in reverse. All right, so this is the first time I've ever seen the actual backup camera. Now notice here, we got some issues here, because I noticed that every once in a while this one will not sync up, but it looks like it might have. Finally, it was rolling and then it stopped. This one's solid every single time. Now, it might be hard to see, but let's try to reverse. I've never done it. Look at this. Wow. Oh, pretty cool, man. First car I've ever had with a backup camera that wasn't a rental or a loaner. So check that out. You can even see my trash can, and I can drive on my backup camera and here on the ID4 if you would like. So pretty successful project. It was a lot of work. It took me about let's see, 5 hours to put in the backup camera and wire it up to power. Luckily, this navigation system has the power for the backup camera ready to go. Otherwise, I would have been hosed and had to use another source of 12 volt power. Anyway, if you guys got any questions, hit me up in the comments. I'll be glad to answer them. Check the 2011 car out with the modern technology here. I know it came with you could get an optional backup camera, but not like this, man. Oh, heck yeah. Now, so this is a problem. This thing rolls. Yeah, and then it locks up. So I'm going to talk to the ID4 guys about that, and I'll let you guys know what they say. Supercar Street Racing, have a great day, man.
Extension cord that they provide with us that will plug into the actual charger itself, and maybe some wire connectors and a few other things that you may need that's specific to your build out. For us, most everything's already completed, so this should be a very quick and easy install with very limited tools.
Right, and right here in front of us, we do also have basic wiring tools. So we have some diagonal cutters right here. We've got our workman's pliers, our strippers, and our crimpers. This should be all we need along with all the other connectors that I already have. I have a whole cabinet full of connectors because I was prepped for this project. So what is our next step here after we got all this stuff laid out on the back?
We're gonna get inside the battery tray itself, make sure that we get all of our wires ran accordingly. More importantly, we're gonna install this particular gauge, which we already have the wire that's existing in there. So we're just gonna attach that, make life easy to just pull the old one through to bring the new one up. Then we're gonna go ahead and get the battery charger installed. And then from there, we're gonna get all of our wires managed so we know where everything's at, drop the battery in, get the connections made, and then from there, make sure that everything's up and working, and then we should be complete.
All right, what do you say we get busy now and get this battery actually installed?
Let's do it.
Okay, we're out here by the cart again, and I have Joe's new gauge pod cable right here, tied to the old one to pull through. I'm gonna go ahead and get this done while he's gone and mount his gauge so that it's all done. Let's get it done now. All we have to do is pull this through, except guess what? It's probably zip tied. Yep. I decided to remake the wire that goes to the voltage reducer. So I've got new ends right here. I'm gonna go ahead and put a new shrink wrap on it as well. So all we have to do is get this into here and go ahead and crimp it down and then shrink wrap right over the top of it. Let's see if my crimpers can handle this big unit right here. So the end on the voltage reducer is a lot smaller than the end on the battery. So it needs a smaller type of connector there. This wire is huge. I took off a little bit here. If I can crimp it just like that and then shrink wrap it, that'll be perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my red crimpers, push it all the way in. This is crimped. I found the unlock I never knew was there. Now we... Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel. Got a little bit to talk to you tonight about MHD. So, been with MHD for a couple of years now. These guys have been good to me. They have done nothing but positive things for the E93 BMW N55. Don't get it wrong, I know you got an N54. I got N55. Last year it was made. Even the 335 IS still got the N54, but I got the N55. So N55 actually upgraded motor from the N54. They fixed a lot of the issues with the N54 when they went to the N55. However, the tuner market is more there for the N54, even though you can get good stuff for the N55. Let's talk a little bit about MHD. So there's two ways to flash your car. There is a plug-in unit called the JB4, old school, plugs right into your engine wiring harness and programmed with the flashes for the JB4. It interfaces through your computer or your stock. You can actually control maps and things with the stock on your steering wheel, and that is a plug and play harness application, and it's very popular. And before we had Android flashing devices, you had JB4. Nothing against JB4. However, MHD is a Android flash only application. It uses a cable for DCAN. So DCAN is the BMW OBD2 port, DCAN to USB, USB to your phone or a tablet or a computer, whatever you have, it works. It's just, you buy a cable, plugs in your OBD2 port, USB into your phone, good to go. So what are the differences? So MHD has, just like JB4, off-the-shelf tunes based on your modifications. Now let's say you just have nothing, stage 0, I just want some horsepower. Flash the stage 0 map, you'll get some horsepower. A good amount. It'll feel way different than stock, trust me, it's a big upgrade. If you want the real power though, you're gonna have to do the downpipes and the intercooler. That's where the big power is. N54, N55, same power levels, close with downpipe intercooler. What are we talking about power-wise? So on 93 octane fuel, not the 91 crap you get in California, you're probably talking about 75 wheel horsepower, which is substantial. Let's say 100 motor horsepower. Motor makes 320, you make 420. What about on ethanol? So most places have E85 available now. So what can you do on ethanol? Well, depends on what you have. So the 2011 late model N55 has a better high pressure fuel pump than the earlier models. You can do a little bit more on that guy. You can make 50% ethanol happen. Probably on the N54, you're looking at 35 to 40% ethanol as your maximum ethanol content. I happen to have the N55, the later model. I have the upgraded high pressure fuel pump. I run 50%-ish ethanol, but you can never tell, and I'll explain that in a minute. The problem with E85 is ethanol. It says E85, 85% ethanol. However, E85 can be anywhere from, at the lowest, I've seen 50, at the highest, I've seen 95. So you're lucky if you get the high end, you're unlucky if you get the low end. Usually you get 85-ish, a couple of points under or over. Now, so what's the positives of running ethanol? Ethanol's cheaper than premium, so it's about $3.30 right now. It used to be $1.80. Welcome to our current situation. It makes more power. It burns cooler. All three of these things lead to better ignition timing, more horsepower, cheaper fuel, and for you, that's amazing. That's what you want as a car guy. You want the cheapest possible fuel that makes the most horsepower, burns the coolest, and just feels good to run. It just smells amazing too, if I could smell. I can't smell anymore, so I don't know. So ethanol, I run an E50 mix on MHD. So here's MHD right here. Now let's talk about what happens if you want to run more than 50% ethanol. You cannot do that. You cannot do that on the stock fuel system. The reason is, ethanol has a different air-fuel ratio per parts of fuel than 93, 91, 100 octane. It takes more fuel to get the same air-to-fuel ratios than it does with standard fuel. If you need X amount of fuel for 93, you're going to need X plus whatever for ethanol to make the same air-fuel ratio so that your motor is not running lean. What's going to happen when your motor runs lean? Well, your computer is going to cut fuel. It's going to cut ignition. It does all that when I mix incorrectly. Is it a guessing game right now? Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know what I'm putting in the tank. I guess. I know from experience how many gallons of E85 to mix with 93. Now don't forget, 93 octane has 10% ethanol already, so you have to factor that in. There's good calculators online. There's an E85 calculator. I'll put it in the link in the description. But you got to know where your ethanol content is, and that is all part of getting the right fuel system. What happens if you want to run more boost than stock? Let's say you want to go upgraded turbos or a single turbo even. What do you do? Well, there's two ways you can do this. Unfortunately for me, my N55 does not have, nobody makes an upgraded high pressure fuel pump for my car, unfortunately. This car is direct injection. You've got the low pressure fuel pump in your tank, delivers fuel to the high pressure fuel pump on your engine, driven off the crankshaft, multiplies this pump times, thousands of RPMs, injects high pressure fuel directly into the cylinder head. That's why you can run E85. Direct injection. It's not port injection, totally different. That's in the intake manifold. This injects fuel directly into the cylinder head, so there's your difference. Now, let's say I want to run a single turbo or larger, you know, than stock turbo. Like an N55 technically is a single turbo. Let's say you want to run a big single, like up top or down low, whatever. In that case, you're either going to need you're always going to need a low pressure fuel pump. Your low pressure fuel pump will not be able to handle anything more than stock. Bank on a low pressure fuel pump, E85 certified. Go to Fuel It if you need one. I'll put a link in the description. Fuel It has everything you need. You're going to need a low pressure fuel pump, and you're going to need port injection with injectors, or a low pressure fuel pump and a upgraded high pressure fuel pump. If you're an N54 guy, you're lucky. Those are available. You don't need port injection. But if you want to go port injection, MMP has a very good solution for this. It's on the screen right here. I'll put a link in the description. $580 for the N55. For the N54, same price. S55, same price. And if you always have to have an injector controller for this guy. The injector controller will interface with MHD. And I never mentioned this, MHD can be custom flashed. There are tuners out there, Twisted Tuning. There's tons of them. Do a search, MHD tuning. You'll find millions of them. On the forums, there'll be threads about, you know, custom tuning. Those guys can interface with this injector controller. Motive makes an amazing injector interface for MHD. Plugs right in. It's made to go with port injection and control these extra injectors. This guy comes with 1050cc injectors, comes with the sandwich plate, comes with your, you know, your extra fuel rail. It's good to go, man. Look at this. It's a fantastic kit. It's low cost. It's just a good thing. I mean, look at this guy. It's all like anodized black with the MMP logo and little plugs right there. So yeah, so that's basically what is going on with MHD. MHD is a mature product. It's been out for years. It's an off-the-shelf tune, so let's not get anything twisted about this. It's not a custom tune for your car. Lots of people run downpipe, intake, intercooler. That's what they test it with. They tune it all the same way. So it's not your car on a dyno getting tuned, but it's close enough that thousands, let's say 100,000 people run it. I don't know how many. It's a lot. There's a lot of people running this. So I trust it. I've never had an issue with it in my car. I haven't blown my cars up. The car is pretty smart. The DME knows when to pull timing, knows when to pull fuel, knows when to cut ignition. Yes, people have blown their car up, I'm sure. But I've had good experiences with it. The car runs amazing. You're going to see it after this video on E50. 50% ethanol, 50% 93 Florida fuel. Judge for yourself. The car's not anything super fast. Yes, it gets beat. It's not a fast car. It is a fun car. The drivability is amazing. The torque is there down low. Actually, entire rev range. The power's there if you need it. So I say check it out. If you have any questions, I hope you guys hit me up and check out this next part, because I think you guys are gonna like me tearing up the streets in this thing. All right, hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here again with a probably year later review of MHD. So MHD is a phone, Android, I believe it works for iPhone too, not sure, don't care because I don't use iPhone, but definitely a phone-based flash off-the-shelf system. Now, we are running the E50 map here on MHD. So, I'm a little E50 plus-ish. I'm a little E-heavy today because I accidentally stopped watching the pump when I was filling up. So, I got about 8 gallons of E85 to the rest 93, which was about 7. So, I'm a little bit heavy. It might break up, it might misfire. When those air fuel ratios get a little bit too lean, it will cut fuel or spark. And so that's where we are right now. We also have the flashed transmission here, XHP, not race, but the one right before race. I think it's like stage 2 or whatever. So living with this for a year, definitely have had issues. Now, you got to know that the 335i is going to have issues with coil packs and plugs. When you modify this car, the first thing that's going to go is your coil packs. They get weak, they fail. So you got to expect that that's going to happen in this car, okay? Like, when you modify this car, you change the coil packs immediately. You don't need like aftermarket coil packs. You don't need any of that garbage. That's a scam. If you're not on a single turbo or like running some kind of crazy amount of horsepower, you don't need aftermarket coil packs. If you want them, by all means go for it. Will it help? Sure. Do you need it? If you're not getting 30 pounds of boost, I mean, stock boost levels plus a little bit is not going to need coil packs at all. And there's plenty of proof of that on the internet. You don't have to trust me. Go ask somebody. Go read. But this guy's on a lot of E85, and you can see the thing absolutely gets out. Like, it's fun. It's a fun car. It's probably making around 21 pounds of boost, and that's hitting like the limits of the stock turbos are in the 21 PSI range, and you don't even want to really run that, because, I mean, you can, but just don't, you know, don't do long repeated runs, because your EGTs are going to be up there. Remember, you're dealing with a small single turbo N55. This is not some twin turbo setup, and it literally is running small diameter piping from the stock, you know, from the factory. You don't want to be doing like long repeated drawn out pulls unless you've got an EGT gauge. Now if you have MHD, which I have on this, you know, on this Android, you can monitor everything with the gauges. I mean, I'll see if I can get it to come up, but basically, you know, the longer, the harder you pull on this guy, the more EGTs you are going to generate, because, you know, small turbo is working overtime to make 20 pounds of boost, 21 pounds of boost plus, and eventually that heat's got to go somewhere. So this is my data logging, and it always has to go twice. So you have to tell it, you know, yes, I agree to let me. Okay, so there's our gauges right there. If you're looking for a review of MHD, this is it. MHD is amazing. It's an off-the-shelf tune. If you want a custom tune, like, this is not for you. This is an off-the-shelf. This assumes that you know how to do E50. This assumes that you have analyzed the content of your ethanol. This also assumes, if you're running E50, that you're post, I think the dates are late 2011 due to the high pressure fuel pump. So make sure, that's nice Porsche. Make sure that you're running the correct high pressure fuel pump to do E50. It says it in MHD when you go to flash. It'll say like a certain date and later. Make sure you have the supporting mods, and then you can flash the MHD E50 map. Just remember, ethanol content varies from fill up to fill up, from tank to tank on the fuel pump. You know, when you go to the fuel station, when you go to your gas station, E85 is not always E85. It can be E50, but there's like a little, I mean, barely giving it any fuel. Of course, these guys always come out because, you know, they don't know about yield. Yield doesn't mean anything to them. Did you see that? Got cut off by this stupid Tahoe right there with no mirror. His rear, his passenger side or driver side mirror is like literally fogged up to the point he can't see. So estimations in this car, it's got actually a horsepower graph right there, which really means nothing. But this car is probably making 380 wheel to 400 wheel, depending on, the guy's got no fucking taillights either. Upper 300 wheel, which in this car is really fun. I've had 1,000 wheel horsepower cars before. It's not like that. This car doesn't pull hard all the way to redline. It pulls really hard to maybe 6,500, 7,000, and then that's 6,000, and then it loses steam. The turbo is just too small to really pull all the way to redline. Now, the good part about this car is that the response is insane. Like, all the torque is literally available from zero. That's the best part about this car. Now, when you start adding bigger turbo, you start increasing the turbo size. It's a single turbo. It's an N55. It's a twin scroll, or whatever you call it, turbo. You're going to have some lag. You'll get some better top end, but you will have lag. I'll show you guys an update here in a little bit when I'm able to actually get on the gas. But for now, see you in a couple minutes. All right, guys, checking out the MHD E50 mix for E90 BMW. So E50 is designed for the later model N55 with the newer high pressure fuel pump that comes after, like, it's like late 2010, I believe. I'll have to look it up for you guys and put it in the link, but we're going to check that out here in a minute. Let's get the MHD going here. So if we go over here to the, somebody's already playing over there. Let's mess around. MHD, where are you? Right there. Now, if we get to MHD, notice how it's all messed up because of the aspect ratio. Now we're going to go to monitor, and it's going to ask if we want to allow USB. We have to do it twice. Okay, yes, we do. There's our gauges. So we've got RPM, coolant, gear, intake air temperature, battery voltage, oil temperature, oil pressure, and boost. And over here we've got horsepower and torque. Can't really do much right here, but when we get to like a better place, but here's a good look at like MHD. So we're definitely a little heavy ethanol, so it could be some misfires. Might blow a coil pack or two, you never know, man. But there's horsepower, torque there on the right hand side of the ID4. I think my display is a little bit cloudy. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was a little bit jacked. We'll be back here when we can actually do something. All right, so just a little bit of drivability on MHD. Literally, you can't tell at all that you're tuned when you just are driving down the street normally. E85 cold start is about a second longer than without E85, and so that's acceptable to me. I don't have smell anymore because of COVID. I've lost it for over a year. I don't smell anything related to fuel or oil, so I don't know anymore what E85 smells like, but I've been told the car smells like E85. So it's got that corn smell going. And other than that, the transmission has nothing to do with MHD, but transmission on XHP has some hiccups here and there, but mostly they've got it down, like they've got it nailed. So I don't have issues with that anymore. It actually shifts really good on sport mode. And you notice, like, with the ID4 instrument cluster now, I'm in regular mode. That's the theme I have set for regular. If I flip it over to sport, it goes like this. So yeah, we got a bunch of freaking slow people here. Yeah, we're gonna have to let people go in order to do something with video. I can tell already because people are driving like morons tonight. So I'll hit you guys up as soon as we have a free space. All right, people are literally driving like fucking idiots tonight, so I'm letting people go way ahead, hoping nobody gets behind me. so we can do a little pull here from 0. Let's turn traction control off. Oh, somebody's behind me. So I probably pull off and let them go ahead, I guess. Yeah, they can go on over. They can go on by, dude. And there's more than one. Here comes another guy. After he goes, we'll go on out there. Hopefully nobody will be coming. Oh, there's another one. These people just never stop. Come on. Go, 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 go. Hopefully that's the last guy coming right there. Looks like it might be. All right, let's get out here. Let's stop it from here. All right, here we go. Here we go. From stop, no traction control, MHD, E50. Somebody like stopped right in front of me. Let's do that again. There's somebody behind me, so I'm gonna pull off up here and try again here in like 2 seconds. All right, so the car was a little bit cockeyed. The car's running really good though. Like, it feels great. I think they might have turned off. Yep, they did. They turned off. Okay, let's get out here. Here we go. E50, MHD, E85. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, right from scratch. There we go. There's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And that's all we can do on this little road. So that's 0 to 100. MHD. E50. Car's running so good, even with a little bit too much ethanol in the mix. Good run, man. Good run. So there you have it. I mean, that was no traction control. Car broke loose at first gear, but this car hooks up freaking awesome with Pilot Sport 4S's. Yes, the car's not anything amazing. It's not like a supercar. It doesn't make 600, 700 horsepower. It makes 450 at the wheel. I mean, at the engine. 425 at the engine. That's plenty. Man, you're gonna get yourself in trouble with anything more. But I just wanted you guys to see how cool E50 is on this car, and it runs great right now. And you saw it. It's not like doing 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds or anything like that. Maybe 4, maybe 4.5. Who knows? But man, this car is fun to drive, and I absolutely love going out on the street and getting people who want to play, because it surprises a lot of people. And yeah, it doesn't beat everybody. That's not the goal. The goal was that when I had my IS300 with my Supra swap and my Supra with, you know, 800 wheel, 900 wheel horsepower, that's when you beat most people and bikes, or, you know, 80% now, because everybody's got 1200 horsepower Lambos and Audis and all that. But man, that was fun, guys. Over 2 years, I think, with MHD, and still a blast. I don't know how much boost we made. It's usually about 20 psi, and the horsepower readings always go over 400. So I love that. I just love it. It's just so much fun, and I hope you guys get a 335i, and I hope you tune it, and I hope you hit me up in the comments and ask me questions and want to know how to do it. I'll be glad to help you. MHD 335i. Later, Gator. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and what we are looking at today is part 4 of the golf cart audio install, and I am going to insert some clips over that to kind of explain what's going on in the clip this time, because there's not a lot of dialogue. It's just me working, and I didn't give a good explanation of it. So you'll see that now on Supercar Street Racing. guys, welcome back to the channel, and today, as you can see here, we're going to be working on the golf cart audio system again, and we are doing some electrical wiring. Now this clip you're seeing here is me working in the battery tray, and there are lead acid batteries in that tray that provide 48 volts to the golf cart systems. In order to run the amplifier and everything for the car audio, we want to bring that down to 12 volts. We do have a 12 volt voltage reducer, and this master switch that I am installing is going to drop that 12 volts down to, that 48 volts down to the 12 volts that we need to run the audio system. I hope you guys enjoy it. right, we got the power switch in, and now we're going to do some more work on power and things like that. right here, what you're looking at on the screen now is my Blaupunkt Epicenter. Comes with a remote control for the base knob, and it has a little LED on it. Well, I was gonna put this in the dash, but I decided to put it in the back because you really don't adjust it that much. I mean, it would look cool in the dash and all that, but I decided to put it right behind me. I could reach back and adjust it if I ever need to. So what I did was I removed the Epicenter volume control from the actual metal mounting plate, and I removed the LED from that as well. And now I am soldering the LED back to the wire. I made like a longer wire to connect the LED to the little circuit board, and I'm soldering that, drilling the hole for the LED, and mounting this stuff in the back of the golf cart. Alright, I'm going to install these bus bars now up front. One for positive, one for negative, so we have a place to actually run wiring. Just wanted to show you guys this awesome sunset in Jacksonville, right over the pool. And if we come back here and look, we have this awesome reflection in the crystal clear water back there. It just looks so amazing right now. All right, guys, we are back in the garage. It's cold, and we are going to get this engine cover plate off, I think. Do we have to take off this? We do have to remove the starter too. Crap. Don't want to do that. You know what? I'm going to paint this on the bike. All right, guys, welcome back. And we do have the high temp silicone coating for the engine block. I have everything taped off, so I hopefully don't spray the frame. And now I'm going to get a coat of this stuff on the actual engine block. Amazon decided to disable a certain feature of another device I have, and inside this box might be the flagship of all of the devices that Amazon sells. But we're going to open it up today and let you know, because it doesn't have a screen on it, but it does have some other cool features. And inside this box hopefully is the answer to a problem that we have, and I didn't even know it was a problem until a couple of days ago when I got my new 65-inch 4K TV outside on the patio. So what do you guys think? Is this thing going to solve my problems or just create more and get returned? And also, this is a refurb, so this is from the Amazon refurbished store. Let's get right into it today, guys, on Supercar Street Racing and get this product unboxed and out on the table and have a look at it. Supercar Street Racing back once again. Brad here, and if you're new to the channel, thank you so much for liking and subscribing, and we welcome you to what I hope is a very informative look at a product from Amazon that is pretty popular. Now, inside the box here is hopefully an answer to what I have a problem with here, and that is using my Fire Stick outside on the patio with the home theater mode connected to the Echo laying in the closet over here. So before we get into this box, let's take a look at what's over here in the hallway and what we are trying to accomplish with this device. We're right here in the Supercar Street Racing audio closet, where you can see a monitor up here, you can see a switch box, and you can also see my Pioneer amplifier right here, and right above that is my very cool Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 bass processor. Now, this system does feed the entire house audio, and also zone 2 of this device here feeds out to the patio for the pool music. Now, running this whole system is this Echo Dot right here. Now, this was working fine until about 6 or 7 months ago, and I could never figure out why home theater mode was not working. So what's home theater mode exactly? So that's when you have a Fire Stick that you connect to another device like this Dot, and then you actually play music from the Fire Stick through this Dot, and then on the back of this Dot there is a audio output jack that feeds my whole home audio system. Now, that will go out to both zones 1 and 2, or you can play something different on zone 1 than zone 2 using this actual receiver. So Amazon decided to disable the ability to play out of the audio output jack on this Echo Dot. Now, from what I read online, the Echo Studio will do that, so we might have an Echo Studio available to test out. I'm not happy about Amazon disabling this feature. It makes zero sense, and the only way I figured out what was going on was I tried to enable it again and got no sound, and I walked in here and audio was playing out of the speaker itself and not out of the output jack, which makes zero sense. I tried unplugging and plugging back in the audio output cable to no avail, and then online I found an article where people were complaining about this, and Amazon decided to disable this feature, most likely to upsell the Studio. Now let's go back into the Supercar Street Racing dining room and see if we can get this thing unboxed. Now that you guys understand exactly what I'm talking about, and why this product might help us, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed and take a look at what's inside. And we won't be using half the features, but let's get it out anyway. That's what we're here for, right? And inside this box, of course, you can see the familiar packaging of the Amazon refurbishment. First of all, it's pretty heavy. You guys will see that here momentarily. And I can tell already I underestimated the size of this guy. I thought it was very small, but I can tell right now it is not small. And we have our SCSR branded scissors to go ahead and take a look at what's inside the box here. And I don't know if we were right side up or upside down. I think we are upside down. And they do provide you with a little handle here to get this out, which is very cool. That is bigger than I thought, and that might be a huge problem for me. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. That's all you have to do to unbox it, is just pull that little sticker off. And then inside the box, it comes in a nice cloth. Unlike all the other devices, this has a dedicated power plug. Wow, this thing is massive. Okay guys, so right in front of us here, we do have the Echo Studio. Now, I'm not even going to be using this for most of the features. This is more or less just going to be used for the audio output, if it actually works for that. Now, I do have a problem already that I see. This is absolutely huge. I thought it was a small device. This may not be able to be used, but as you can see here on the back, we do have the proprietary power plug with that appliance looking connector. We do have an audio output jack, and we do have a USB port, which is not used except for maintenance. Now inside of this, supposedly there are two speakers, one subwoofer down here and a regular speaker up top here. And on the top you can see what looks like maybe lights, and then you can see the power button, the plus and minus button, and the mute button sitting right on top here. And this right here is the port for the subwoofer. And then on top, you can see the smaller speaker there, which would probably throw audio up for higher frequencies. Now I'm putting the scissors next to this so you can see kind of how big this is. It's about as tall as my pair of standard scissors and about 3/4 as wide as a pair of standard scissors. Now they did also give us this instruction manual with it. And on the first page, it shows you exactly what's on top. There is a light ring, there's an action button, volume up, volume down, and microphone off and on right around the top. Right there. So you will need to go ahead and download, gonna wake up everything in my house, but works off the Alexa app. So there's not much else to do at this point except go ahead and get the power cable out. Here's the included power cable. Again, the packaging is done really nicely. And if we look on the back there, it does just have a standard appliance type connector. I forgot what the name of that connector is, what that is called. Okay, we're back in front of the audio closet here, and we have very limited space. It will most likely not fit right here. We can try it. We can try to slide over the receiver, but I don't think that's gonna work. I think we're gonna end up having to put it down here. It also needs its own power plug. So let's move some stuff around in here and get this thing in here and see if it actually does what we bought it to do. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the old dot here, just the auxiliary cable. Actually, I'll go ahead and just unpower that completely. And there is the audio output cable there. Look at the size comparison here. Pretty crazy. And now this thing is tied up, so we're going to have to cut that zip tie off right there. Okay, I'm just going to route this directly through the grating here down to the new studio and plug it in just to see if it's actually going to work. So we have the studio plugged in, the auxiliary jack there. Now we got to get some power to this guy. Let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. Okay, the light ring has lit up on the top. And it does look like it is starting to try to connect to the internet. Now I pre-set up this on the app. They sent me an email and I was able to get everything set up ahead of time. Let's see what happens when it boots up. There is now a yellow light spinning.
Your device is ready for setup. Just follow the instructions in your Alexa app, bringing your device online. Just a moment. To continue setup, go to your Alexa app.
Okay, it is asking me to open that up, so let me get the phone out now and start recording on my phone so you have that as well. All right, we did lose the audio for that part of the shot there, so I wanted to go ahead and go over some of the settings inside of the device when you put it into the app, which I can't say because it'll wake up the one behind me. But here in front of me, we see a picture of the player settings here for the Echo Studio. And at the top, I already changed the name to Audio Player because it was defaulting to Brad's Echo Studio, so I already got that changed. Now these are the speaker settings here, so you can select to connect multiple speakers at the same time or any of the Echo devices. You can see a list of all mine right there on the screen right now. And right here, you can actually set up a regular remote to use with your Echo Studio. It shows you how to pair it right here in the instructions. So right here is the sounds menu. This is where you can actually just use the regular volume control up at the very top to control the volume. So it also has things like alarms and notifications. And if we go in right here to the settings, this is where you can actually set up tones. Now it didn't work the very first time I went and I had to back out of the app setting and then go right back into it, and they were actually there. So there's the regular tones, and then there are premium ones, but they all said free when I clicked on them. So I guess you can just add those at no charge. See there, they're all free, so you don't have to pay for those. And this is just the kid parental control settings here, and it is disabled on mine, as you can see. So this is Do Not Disturb. It just lets you pick a schedule or either turn on Do Not Disturb so that the thing doesn't bother you at a certain time of night. And there we got the time zone and the wake word. Now here's where you can choose the voice, so that you can have your pick of American, Australian, British, Canadian, or Indian right there. So you can set your voice however you prefer it. And then you can see adaptive listening and local voice control right below that. English and then the measurement units. And that's about it for the settings in the Echo Studio. All right, we have gone into complete and absolute fail mode. Apparently this is an audio input. Even though I did my research before, there were conflicting results as to whether that would output audio, and absolutely not, does not output audio whatsoever. So this will not work for my possibilities either. So this is going back to the Amazon refurbished store, and I have to look for something else. And I did just wake it up just now. Now let's go ahead and test the sound quality. And it is rattling the table. All right, we're back in front of the Echo Studio here, and just some closing thoughts on this before we go any further. This is going back to the manufacturer because it does not have audio outputs. Now, what did I really like about this? I definitely like the fact that it had pretty good sound. We tried different types of music and they all sounded pretty good in my living room right there. What did I dislike about it? Well, the size is a little bit too much. You can see here, it's pretty big and it looks like the old Mac Pro trash can kind of thing. Surprised that they copied that design there, but looking right there, you can see the subwoofer ports at the bottom there. But so the things I liked best were the sound quality and the fact that it meshes in with my existing ecosystem. The things that I did not like about it was its size and its weight, and also the fact that it does not have an audio output, which is just a dead deal breaker for me, guys. It has to have audio out in order to work for me so that I can use it for home theater mode. It did not work for me. It is going back to Amazon, and we'll be packaging this up briefly and getting it back on the road with UPS, guys. And we want to thank you for supporting this channel and watching the reviews and paying attention and buying things through our affiliate links. It really helps us out a lot if you do that. We really appreciate you guys. All right, guys, welcome back to the 4K production studio. You got Brad here. Now, we did buy this to go ahead and try to use the home theater mode, which means if you have a Fire Stick, you can play the audio from that to another device, and they used to let that happen with the Echo Dot, and they disabled the output of the speaker about 6 months ago, which is super irritating. So now I can't play the Fire Stick from the pool in the house audio system, which is the whole entire house. So I went ahead and bought this Echo Studio, and guess what? It did not work for me either. So I am returning it. I am not going to keep it. But if you want something like a speaker that sounds really good, this one actually does sound really good. It's got a nice subwoofer inside and then a full range speaker as well. And we had some sound tests for you there that you also heard, so you could see just what that sounded like in my living room. Guys, thank you so much for the support. Go ahead and click through the link in the description if you want to pick up an Echo Studio or any other thing from Amazon. It does help out the channel greatly, and we really do appreciate it. But we got to get out of here because we still don't have sound out by the pool. Okay, we got our island right in front of me here that we need to build from IKEA. I went ahead and started opening it up to see what was inside. I'm kind of dreading it, but there's no way around it. This thing has to be built, and this is going in the center of the closet. It's very heavy, so I'm just going to start moving things over to the other side of the room where I can work. We got this Kingston HyperX microphone. We got this brand new webcam. We got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, directly in front of me here, eWin reached out to see if I would be interested in checking out their ergonomic gaming chair. Now this thing is supposed to be awesome. I'm really hyped to get this in my office and replace my regular chair. So today we're going to be taking a look at this eWin ergonomic gaming chair. This thing looks pretty cool, man. Look at the box. It's very heavy. I feel like it's going to be a high quality product. It's one that I'm really looking forward to getting out of the box and checking out. Now, hopefully this is good enough to replace my old beat up office chair and we can take that thing and set it directly on the curb. That would be my goal. So today, let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside of it. It's gotta be something awesome, right? Let's do it today on Supercar Street Racing. Now, I don't know where I got this old chair from, but I've been using this in my office for a while. Right here in front of me, this office chair will hopefully be replaced today. So my goal is to get the eWin out of the box, directly out of the box right now, so we can go ahead and get this thing built and put over in the Supercar Street Racing office. But to get this out of the box, we have the trusted SCSR patented scissors. Let's go ahead and cut this box open. eWin reached out and asked me if I would want to take a look at this. I said yes. Now, honestly, I've been running behind because I have so much happening with YouTube scheduling that I was late, so I owe them an apology for that. But we're gonna go ahead and do this right now because I can't wait to put this in my office. As soon as we open the box, we see crazy good packaging, which I always love to see that with these content creation videos. And this packaging looks so cool. Check it out, guys. Shows you all the features of the chair. Drop test, it passed. Stability test,